All right, another Saturday night, shoot the breeze. We're here. You know what I like to do. I like to come on early, give you guys a preview of the show. Drop a one for me if you're out there. I don't know if anyone's here yet, but if you're out there, drop a one for me. Let me know that you can hear my voice. All right, that's always very useful for me. Drop a one. Let me know you can hear my voice, so I know I'm not talking to myself. Before I even give the preview, let me just say, go to KWAZradio.com and join the newsletter, right? Add your email, join the newsletter, and we're gonna get on that. Once we tighten up certain things on the website, we're gonna put the merch store on the website. We're going to maybe add a community tab where folks could post messages, and we could, you could speak to, you could leave a message for various hosts on the podcast network. And if you guys have suggestions of things that we should put up there, Pan-African things that we should put up there, let us know. Let us know. Let us know what we should put up there. I kind of feel like we should have a Pan-African news thing with different RSS feeds from different spots around the world, the UK, the Caribbean, the continent itself, that pulls up articles and stuff of what's going on politically, socially, culturally in these areas. So if you guys, could think of things that we should add, if you think that last thing I said was a good idea, by all means, so head to www.kwazradio.com. KWAZ Radio is posted in the chat as well. So make sure you guys go over there and subscribe. What are we doing tonight? Tonight, we are, let me see, where do I begin? We're going to be discussing finding your Africaness. We're going to be discussing what being on code looks like. We're going to talk about the fact that Black folks seem to be desensitized to the murdering of Black people. We're going to talk about Hamza Al Mustapha. That one's for gas, I guess. We're going to talk about Kimbo Slice and the Kimbo Slice haters. We're going to address Azuli and them tonight. We're going to look at this prompt I found interesting that says, so Malcolm X defended interracial dating and became a humanist. We're going to look into that. We're going to look at, this allows me to say something too. When you guys make Shoot the Breeze topics, I'd like you to keep in mind something. Keep in mind that the way YouTube and all this stuff works is you need to have good titles, right? So titling is super important. Make sure you have titles that we get the gist of what the prompt is about, just in the title alone, right? Hold on one second. Hold on one quick second. Yeah, sorry about that. So just something to keep in mind. I hate having to throw out these different rules and stuff, but it's something you guys should keep in mind for your own selves, because remember, YouTube is a search engine, and you want to make sure that you're using, titles. Even when you're doing searches on YouTube, you want to make sure that you're using good titles to find the things that you're looking for. So anyway, there's a couple more things we're going to discuss, but it's hard for me to get it across based on the titling of the prompt. But you have all those things I mentioned before. It's going to be a good show. I'm sure we're going to get some folks here soon enough What I'm going to do is I'm going to officially start the show. And on the other side, I'll welcome the panelists who will be joining, and I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. So you guys stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-Black perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Sorry, still have some of this coughing going on. Let's welcome Bwana Hagaziki. Bwana, how are you this week?
I'm good, Koku. How you feeling today?
I'm hanging in.
Hanging in there. Okay. I promise for tonight I'm gonna try to take it easy, because the other night, that got a little bit out of hand with that Appleton and Tan are way out of hand. So I'm gonna try to behave myself tonight.
Nah, I don't think it was a problem. I don't think it was a problem at all. For those of you who don't know what Bwana is talking about, you guys should tune in to the most recent episode of Tanza and African Mind. By the way, make sure you guys are tuned in to Consider Cheek. She's doing a lot of moving around in East Africa. I don't know if Bwana has seen some of those videos. She was in Rwanda, of course, Kenya, etc. So you guys should check it out, Zanzibar, whatnot. Check her out. Check out the forecast. Check out Brother Bakari. And like I said, check out the last episode of Times on African Mind. Now, it went long. I ain't gonna lie to you.
It did go long. Is Oni still in Tanzania?
Yeah, he's still out there.
Okay.
Yeah. It went long, and so I suggested to Tan she needs to kind of chop it up, clip it up into a couple of, like, maybe 3 different things. But it was a good episode. That's the thing about it. It went long, but it was good. And I'm the kind of person, I believe we should show our personalities sometimes, even though we're discussing serious things. It's okay to show your personality. If a part of your personality is you drink a little Appleton and the personality comes out, man.
Hey, around about, say, 2-3 o'clock, it went completely dark.
Yeah, now Uzuli don't have no excuses, because Uzuli wasn't drinking nothing.
Uzuli was wilding too. He was wilding.
Some of that stuff,
it was a good time though. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Goodness, man. All goodness. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Shout out to Azuli, man. Was trying to do this review, this movie review with Azuli, but he never responded to what time we could link up and do it. So hopefully we can get it done before the movie's out for a year or something like that. And also we need to do some of those classic films again, like when Bwana Gaziki had asked us to do a review on The Spook Who Sat by the Door. And he actually joined us for the review too. So we got to get back to that.
That was pretty good. I think that we could do some more of that. That's very good, because I think that we how we analyze it, we do it a little bit different than most people do. So I think that's something that should be considered in the future.
Yeah. And let me say too, Bwana, before we drop you to Breeze topic number one, I think that was last week. I wasn't throwing subliminals about you and hosting a show per se. I wasn't throwing subliminals, but
okay.
Yeah.
I thought you was. I was just thinking, man, can I fit this in my schedule, man? But I found that the brothers, especially the brothers who kind of like sports inclined, they go for that kind of thing. So whenever I hear these ideas, it kind of spark an interest. And I was like, wait, I don't want to put this on Koku's plate. And I feel like, Koku tried to throw this back to me. Let me see. Let me see if I can fit this. But I'm open to it. We'll see how it runs. Like I said before, I had a particular idea for what I really was looking to do. But wherever I can assist with this particular show and growing this network, I'll try to fit in some way into that paradigm as well. So I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Shout out to Yana B, by the way. She was there the night.
Yeah, peace to Yana B too. She says hello to everyone. Yeah, and also I'm gonna tell you something too. I haven't approached you about it yet, but there's some stuff I want to start doing business-wise out here in the States. We kind of talked about it on Shoot the Breeze too. That if I could include someone like yourself in that too, we could actually make some bread and stuff like that.
Sure, man.
I would like to.
Sure. I'm open. I'm open. A lot of the brothers seem to have a good interest in business as well. So wherever we could come together and become either financially, socially, politically a force, let's do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So 2023, we're gonna talk about that. So as you see, I have the website up. Like I said, it's a little scant of episodes only because folks have been out of the US and not, where they have good internet. Plus, I kind of want to meet with the folks on the network and stuff like that. But you guys who are out there, man, remember, I could tell if you did it or not. So, subscribe to the newsletter. Look at the site if you have some thoughts. This is not just for Bwana, it's for anyone listening. If you have some thoughts on what we could add to it and stuff like that, that'll be great as well. D-Web from the Harsh Rally Podcast says, peace, brothers. Peace to D-Web as well. Let me grab Shoot the Breeze topic number one. I'm doing all this talking, but I ain't doing what I'm supposed to be doing, which is getting the topic ready. By the way, Yana B is on Tan and Gasdemup on them show, but I don't see Yana B coming on Shoot the Breeze. I wonder why that is. Now I'm throwing that out there. That's a direct. In fact, that's not even a subliminal. That's a direct. I'm throwing that out there. Ketter's out there saying, greetings, fam. Peace to Koku and Bwana. Thank you for that, Ketter. Thanks for being here. Shoot the Breeze topic number one tonight. Why is it posited by socialists that cultural nationalism is reactionary despite China promoting it? What do you think of them combining cultural nationalism and socialism? This comes with a link. Let's check it out. By the way, I was looking up Singapore earlier because I remember a long time ago hearing how strict Singapore is. I think Bwana might have mentioned it too as a case study to look at, to research Singapore. You guys, when you have a chance, look up the 14 laws of Singapore. Very interesting stuff. Bwana, go ahead.
No, Lee Kuan Yew with Singapore, after they got their independence, I think it was around the same time that Lyndon Pinland got independence from with Great Britain, around the same time, and it was his contention to go kind of like go away from that Westminster style system of governance. And 30 to 40 years later, that's the first world country. Whereas you know where we are, I think when you really take a step back and look at it, I mean, a lot of people call Lee Kuan Yew a dictator, but the advances that he would have done in his economy got them to where they are right now. So I think that sometimes I don't want to put an Asian jacket on the African mind, but I'm just saying that some of the things that he may have done have been effective in his country, and I think that we could have took certain measures as well in our country, but that's a whole nother matter.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing. I should probably have created a prompt on it. But just quickly, walking naked in your house is illegal in Singapore. Chewing gum is illegal. Chewing gum is illegal.
Chewing gum is illegal, okay.
Which I knew because when I was still living home, so that's years ago. I remember watching a news story on ZNS about Singapore. Someone stuck some gum under the seat of a train in Singapore and was arrested and got heavy years for that stuff.
Really heavy year. You know what, Kudo? I would say this. There is some things that happen in our society as well as Singapore that is just particular to that country. For instance, if I was to have a law in the Bahamas, I would say the law I would have to say no hair weaves. Now, from the outside looking in, right? From the outside looking in, the people are, why he's banning hair? White women? Well, why he banning hair weaves? Because it would be my contention to try to create a culture where people, women appreciate their natural hair. So I would listen. My woman in the back, she hear me say, "Oh, she ready." But I would create that measure for the reasons of women appreciating their natural hair. So in Singapore, there may be a chewing gum problem or walking around naked problem. So they have to create a law for that specific purpose. And from the outside looking in, it might look crazy, but I don't know what's going on in Singapore.
Exactly.
I don't know.
As a matter of fact, the author of the article I was reading was talking about how they are crazy laws. In fact, the author used that term, crazy laws, right? One that the author was pretty upset about was being gay in Singapore is illegal, right? But then there was another law later on. She had a problem with that law, but later on, there was another law that she didn't call crazy. So being gay was a crazy law, but there was another law. I can't remember what it is now, but there was some other law that she didn't think was crazy. I think it was any type of drug-related activity, right? Singapore is hell on that. And I respect them for that too, to a certain extent. Feeding pigeons is a law. Like, you can't feed no pigeons.
Can't feed no pigeons.
This one... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I would try to see if I would be able to enact specific laws for my society as well. I think on a lot of the things we have carryovers from the British system, and we have never really changed them and look at the society itself and say, well, what are some of the practical measures that we could take? All right, so that's the thing that he would have done, that we kind of like still rubbing our hands and scratching our hair, or, they, unless it come from Westminster or somewhere in Wolverhampton, you know what I mean? Or we don't want to implement it or to have the balls to implement it, whereas each one you did. So, like I say, you see the society itself, the differences. So I feel like sometimes we need to take certain measures, even though it's unpopular. I think we should do it. Yeah,
man. Yeah, like, we still, like, just to piggyback on what you just said, we still, up until, like, even when I was in high school, right, we still have this big British exam. Like, why are we doing this shit? Like, like the GCs and all that kind of stuff. Like, why
It should have been
Push it.
it should have been gotten rid of a long time ago. Now they have this something called a BGCSE.
Yeah,
That's
I was in the first class I took that.
Oh, okay. That's the behavior. But I personally think we should have a whole revamping of the curriculum.
Yeah, man.
See, but when you start talking them things, the oldest style, well, but really and truly, let me tell you something. When you don't change the curriculum, the expectation of creating a particular product is predictable. You know what you're going to create when you continue to have the curriculum as such. But if you change the curriculum where people are taught to think independently, are taught to believe entrepreneurial, you lose the control.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. We are afraid. We are like the white man. We are afraid of losing that old control, man. And we got to get off of that stuff too. But before I get off and go to shoot the breeze topic number one, let me just add two more laws I thought you might find interesting in Singapore. Drinking alcohol and partying between 10:30 p.m. and 7 a.m. is illegal.
Oh, I go into jail. I didn't even know I could be in jail in Singapore. We in jail. Me and you. Honors, really. We go to jail.
And along with that is you can't make noise after 10 p.m. You're going to jail for that too.
Goodness. Well, you know what I could do with that though? I could do with that. I could do with some of that.
I could do with that.
I could do with some of that. I can handle that.
And the last one, drum roll, the last one I thought was interesting is connecting to another person's Wi-Fi is illegal.
Really?
That could get you some years, yeah.
Yes. Dang. Oh goodness. A lot of people go to jail off of that. A lot of people go to jail off of that. That's crazy.
Yeah. In the chat, Kenneth says the Privy Council is still the last judicial instance in the entire. Yeah, and that's nonsense to me. Now I'll be honest. A guy I went to high school with, he actually got off from getting hung by the Privy Council, right? But the idea that you have a menace in your society, right? And you can't handle the menace, or you try to handle the menace, but they could appeal to this Privy Council in England somewhere. It's madness to me.
It's madness. It's madness. But what has happened? Let me tell you what has happened. What has happened in the Bahamas is the lawyers have gotten in a situation where they give these guys bail, right? Until the hearings. So the people are so vexed with it, they are starting to enforce their own brand of justice before you ever could see that case. Yeah, that's about. I wouldn't say that's a good thing, but that's been happening because people are tired of waiting. I'm telling you, they say until we're gonna exact our own brand of justice. For me, that could be society gonna become like a banana republic, but that's what's been happening. Because people are tired of waiting. They know who the murderers are. They know who the gangsters are. It's like we're not gonna play y'all game because y'all game to have these guys in and out of jail, playing with the Privy Council alive for another 30, 40 years. Like, we ain't playing with you. If you give them bail, they won't see the next court hearing. That's how these guys have been handling it out. Yeah. I know it sounds crazy. I don't kind of like I wouldn't back that up, but that's what these brothers been doing,
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, you name Marco and Twin and all this kind of stupid shit and out here killing people, but you walking around with a monitor on your eye. Yeah, you done for. I don't want to promote it too much, but I get it.
I
get some foreigner could tell you, now let that man off.
That's true. That's true. And the families see that, and the families have to, because these guys go right back into the communities where the families are hurt. Yeah, the families are hurting. It's like, well, y'all let this guy out and say this and that. Nah, man, it ain't gonna go down like that, So you see these reprisal killings is happening right now. The people are taking out their own brand of justice. And what I would say is that the court system have to catch up with what's actually happening on the ground. Because if you don't do that, then the people are going to come with these reprisal killings, and you won't be able to control the tit for tat murders that exist in the country, you know. But that's a whole other matter. Let me deal with the problem.
I'll just say, for a small country, the reason why I can't get behind it, the country too small. Like I tell people all the time, the way we set up, to be honest with you, if a man gets killed, for example, in Nassau, at least when I was coming up, if a man get killed, you are about 3, at most maybe 4 people removed from that person. By the time they say, someone come and tell you, well, you know, that Sister Francis from church, nephew, like you are like 3 people removed from most killings. So if you start having a cowboy town where people are just reprisal upon reprisal upon reprisal, chances are you ain't gonna make it. You know,
another feature that is new to Bahamian society now is people are murdering women. That's new. You know, that's new. That's unprecedented. Usually the gangsters, but you know what though? The women are engaged in the gangsterism.
Yes.
So, you know what I mean? So hey, they targets as well. So
yes,
I don't know.
You laying up with a fella you know is a menace to the society.
Sure. Yeah, hiding his money, hiding his guns.
Sure,
man.
Anyway, y'all, that was Caribbean time on Shoot the Breeze. But most of you are familiar with that. Trigger Happy 262 says, yeah, we should have like a nationwide educational revamp, like get everyone to be 6 months off and change the curriculum to be African centered. I'm behind that 100. Yana saying hello. Keta says 100. Trigger Happy 262 says, I've read a book that essentially talks about the deception of Western democracy and judicial systems. Amistad, the movie, talks about this. A movie y'all should review, by the way. That's a good suggestion. I appreciate that. Amistad is a good suggestion. That's an older film as well. We could probably find some clips and stuff. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, one last thing before we do Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. Y'all bear with me. Going back to the subliminal stuff, which I wasn't throwing subliminals at Untouchable, but I do want to point out, if you guys were there for that sports engagement that we had, that was last week, right? I think that was
that was last week.
Yeah, if you were there for that engagement, you can imagine a show. You could really imagine a show where you could have that kind of discussion, and you could link it to, I think Trigger Happy 262 was the one who mentioned it. You could link that to militarism, military strategy and all that kind of stuff. You could link it back to consciousness, history. So it could be dope. So you guys who are out there, if it sounds like something you'll be interested in, man, come on through and help make it happen. Why not?
Oh, yeah. I was just listening. Yes, make it up. If your brothers have better ideas and how we can improve it or make it nice and for all the brothers and sisters, because some of the sisters may be interested in talking about these matters. Just give your suggestions to Koku, and we'll be open to dialogue about it and just try to make it happen.
Yeah, for real. All right, let's do this. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. Why is it posited by socialists that cultural nationalism is reactionary despite China promoting it? What do you think of them combining cultural nationalism and socialism? This came with a link that you see up on the screen. Oh, I realized something now. Okay, let me go back. So you can see it's a tweet from Zhao Deshuai or something like that says, in recent years, there has been a rise in nationalism in China, especially nationalism related to traditional cultures and values. Why is nationalism being promoted? And how does it fit into the narrative of the CPC? Keep reading if you want to find out. So this is a thread. First, understand that nationalism in Chinese context is a little different due to China's modern identity being shaped around a century of humiliation. So nationalism is about the liberation of the Chinese people from foreign and sometimes class oppression. So the CPC really needs to be viewed from the perspective of national communism rather than world communism. To some extent, even Mao was a nationalist of sort. The Zunyi Conference in 1935 were the turning point for adapting a national Chinese-centric revolutionary strategy. The reason why nationalism is heavily promoted by the CPC and affiliated organizations like provincial communist youth leagues is sadly because the idea of proletariat revolution has lost touch with the Chinese society of today. That's interesting. All right. That's interesting. This is a graph, big spender, online shopping holidays. What's it measuring here? It's cropped in a way. So it's measuring Singles Day in China versus Black Friday and Cyber Monday in the US. So this is some holiday, I guess, Singles Day versus Black Friday in America. And they're showing you how China in the darker blue is back in 2012 was about equal with America in terms of big spending, right? I don't know what this number is on the left here. I don't know if that's millions of dollars, I'm assuming. But yeah, so in 2012, they were pretty equal. 2013, China outpaces them for their Singles Day. And every year after that, China is pretty much doubling, if not, pretty much doubling. And recently, 2020, I guess they started to triple spending in China versus the spending in America on Black Friday. The Central Party School, as well as the party itself, is actually seeing a resurgence of proper communist and socialist teachings. Now, that's an interesting thing right there. The Central Party School, as well as the party itself. So that sounds like the political party has their own school, right? So that's like the PLP or the FNM in our hometown having a school, right? That that indoctrinates learners into their party politics. That's very interesting. In the general population, however, traditional values and culture is much more prominent. A very popular stage drama show aired on CCTV last year. It uses an episodic time traveling format, having people from different eras of China interacting with each other. Every episode is centered around a piece of ancient book. Episode 1 was about the Book of Documents. It was told from the Confucian scholar Fu Sheng's perspective. He saved the ancient scroll from the first emperor's book burning. The central theme of the episode was about ancestral veneration, continuation of the Chinese nation from the Yu, the Great Taming, the Great Flood, to today. This type of ancestral, I'll say something. I've never even thought of studying the Chinese, like, their creation story, like their cosmology. Never really even crossed my mind. This type of ancestral veneration would be very rare on Chinese TV a few years ago. Another example is the officially promoted Yellow Emperor veneration ceremony held in Shaanxi. Every year, the province governor would read out government reports in classical Chinese at the ceremony. A less prominent but important example was a small extract from the official press release by Xinhua news agency, published on the party anniversary on July 1st. Underlying part was a tacit approval of branding the CPC as a continuation of the 3,000-year scholar bureaucrat group. It is framed as a group because to use the word class would be sacrilege. Another example is the heavily promoted Han Fu and traditional culture movement. Bilibili, the Chinese video platform popular among Gen Z, is filled with such content. The state council even got into releasing an advisory to promote traditional culture and enhancing grassroots support for wearing Han Fu while promoting traditional Chinese holidays. The CPC promoting nationalism is going to disappoint many, even accusing it of being revisionist. But one point needs to be emphasized. The aim of socialism and communism has always been the stated goal for the CPC. With a strong ruling party of a superpower that follows communism ideologically, I believe we will eventually realize the goal of communism. Some Marxists would follow everything by the books, but political theories must be adaptive. Marxism succeeded in China because it adapted to the Chinese context, forming Maoism. Working out a system as we enter the post-scarcity era is the opportunity of the millennia for Marxism. But we have to get there first. A strong independent China led by the Communist Party of China will be our champion for that right. That was a little bit lengthy thread. I don't mind those earlier in the show when I have the energies for that. But it's an interesting read, actually. You guys post your thoughts down in the chat, what you thought about it. Untouchable, what were your thoughts as I was reading that thread just now?
Yeah, it reminded me of, I have no problem with cultural nationalism. I think that cultural nationalism creates strong identity. Cultural nationalism is something where once you know what your identity is, collectively, you know who you are as a people. Therefore, no one could come in and make impressions of what that culture should look like because you know what you are. The problem I have is when you attach it to the politics, to the politics of socialism or capitalism. And I can explain that. For instance, one of our big national things that is big in Nassau is Junkanoo.
Yep.
Okay. Now, Junkanoo is something that it represents and resonates with most Bahamians. We see that as a part of our cultural tradition. But when you put capitalism into it, which means that it must turn a pretty penny at the end of the day, and that pretty penny could be sold to whoever, then the Junkanoo itself is going to be getting directed towards the people who are able to contribute to the most money towards it, which is the tourists. You know what I mean? So it's that Junkanoo. Because if Junkanoo is about the Bahamian people, but we doing it primarily to appeal to the tourist dollar, then the content of that so-called Junkanoo, or what people would consider to be carnival, it would be changed because the content will be focused more directly on them. We want to bring in more tourists to experience this. So when you attach the cultural nationalism to the capitalism, it becomes problematic. When you attach it to socialism, which is another thing, these guys have gone to schools now. You know what I mean? Now it's like training. It's now indoctrination, and it's and what Mao did is he put a little bit of his philosophy in himself, which didn't have nothing to do with the creation of China, you know what I mean, or formulation of all his culture. He gonna put himself into that, or his own brand. You're gonna see Chinese culture through a socialistic lens. I don't necessarily know. I don't think that might not necessarily be fair because not everybody into socialism in China, I'm sure. You know what I mean? So I see the good parts of it in forming a national identity because every country should have a national identity. But I find it problematic when you put the politics into it so heavy because they're going to be needed when you want to galvanize large amounts of people. But I think that when you put heavily put politics into it, what's going to happen is that it's going to be changed and have different kind of goals in mind. The content is going to change with specific goals in mind, veering in the direction of socialism, tourism, capitalism. I think that that's going to have a heavier impact than the culture itself. And I don't want to sell my culture out to capitalism or for the highest dollar because it wasn't made for that purpose. So I find that that's the two sides of that thread that I see.
I wanna double back just so people would know, right? Junkanoo is a very African expression that we have in the Bahamas, and it within it itself, it's a cultural. Of course, it displays a lot of cultural relevance, but it also has a social component to it as well, social political component, and oftentimes the theme many years when I was growing up home, and I still tap into it actually up here. The theme oftentimes was something African, actually, African or indigenous or something along those lines. And I could remember, and I'm a little bit older than Untouchable, it seems, but I could remember there was a time when they started to introduce Junkanoo, so in Trinidad they call it playing mass. We call it a rush out, right? So they started introducing the rush out in the hotels. I don't know if Untouchable could remember that. Do you remember that, Untouchable, when they started introducing that in the hotels and white folks kind of rushing out in the hotel, and people were complaining about that?
Yeah, I felt the way about it because I feel like they was giving away the secrets. You know what I mean? There are some things that should remain remain private when you talk about family. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't expose family you don't expose the outside world to what family does. And I feel a particular way about that. So I just have a different view. And to trigger Happy's comment, Junkanoo, when it was started, and for the longest period of time, it wasn't about money. You know what I mean? People used to make costumes out of cardboards. It wasn't really a money turning event. It's become that, but it wasn't originally about that at all. That festival had nothing to do with money. You know what I mean? But that's another matter.
Yeah, and and you look at Trinidad too. They let some of these folks in, and them man and them went and what's the word again? Trademarked, copyrighted or trademark, whatever it is.
Could you imagine such a thing? Copyright and trademark our original African festival. Where does that come from?
The steel pan. Some Canadians own the steel pan. When Africans in Trinidad created the steel pan. But because they ain't thinking about you have to dot your I's and cross your T's and all this old foolishness. Some two white folks from Canada came in and patented that thing. Patented, that's the word. Patented that thing. Imagine that. So yeah, I definitely feel you on those critiques. Trigger Happy 262 in the chat said, I don't know if that's a good point. Junkanoo is basically the festival equivalent to Chinese festivals. Festivals all have an economic base. Just get the party you control to sponsor it. Okay. Keta says the Chinese never internalize Western values because the Chinese see themselves as a superior race. They consider themselves the kingdom of heaven. Trigger Happy 262 says, like, no matter what, culture is connected to economic systems. This is like someone detaching politics from sports. Everything has politics connected to. Yeah, I think I agree with Trigger Happy there, but I think Untouchable recognizes that too. But in particular, the capitalists, man, when they get their hands on something, look at hip hop. Look at the progression of hip hop, for example, right? The capitalists got their hands on that shit, and look where it is. Keto says communism was practical and good for Chinese because it was a successful revolution that united the country for the first time. The forecast is here, by the way, out in the chat. Keto says, Deng said it doesn't matter what color the cat is as long as it catches mice. The Hash Rally podcast, D Webb says China is as much socialist as America is capitalist. Both are hybrid systems. I agree with that too. The label at this point is nothing more than symbolic, maybe to continue the rivalry. Oh, that's a good point, Webb. Trigger says to make a culture sacred and protect it in our modern day and age, you have to have a nationalist party to protect it. That's my point. That's why you can't separate politics. He says, like the reason capitalism contacts Junkanoo is because it's not protected. A third party, the nation's party, will simply bar people from participating. Trigger Happy says, okay, you make that point. My rebuttal, how do you stop the capitalists? By just standing there? The Chinese can stop the West because they have a centralized party. They can lock out the West. Bueno, what say you to that comment by Trigger Happy?
No, I think that Trigger Happy makes a point in protecting your culture and having the ability to have the access to power to do that. And I think that what has happened since our leaders are complete sellouts, they can sell our culture out to the highest bidder.
Like
And
nothing.
if we were to have some, like our original, one of our original founders, his name is Lyndon Pinland, certain things he was more inclined to protect. He was more protective of. So I would agree when he says that you have to have the political power and the will to protect certain things. And I agree with that. In fact, I actually agree with that. And I think that the guys that we have either have been unwilling, or because the money is so good, they can't say no. They can't say no.
Yeah. Keller said, well, the U.S. had a capitalist revolution, China a communist one. All economies are planned. The difference is who's doing the planning. In the U.S., it's Wall Street, and in China, it's the CCP. That's another good point, too, actually. Antos, do you have any last words for this prompt?
No, I know Trigger Happy gave this prompt because he's have these essay questions, but it was a good dialogue. It's something that should be considered in the future moving forward.
Yeah, that prompt there reminds me of the GCE exam. The GCE had that kind of shit to it too. Yeah, so that was a good discussion there. I wish there were more folks to get a variety, but I know we have only on the
they're gonna be here. I know they're gonna be here. They're gonna be here.
Yeah,
they just late.
traveling. Yeah, Tanzan traveling and whatnot. I know Kevin Carre is pretty busy lately too, so we might even see him for a minute. Let me catch these last.
And Zuli is at 12 o'clock. So he
out there on the host role right now, so he'll be around later on. D Web says, "Yep, lobbyists create the laws here, whereas it's a small group of elitists that control the government in CCP. Personal gain more priority in the U.S. while Chinese dominance for the CCP." He was talking to Kera about that. Kera says yes. Strigapi gets the last word on this prompt. He says that's also what I've been pushing in past shows. If we even want to revive our spirituality, we need strong, centralized power. Just put money into African spirituality. Yeah, that's that conversation was actually a good conversation. We should have more like that. Yeah, and by the way, you can tell a Trigger Happy prompt.
Yeah, you got to start it with 5 paragraphs at least. 5 paragraphs.
Let's go to Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 2. If you guys are enjoying the conversation, just drop a 1 for me if you don't mind. In the chat. Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 2 is so Malcolm X defended interracial dating and became a humanist? ? That change in Mecca really struck at his core. This came with a link. Hold on. This came with a link. Let me share it with you guys. That takes us right back to Twitter. So this is I bet you this is a thread. It says, let me make sure you guys can see it well. Yes. So we got some 1s in the chat there. Good. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the conversation. So this is a tweet from Renzo Cavallo. Let me translate it. It says, on January 19th, 1965, a few weeks before he was assassinated, the interview that Malcolm X gave to Pierre Berton on the CBC program Front Page Challenge was aired. On the occasion, he spoke about topics such as racial integration and interracial marriages. Okay, let's see. Other topics were also addressed, such as the split between Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam, Malcolm's comments regarding the death of John Kennedy, and Malcolm's proposal to react to the violence of white supremacist groups such as the KKK. Below, some excerpts and with the source at the end. Okay. So this expert says Breton. Okay, so this is the interviewer, Breton. Okay, do you still believe that all white people are devils and all saints are black, as I'm sure you did under the Black Muslim movement? Malcolm X says, this is what Elijah Muhammad teaches. No, I don't believe that. I believe, as the Quran teaches, that a man, that a man, hold on, that a man should not be judged by the color of his skin, but by his conscious behavior, by his actions, by his attitude towards others and his actions towards others. The interviewer Breton says, now, before I leave Elijah Muhammad and go to Mecca and see the original world of Islam, you believed in the complete segregation of whites and blacks. You opposed both integration and interracial marriage. Did you change your mind then? Malcolm X responds, I believe in recognizing every human being as a human being, not white, black, brown, or red. This goes to the next tweet. When you are dealing with humanity as a family, so this is Malcolm, when you are dealing with humanity as a family, there is no question of interracial integration or marriage. It's just a human being marrying another human being, or a human being living around and with another human being. It goes on to say, I can say, however, that I don't think the burden of defending such a position should be placed on the black man, because it is the white male collectively who has shown that he is hostile to interracial integration and marriage and these other steps towards unity. So as a black man, and especially as a black American, I don't think I would have to defend whatever position I previously took, because it's still a reaction from society, and it's a reaction that was produced by white society. So this is written in a foreign language, so I always have to hit the translate shit for the tweet. And so Malcolm continues, and I think it's a society that produced this that should be attacked, not the backlash that develops among people who are victims of this negative society. So Breton says, but you no longer believe in a black state? Malcolm X says, no. Breton says, in North America, Malcolm X says, no. I believe in a society where people can live as human beings based on equality. So closing these quotes here, it is worth noting that after having traveled to Mecca and having witnessed the Afro-Asian independences and how his leaderships were organized, Malcolm X radically changed his opinion in relation to issues such as race as a biological factor or the adaptation of black people within a capitalist society. The NOI believed in the creation of a black state within America. So I think I was told to do like 9 of those threads. So I'll leave it there. Let's welcome in the Forecast. Forecast, how are you this week?
What's going on, y'all? I come on and chill with y'all for a little while. I don't know how long I'll be able to stay.
What's up, Forecast? Amani Forecast.
Amani Mangu.
Yeah, Forecast. Thanks for coming through. It doesn't matter how long you can stay, man. I appreciate you coming through all the same. You know, Marcus Garvey is way out in the chat, says good night, and they still killed him. Right? Good night, and they still killed him. Hajrali Podcast says he switched to Sunni Islam from NOI, so makes sense. His dedication would have been to Allah, and not necessarily race-based, but would have to hear the interview to actually hear the context. Interesting. That's an interesting point, Webb. You know, and that's that right there. What Webb said, that's my issue with religion. That's my issue with religion and all this thing. These folks will ignore the trampling of their own people because it's Allah's will. That's Jesus. That's Jesus' will. You know, and I don't like that. It shows you, and I was just about to use the same word Kenna just used, but it shows you this confusion that these religions give our people, man. And I don't want to get into a religious bashing because I'm not about bashing religions, but I grew up in that Christianity thing, and I know what it does from what it doesn't do. And I know the confusion this stuff creates, man. And we see some of this now in this tweet thread. So I appreciate this. Let's have a good conversation about it. That said, so Malcolm X defended interracial dating and became a humanist. That change in Mecca really struck at his core. Forecast, I know you just arrived, but I'm assuming you heard most of that reading of the thread. What say you to this? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, and I saw him talk about this before. And I'm not gonna lie, he kind of lost me at this point, you know what I'm saying? So I'll just rewind to like 1962 or something like that. But
this is when he had the turban on his head, right? During the interview?
Well, the one I saw, he didn't have a turban, but it was
Okay.
I'm not sure though. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it was this interview though either. But I saw somebody ask him about that, and he was like, you know, he was just explaining that after his trip to Mecca, you know what I'm saying, he saw things differently, you know what I'm saying, and he saw it as the, you know, human race, you know, and like he did continue to speak up for like black people, like you can't respond to this and that, but and the only religious group, like, you know, the NOI, they did call for separation, even though they're a religious group. But the problem is, you know, with religion, like you was just saying, you have to see them as your brother. Because even like Khalid Muhammad, if you look at the Donahue show, the dude was like, yeah, I'm a, you know, or whatever. And he was like, if we share the same religion, he was like, well, you may be my religion by faith, you know what I'm saying, but not my brother by, or you may be my brother by faith, but not by religion. You know, and that's the thing with religion, that is always going to be conquering. But that's another part of it. It also makes you think that defending yourself or speaking up for your people, or even saying we should be separated because we just have different practices and different whatever, it makes you think like, oh, I'm sinning, or I'm cursed, or I'm bad. You know, these thoughts of religion put all of these things in our head that I think hurts us, you know. But I know a lot of people got a whole lot of theories about Malcolm X in this time. I'm not one of them, so I don't know. I try to skip over this time. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, go ahead.
No, I appreciate that forecast. I appreciate that response there. Bwana Hagaziki, you heard that whole thread there.
Yes, sir.
What are your thoughts?
What I would say is that as human beings, that we all, first of all, let me say this, that I don't agree with everything Malcolm X said, you know, and I don't even agree with what Marcus Garvey say, even though he's my provisional president. I would say, and also when you hear people talk, sometimes you have to understand the context he was speaking in. And lastly, I would say, because I'm prefacing what I have to say, lastly, what I have to say is when people speak, you have to understand every human being wears different hats. And based on that hat he is wearing, he is speaking from that standpoint. Now, I am a human being, and everyone on this panel are human beings. There are some people who don't consider the white race as human beings. I do. I consider the white race as human beings. If the society used to see human beings as just human beings, there would be no idea of interracial dating. There would be no such thing as interracial dating in a so-called fair human society. When you take away all these different criteria that has been placed on us. Speaking from that position, I would understand what he is saying, because interracial dating would not exist. But as a realist, which is another hat that I'm sitting in, I am talking from the perspective as a black person in this society, as a black person, African person, whatever title you want to give to me. So speaking from that perspective, now I have a problem. If I'm talking from a Garvey perspective, now I have a different problem now, because my lens is changing. So I can understand from the position that he is speaking, and plus he's a religious man too. As a Muslim man, he would also have a different spectacles or lenses from how he views the world. We wear different hats as human beings, and for me, I would see this thing as problematic from a Garvey perspective, But from a so-called humanist perspective, if I was looking at the world in terms of if the world was just and fair, and the society and the countries or whatever have you that we existed in was as such, I could understand the perspective he was coming from. Let me lastly say this. Canada, the place where he was speaking, because it's the CBC, was founded by British people who came to Canada. They displaced the Indians and created a white state or white country. But now they have problems, or they trying to check and see if him as a black person would like to do the same thing and establish the same thing. But they sitting there from a point of judgment with all their privilege, because their fathers has already created the society, that so-called white state. But now they carefully watch to see whether that he wants to create a black state like their forefathers did in Canada. It's just an interesting paradigm, because they didn't judge Malcolm X from the same standard of which they benefiting from. And that's an unfortunate reality, but it is what it is. And I guess they see the world like how they see the world. They're looking at the world as white supremacists. It's like, how in the world would you look at the world based off of the fact that you want to do what we do? Because you're not equal to us. It's a crazy dynamic and a paradigm. But I just realize and recognize that we wear different hats. Even though I just don't agree with everything Malcolm X says, I understand his point of view when he's speaking from this so-called data, and leave it there.
I appreciate that, Untouchable. Yeah, personally, I think it's unfortunate, because I don't think I'll be very honest with all of you here. I don't really believe in the humanist approach, and I don't believe in it because of what's going on. Like, you can't come and conquer everybody, right? Conquer indigenous peoples, drive them off their land, kill them up and all kind of thing. And then ask me, one of the people who was conquered, driven off his land, kill up and all this kind of thing, come to ask me, well, don't you believe in the humanist approach, that that we all humans and all that? Nah, that out the door. Once you did what you did, I'm done with that. And it saddens me to see black folks still kind of on this humanist thing. In fact, real talk, and I'm not blaming him for it, but I blame his parents, or his mom in particular, because his father was killed some years before him. But Emmett Till was on that kind of thing. I could go and do the shit that they do. I could go and whistle at someone or whatever it is, right? I'm not blaming him for his death and all that stuff. Of course not. But we supposed to teach our children, like, nah, there's no humanist thing to hold on to here. There's no humanist thing to hold on to here. After these people do you what they do you, and then they come around with the microphone asking you, well, do you hold a grudge? This guy, this white clown, Anderson Cooper did that. I forget which black person was a victim, was a hashtag again. But Anderson Cooper, I think Benjamin Crump was there too. He goes and talks to these people's family on a porch, and he's like, well, do you really hate the police? I mean, and it's like, dude, what the fuck are you asking them that for? Why are you doing that? Right? That's a heat check question to see, to monitor their temperature, right? To see if they're on this humanist shit, which they kind of were, whoever it was at the time. If you guys know in the chat, just remind me, right? But that humanist shit, that's all well and good if none of this other stuff had happened in history. But we're in a position where we can't really be on that. We have to be about ourselves. And so when the questions so I'm a little disappointed, Malcolm, when the questions of interracial dating and all this stuff come around, this is why I can't stand the religion thing. You got to get off of that stuff, man. This is no time to be no humanist now, man.
But Coco, if I say, all right, the reason, and I'm guilty of it too. I am guilty of it because I see them as mine. I see them as mine. But my perspective is they may be mine just like me, but we are in a competition. And my goal is to be a better, in the competition is to beat him at his own game. It's like if I don't look at him or the Asian man as human, how should I look at them? Should I look at them as devils? Should I look at them as Neanderthal, like some of my brothers would say? I mean, or non-human at all? Yeah, it's like I just look at them as human beings who I am in competition with, and it's my goal to defeat them at their own game or the game that I create, so I could carve out a space for myself on this planet. That's how I look at it.
I say just look at them as enemies and fuck the rest. That's your enemy. That's what we're supposed to be teaching our children, that and their systems, and look at their history. That's what they did. And we have to defeat that so we can control our own destiny and shape our own realities and stuff. Like, it kills me every day I think about the fact that I'm living in someone else's creation of reality. That kills me every day. And because we got so much of our folks who are humanists, who if the bell was to ring tomorrow that we got to take up what we got to take up, these guys won't take up nothing. These guys will go and plead with these men to stand down or something. I ask them to be human.
No, but I personally think that, see, I feel like some of the brothers, they think that these guys are gods. So they can't bleed like the human. They don't bleed the red blood just like me. You know what I mean? Human beings bleed just like you. They could be defeated just like you. You bring them down to your level. You know what I mean? I think that guy forecast.
I'm sorry.
No, I think that these brothers, well, I think that these guys, they bleed the same blood as you. They are just prone to error. They are prone to being defeated just like you. So when you bring them down to a human level as opposed to a godlike level, you understand that they could be defeated as well. And I think that in a lot of our minds, we done souped up these guys, whether we admit it or not, that these guys are supreme. You know what I mean? It's like they can't be defeated. You know, and I think that is hallelujah. I believe that there's a faultiness in that argument, and I believe that we've been given ideas of their supremeness. So it's like we could never deconstruct, beat, or defeat what they have created. So that's why me personally, I bring them down to the human level, because as human beings are fraught with error, and they could be defeated as well. That's why I do it.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind that so much. I personally, I look at it as it's a given these are human beings, right? And these human beings are our enemy. And that's the important part. You know what I mean? So that's my take on it. Let's welcome in Brother Bakari. Bakari, what say you? How are you?
What's up?
And then what say you?
What's going on, my brother? I'm good, Koku. What's up, Bawana Hagazuki? Zeke? What's up, Focast, the chat, everybody? But you know what, man? I was listening to you, Bawana. You was just dropping jewels.
What's up, Bishop? Bishop? This is my Bishop right here.
when you were talking about how we have put them on that superiority level, we have put them on that superior level. Well, can't nothing happen to them. I'm going to tell the mind. Look, I have a couple of friends, they psychologists, right? Don't mean they right about everything, but I say it because this right here leaned with me. But anyway, right? When you call somebody white supremacist all the time, and you can give it whatever definition you want, but when you constantly say they are white supremacists, the root word to supremacy, they supreme. And we don't get that that's the message we are telling our people. The white people are supreme. The white people are superior to you. That's why, for me, I stay away from that. I ain't gonna ever call nobody no whites because they're not superior to us. But if you constantly teach that, and then if you teach that, you can't do something. You can't do something. Well, we can't do this and we can't do that and you can't. Eventually, in your mind, I can't do nothing with these people because they are supreme and they won't let me do something. So when we talk about Malcolm and he went back to, and he switched up when he went to Mecca, right? Do I think Malcolm saw a superiority complex in the European white folks? No, but if you ask me in all honesty, I do think he saw somewhat of a superiority, a small superiority complex in Arab white folks when he said he went over there and didn't see no racism. And we know that is not true. That religion gave him that allowed him to see something that was superior to him. Now the crazy thing is with the NOI, now Malcolm left and the NOI killed him, you know, before he got a chance to truly do much after he left, right? But the people that left the NOI walk around, they sell bean pies, they sell the final call. And down south in Georgia, they got I ain't gonna lie, they got the freshest fruit. And they say they stand on the corner, used to stand on the corner with fruit baskets, with apples and pineapples and oranges and bananas, the freshest fruit in the world, man. I ain't gonna lie. But the only people that ever built anything from that crew is the people that left. Like, if you look up Medina, Mississippi, yeah, it's struggling right now. But it was built for black people. A lot of people don't even know it's there, but it was built for black people by black Muslims, former NOI. I want to say it was Elijah Muhammad's son that did Medina, Mississippi. But he did it after he left and became, I want to say, Sunni, right? If you look and you see the Son of Man, I don't know if y'all ever heard of the Son of Man, but he left that set of the NOI because they got a lot of them, but he have his own land. But the ones walking around talking and doing all that is haven't done nothing. But the ones who lean more to what Malcolm X, El Hajj El Malik El Shabazz, I think that's what his name was, lean more toward what he believed and was with him, you can see where they built and they did stuff, right? But back to how I started, when I had to give Bwana his flowers, when I had to tell him what he was saying was so great. But today's time, it's going to be hard to truly build something. Not because we can't, it's because we've been told we can't do something. It's because, and guess what? White people don't tell us we can't. We tell us we can't. White people don't tell us we're slaves. We tell us we're slaves. We call white people superior. If you listen to the people that beat us down mentally, I ain't excluding what nobody else done because we know they are there. But some of our teaching sometimes, especially with the teachings of that one guy, Neely Fuller Jr., has gotten so big now in this generation with certain people pushing that. Just listen to what they teach and listen to the people that follow that teaching, and you will see they don't think they can do anything without white permission. White permission. White have to be okay with you doing it. That's why for me, I stay away from certain teachers, but on all that, man, I'm going backwards and I'm rambling on that. I get the mic.
Because I agree with you 100%. Black folks, this shit where a black person says, hey, maybe we should do blah, blah, blah. And here comes some Negro talking about, well, the white guys ain't gonna let you do that, man. They ain't gonna let you do that. And I know Bakari knows exactly who I'm talking about here. They ain't gonna let you do that. Like, yo, y'all get off of that stupid shit. Y'all get off of that stupid shit. You don't try nothing because you just assume they ain't gonna allow you to do it. Y'all get off of that stuff. You know what I mean? And the whole notion of the supremacist, I sometimes use the terminology just so people understand what I'm talking about or who I'm talking about, because it's become so prevalent now. But I too try to stay away from that. I deal with who they are, mostly white nationalists, right? But we got to get off of this. Any kind of thinking leaning towards you think these people are powerful and mighty, get off of that. I remember Chris Rock said his father taught him. And this was one of the most shameful days in my life. This is about 15 years ago I saw this. Chris Rock said his father taught him growing up, you ain't gonna beat no white man. What does that mean? What does that mean? And more importantly, how did Chris Rock and them internalize that? You ain't gonna beat no white man. I forget the exact context right now, but basically, you ain't gonna outsmart or outdo this white boy. Y'all come off of that stuff. Man. In the chat, Triggabi262 says, nah, fair human society probably never would happen. And even before the advent of colonialism, while there wasn't race, there was a concept of intercultural relationships. He says, and people had their loyalties with that too. Ketter says, I think he was still our Black Prince, talking about Malcolm X. Very sincere and loving Black people all over the world. I don't take that from him. Janelle is here saying good evening to Bitter Meds. Thank you, Janelle, for coming through. Always nice to see the ladies in these discussions, right? KW Don 7, shout out to KW Don 7. He says, I'm not down with New Testament Malcolm. Triggabi262 says, yeah, imagine telling an indigenous person to be a humanist. I think he's referring to what I was saying earlier. They have only one majority state in which people are purely indigenous. If I was indigenous, interracial would be a no-no. Ketter says, whites have a superior complex. First, they use religion to define their superiority. After, they use technology to define their superiority. And now it's human rights. Triggapi says, yeah, devils. He's talking to Buana. He said, yeah, devils is cool. Right? Call them devils. Right? Triggapi says, you could also argue that putting them on a human level is where you sympathize with them. That's what I'm getting at, Triggapi. Right? So you need to go further. They aren't the same as you on any level. I can get behind what Triggapi is talking about there. He says that's why devils is good. Demonize them as much as possible because so much of our people love them. The matron is here. Y'all shout out to the revolutionary matron. Give her a nice hail up in the chat.
Shout out to the matron.
All right.
What's up, matron?
You guys give the matron some love in the chat. She says, greetings, everyone. She says, we cannot deal with them the way we need to because we still value their money. Until we change our relationship with money, we will not change our relationship with them. Shout out to Stephen A. Smith on that comment right there. Triggabi262 says, it's like no matter how you want to crack it, these are the villains of modern history, maybe even more than that, right? He says white hegemony is greater, much greater than white supremacy, but I know the historiography of white supremacy is simply their ideology as well, which is why it's used. Ketter says white people feed, clothe, and shelter us. They control our food and educate our children all over the world. African Black leaders go to Whitey, to White People's Summit and organizations. That's a shame that we're in right now. He says the U.S. African Summit is soon. These leaders were at an EU summit a few months ago, so we're powering their egos by constantly coming to beg. Well said, brother. Well said. Forecast shouts out to matron. Any last thoughts on this prompt here?
Yeah, can I speak on a couple of things you just said, right? On a couple of those comments, right? When Trigger Happy said, don't put them on a human level, that's almost like sympathizing with them, right? But if you don't put them on a human level, they stay above you and you don't think you can ever fight them. Now, for me, that's why I got to keep them there. Matter of fact, I got to be stronger than them on this human level because we got to fight the human. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not sympathizing with them. I'm not sympathizing with none, right? With none of our enemies, right? Because they're not our only enemy. But I keep them right there at that level because I know that's who we gonna have to fight. Now, when Keita said they feed, clothe, and shelter us, right? Yes, to an extent, right? Mostly. I can say yes. But that is something we can do something about, right? We can literally do something about feeding, clothing, and creating shelter, creating a better system for ourselves. But as long as we think they're so much above, we're gonna have to stay in this system. And you know, then someone said something about the money. I don't know, have any of y'all ever heard of Berkshire, not share, but Berkshire coins? You ever heard of that? See, something else we can do, right? It's still money, but we can create our own money. When I ask, had you ever heard of Berkshire coins? You can look right here, and it started in, I want to say Boston. Well, some white people, some white nationalists, and I guess they let other people can use it now, but they just created their own. They created their own monetary, like $1 of Berkshire's. I'll get the real name. I don't ever say the name right. $1 is like 80 cents US, but they just created their own money. So there's things that we can do, but we have to want to do it, and we're gonna have to want to get in these streets to make it work. That's my take. We got to hit the streets. Now I'm done.
Hey, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with y'all point about the supremacy part, because yeah, I don't think they're supreme, you know. But I do disagree with that, you know, we all, you know, one human race kind of mindset, you know what I'm saying? And Coco, you mentioned like Emmett Till, but you could just mention the brother who was with the white girl who was supposed to be a model or whatever, and they took like 4 months to arrest her, talking about, you know, even though she stabbed him to death, you know what I'm saying? And it's like it's a culture or system that, you know what I'm saying, they have created, which, you know what I'm saying, hurts us. And like, yo, as far as humans, you know what I'm saying, like, yeah, it's, but the thing is, you know, there's different types of humans though, you know what I'm saying? And according to them, they'd be like, yo, we got Neanderthal DNA. But if we look at the history and the way that society is set up, it's a psychopathic kind of society. And then you in that society, and the problem is, you know, I don't think that we are made for this type of society, you know what I'm saying? And then you throw back with the religion thing, with the we are all humans. And then that goes back to like, you know, because a lot of times we be like, yo, we the ones that got to go spread the wisdom of God to the world. And then while we're doing that, they're taking our resources, all of our stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like I don't think that a Neanderthal can't bleed or die. I don't think that they're God or nothing. I do think that a lot of Black people, because they would say superior, which would create an inferior complex, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, just the way that we do things differently, our bodies are affected differently. So yeah, it could be humans, but there's different types of humans, you know what I'm saying? And it don't mean, you know what I'm saying, they don't bleed. But we're not even saying like, let's go out there and oppress other people. We're saying like, let's go out there and build our own stuff. Now, the problem is other people, which are these other groups of people who show these tendencies for thousands of years, keep coming up on our spaces down. So at some point, you're going to have to be like, yo, whether they're human, whether they're alien, whether they're whatever that they are, you know what I'm saying? Like if you run up on here and try and like to pull another Black Wall Street, then is a price to pay, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, I don't think that, I think that we all human stuff does tend to lead to a lot of weakness, you know what I'm saying? For us, you know.
Yeah, I feel you on that, Falk. And Trigger Happy beat me to something. But yeah, he beat me to something. I was going to mention this earlier too. So let me read these last comments here. Trigger Happy 262 says, I don't think we're saying anything too different, talking to Bakari, but I think you are forgetting how our people think. How our people think is that because they are human, they aren't our enemies. I could agree with Trigger Happy in his couple chats here. He says, I'm saying they are enemies. Devils give them an enemy connotation. Humans give them a friendly connotation. The NOI found use in this mythos, and it worked. Keto says about Bakari, yes, we need alternatives. That's what China is doing. China is undermining their institutions by creating their own. Trigger 262. Also, humanism is what gives our people the incentive to be intimate, capitalized, intimate with them. This is a pacifying force. Humanism makes people forget that they are the reason you are a lower class. Yeah, I agree, especially that last part. That I meant to mention that earlier. That humanism thing is why, like I said, our children go around them slunking, thinking they could do the same shit that their children do and get caught up. It's also, as Trigger Happy pointed out, why you see these folks, a lot of our folks too, to a certain extent, commingling with these people and stuff like that. I think Buana wanted to say something. Buana, go ahead.
I have a question for Kera in particular, because he made a statement that white people feed, clothe, shelter us. They control our food and they educate our children all over the world. My question to him or her is: has he ever lived in a world where that wasn't the case? Because it's been my experience, a personal experience, where I've lived in a world where Black people feed, clothe, and shelter me. And as far as control of food, my granddad was a pig farmer. He had chickens, and he had a boat where he used to fish. You know what I mean? So it's like he controlled the food source. You know what I mean? And I knew on a personal level that my mother used to go to get fabric so we could have our uniform sewn together in terms of clothes. And I mean, my brother-in-law, he builds houses. So I understand what he's talking about in an indirect way when it comes to me, but I'm saying, has he ever considered a world where Black people could create all these kinds of things or do all these kinds of things for themselves? It's not by necessity. I think that some of these things we give our willingness to have others control our situations, maybe for financial means and other reasons. But I think that we are skilled enough and we have enough skill to do all the things that we feel that white folks do for us. I think that the reason why the world is how it is, it comes with our acceptance of it. And I think that we are complicit in this kind of world that we have right now, because we can do all these things: feed ourselves, clothe ourselves, shelter ourselves, and educate. All my teachers were Jamaican. I'm looking at them, educate me. I mean, what are you talking about? I mean, so I understand what he means by in an indirect way, but I think that there's a world that exists that these kinds of things, that is an unnecessary reality that we willfully accept, and we don't have to accept that reality because we all have skills or have the ability to perform all these different tasks for our people. I think that we willingly allow these things to happen. But I would say, like Brother Bakari always says on his shows, support Black business.
Yeah, Joshua, I hear what you're saying. I grew up similarly, but I have learned, and I guess that comes with living in America these years. I've learned to expand the lens, right? To zoom out and see the larger picture. And he's not wrong, man. Marcus Garvey is the way is in the chat. She's saying it right here. She's saying in America, but the truth of the matter is in most of these Black countries, if we're really being honest, we're talking about nations now. If the power grid go down, they reach out to some Canadian white company, some UK company, and that's who comes in, some US company, and that's who comes and really fixes that grid. They might work with some of the indigenous folks, but really they come in and fix, and you have to buy the shit from them anyhow, which is why they come in. So if we're being honest about it, right, especially in America, if something go wrong with you right now, you got to get on that phone to some white person. That's real talk. Yeah, you might could talk to an electrician who's Black here and there, but if the grid go down, you talking to a white person representing a white, company. You know what I mean? So we have the abilities, that's true, but we are not organized. We haven't organized our abilities to be able to reject, all of this so-called humanitarian aid and all this type of stuff Africa is plagued with right now. We haven't organized our abilities. And so, we got to deal with what it is. We're under this situation where, most of our shit comes from foreign, if we're being honest. If we're being honest,
80, up to 80, we import up to 80% now.
Grocery.
Up to 80%. I agree with that. And I'm not taking away from the strength of his argument. I agree with that. I think that all I'm saying is that there was a time when the numbers wasn't, that 80% wasn't so high, because we didn't even have the money to even import. So what were the people doing? Since they didn't have the capacity or the financial strength to import products, they had to exist on their own. See, with for instance, for this particular prompt, what Marcus Garvey, Barbados put up, right? She talks about the NGO hurricane relief. Now, I've lived through two major hurricanes. Now, there were things that was promised to these so-called countries in the Caribbean, as far as in terms of money, but nothing was delivered. At least not what I get to see from my end. I lived in a situation where you had all the people in the community begging for ice. So the youngers had to get together and formulate a plan where we could make their subsistence, their life that we was in that period of time for at least a month. We had to create a situation where these people were at least able to live, because the outside wasn't coming, and we had to deal with internal problems for ourselves. You know what I mean? And that's what we had to work out on our own. So the whole NGO argument, for me, it wears thin, because I've lived the experience, and no one came, not even the politicians. Bahamians had to get themselves together to rescue other people who was living in houses or in dire situations. We had to save ourselves, for a lack of a better word. I've lived that experience. So I don't know, man. I look at it in two different fronts. The brothers may look at it differently, but I look at it differently, man. For this particular issue.
No, I think it's just the difference of potential energy and kinetic energy, right? We have that potential energy, but we got to make that kinetic. We gotta actually make that ball roll down the hill now. You know what I mean? With that said, let me welcome in Gas. Gas made an interesting comment in the back chat. Gas, how are you this week?
I'm good, man. I'm on a world tour of finding out the female G-spots.
Don't ask no fella. We're here.
Yeah, I was inspired by Razuli to go in the opposite direction.
All right, good. Gas, you made a comment in the private chat. First of all, what are your thoughts on this whole thing with Malcolm and the switch up to the interracial dating and all into the humanist side of things?
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you don't, Malcolm, brilliant, man. Yet I think, and this is why, I always push that we have to study Western philosophy, because that's the underpinning of their system, right? You have to study Kant, and it's difficult. I'm not going to say like, Immanuel Kant is some of the most dense stuff you'll ever read, but it provides the basis for Kantian universalism. We have to study Newton. We have to study, people like like Hobbes, Locke. We have to study Edward Coke and their legal system and the battles that were going on. We have to study the mindset of these people, so that way we know where to avoid. Because if we don't, what ends up happening is we wrap ourselves around the Western ideology with the dashiki print, and we feel comfortable with it. So for him, it was in the American context, it's race first, and then he goes to Mecca and he sees what he believes is an Islam that they present to him, where everyone calls him brother and blah blah blah. But anyone who reads the history, and I know Brother Bukhari and them like, oh gosh, you make apologies for the Arabs. No, I know what an Arab is not. I know there's no such thing as so-called Arab slave trade, but that doesn't mean I'm saying, they're our best friends. I just saw a video about African American men who are dating Dominican women, and I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Like, I grew up in New York City. Them Dominican people don't like us. I don't care how beautiful their women are. All these Spanish women, these Latin women. These women think they're doing me a favor by talking to me. They say something about raza, improve the race. They say pelo malo. the hair is bad. Moreno pelo malo, prieto, cocolo, mayete, pichon. This is what they say about us. You know, the Arabs call us abid. So again, intellectually, I can tell you there's no such thing as an Arab, and that the problem is still white supremacy. But that doesn't mean I'm stupid enough to go hang with them. We don't need to. So I'm just saying, like, if we don't have that underpinning, we end up getting lost, right? So I don't need an ideology to say white people are A, B, C to know that there's no such thing as white people. But at the same time, the people who consider themselves white, we're at war with them. That I don't need to buy into an ideology that tells me to hate them for me to know that I'm at war with them because of what they choose to believe in, because I've studied what they say that they believe in. And I think that you know, gives us a stronger canon. That's why it's called the Western canon. I always tell people that, you know, I got that from my mentors. It's called the Western canon for a reason. They're aiming at our minds. But I just wanted to quickly say about, you know, the consumption. This stuff has been going on, particularly in West Africa, since we first encountered these people, right? The trade routes in Africa were all centered around the Saharan trade routes, and they took us all up and down Africa, those caravan routes, the intra-trade. We've abandoned that as soon as we started dealing with the Portuguese on the coast and other Europeans who came to the coast, and the coastal elites sold us out, right? They're the ones who started to sell us out. They're the ones who got caught up with the importation of foreign clothing. So all this Africa print, you know, when you guys see these useless I hate them. I don't hate anybody, but I can't stand them. These Afro beats, Nigeria Afro beats and jollof rice is garbage. That's not. This jollof rice is not Nigeria. Is not any person's culture in that place, that, you know, colonial zoo we call Nigeria. That's not anyone's culture. You know, those shiny clothes, those ain't African clothes. That's Dutch wax. That's Dutch print. The Dutch brought that because they made it. They wanted to sell that to the Indians, the Hindustans. The Hindus said, hell no, we don't want that. It looks terrible. So they were like, oh, who's the next dumb Negro to take it? And of course, the colonial chiefs on the coast were like, oh yeah, I'll take it. What do you want? You want me to sell these people? Go ahead, take them. Give me some clothes. Give me a mirror. Give me a top hat. So we've been importing ever since. And part of the solution is, like the brother, you know, Trigger Happy is saying, we either got to make our own, but that is a strong and long process. That means we have to raise our own bonds. We have to finance ourselves. We need to study people like Mike Milken, the junk bond king. How is he raising financing? We need to look at the Japanese, how they were able to finance themselves and industrialize themselves and take the good from them and not become colonists like they did, because the Japanese committed a lot of atrocities in Asia, right? So how do we do this without becoming colonists ourselves? We need to look, should I say it on your platform? We can look at Germany, minus the atrocities that they did. The German machine was able to create a strong state, right? What did they do that was good? And we could look at these other places. So that's a long-term play. And like I said, it involves financing. It involves the ability to raise bonds. It involves a lot of things. So in the meantime, we need to avoid or eschew consuming anything Western as best as we can. If we can't make it, we don't want it. And that was, funny enough, that was the speech Sankara was making the year before his own best friend, who ate in his mother's house, Blaise Compaoré, killed him. Blaise betrayed him, but he was saying that. He said, you people are complaining of colonialism. It's on your plate. The rice you're eating came from France, came from Vietnam, came from Thailand. The clothes you're wearing come from this place. So we need to look at that. How do we, and then like I said, that means, you know, no more glamour until we can produce it ourselves. So our women ain't going to have the long Brazilian Yankee hair. Is your side chick going to be happy with that? When you tell her, hey, baby, look, man, we're going to get the Brazilian Yankee hair. Is she going to be happy with that? Is your wife going to be happy with that? That we got to grind and struggle as we're building this quote-unquote nation state of Africanistan, or whatever stand that we'll call it, or area that we'll call it, you know? So that's just wanted to put that out there.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, I liked most everything you said just now, to be honest. And Trigger Happy 262 has this chat comment up. To be fair, I have no problems with taking concept that one likes and essentially modeling it to your own. That's the basics of trade, and that's what that's what I've always been imploring black folks, man. We got to stop arguing about, well, I don't like that system or that system. And I get sometimes you can see it coming from a mile away. So I get the criticisms of certain systems, but I also have a criticism for the fact that we ain't trying much of anything at the same time. You know, you mentioned Mike Milk, and I'm familiar with him, and it's something I kind of want to do, or get some people around me who could break a lot of this economic stuff down, like real economics, not just supply and demand per se, but like the economics of nations and whatnot. But it that's a conversation I think we really need to have. And like you said,
I mean, you know how many of us haven't even read Adam Smith's book? It's there, it's free. We haven't even, many of us in the black side of the blackity black thing, right? As I like to always joke with Ted, we don't even read Keynes. We have, and it's on Amazon. It's like $3. You can get a lot of his books. He tells you how he was running economies. People don't even know Keynes was a day trader. And he even found difficulty as a day trader. And this guy was running economies. And he was like, man, the markets are a tough nut to crack.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Pause for the New Yorkers, right? But, you know, but, you know, I'm just saying, so we're not studying these people, like you said, economies of nations. We don't read Adam Smith, but we'll read, you know, no disrespect to him, what's Claude Anderson.
Right.
He's not even an economist. He got his PhD in education. Shout out to Claude Anderson. I like him because they'll come for me. But he's not an economist. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know.
Claude Anderson is also anti-African in a sense too, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, there's some problems there. But yeah, I appreciate that conversation. Any last words from anyone? All right. You can see other comments from Trigger Happy in the chat. If you listen to the playback, you guys could check it out. Let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 3. That was a good conversation, folks. If you guys out there like that conversation, drop a fire emoji for me. Shooter Breeze topic number 3 says, does his view of the black and white world set realistic ideas of interactions with Europe and ultimately the world? Let's see. Oh, this clip. All right, I think I'm supposed to start this at a certain point here. Let me see. I think it's 3:14. Why is it not coming up? Okay. I think I'm supposed to start this at 3:14.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you fancy the odds, there is always a very good response for someone racially abusing you or calling you a nigger, and that's a punch in the face. I mean, I'm not trying to get you in trouble. If it's 10-on-1, maybe you might walk away, but if you feel pain, there's nothing wrong with responding adequately to that. There's a lot of sisters these days are doing MMA. You know, and everyone knows Ronda Rousey would take Floyd any day of the week. In fact, my Muay Thai coach is a woman, and she beats me up regularly. I would recommend the sisters take up some form of self-defense. I think anyone in any kind of remotely revolutionary movement should be practicing some form of self-defense because it can get like that. But B, I mean, with the word nigger, and I will just say nigger because when we say N-word, that's what you're thinking anyway, right? I mean, people act as if white people only started calling black people niggers once hip-hop got popular. Right. It's very strange. And I agree that rappers are held to complete double standards, of course. And even as someone who's critical of certain strains within hip-hop, I'm still defensive in the sense that when the narrative around critiquing hip-hop comes up, no one asks who owns hip-hop, who puts hip-hop on the radio. As Most Def said, old white men is running this rap shit. Some tall Israeli is running this rap shit. And his label took the song, for those who don't know, Most Def made a song called The Rape's Over on the same beat that Jay-Z used for The Takeover. And they took it off his album without telling him his label. And then, of course, he couldn't get back into the US and all kinds of other stuff. So there's certain type of performed blackness, as Baldwin talks about, you know, a niggerized blackness that white society loves to consume and then pathologize at the same time. But it's for you. It's your version and your vision of blackness. So I think that on the other hand, though, I think Black America is in a particularly unique space in the sense that if you are a successful Black American artist, you wouldn't even be able to shit in white people's toilets if it wasn't for mass movements of Black people. So you kind of do owe your community in a very black and white way that isn't really applicable to many other places in the world.
What
I
do
don't
you
know.
do?
Then you're going to live psychically with the scars of not responding. I'm saying my mum's 4'10" and her dad's about as racist as a human being could possibly be. And she spent her life rebelling against him and was punished very brutally for it often. Abuse of, and I'm not saying that means you should suffer abuse. I'm just saying the abuse of people by bullies is not new. And unfortunately with bullies, and this applies to globally what we're talking about, bullies only learn when they get their ass whipped. And if we look globally at the system of European hegemony, and America is its offshoot, and we look at how our government's kissing China's ass at the moment, now China's in the country, we can learn a thing or two about what happens. Power only respects power. And I would close on this, that I think for all the social movements we have against white supremacy, against European colonialism, against patriarchy and all these other forms, we're talking about Black lives specifically, there will always be racism as long as there are not Black societies capable of militarily, politically, and economically defending the Black population. And if we look historically at how white supremacy came to evolve, when the Portuguese and other Europeans first came to Africa, they were not racist because they found Black societies militarily, economically, and politically capable of defending themselves. The early parts of trade between Europeans and Africans were ivory, pepper, other forms of commodity, of which human beings were only a small part. If we look at the Greeks in ancient Egypt, they did not consider themselves superior to Africans because Africans were their teachers. If we look at the Spanish interaction with the Moors, they did not consider themselves superior to Moors because the people they were interacting with were not at a lower economic, political, and economic state. So unfortunately, I think we can only at best put a plaster over the wound of what is a bigger global conflict and understanding the way in which the ideas or the ideology of white supremacy evolved in that catastrophic interaction between African and European civilization, I think will give us a better strategy in the long term of how we can develop or be part of a movement towards reducing the deficit between the West's ability to do violence to the rest of the world and not. The kind of abuses that used to happen to Chinese people in America when they couldn't vote, which did happen, when they were being lynched, which did happen, when they were used to build railroads, which did happen, are not going to happen today. Why? I've been to Chinatown and seen people cause trouble in London, and the police come and bust your head, not the Chinese people's head who are beating the guy up on the floor, drag the guy out and be like, what are you causing trouble for? There will not be an Africa town in London anytime soon because we don't command that level of respect. I'm not saying everything China does is perfect, by the way. What I'm saying is it's unfortunate humans seem incapable, at least at the highest levels of power, of respecting anything but equal capacity to do violence. Let's just look on who's on the UN Security Council. So we can plead and we can march and we can organize, but I think also we've got to be honest with ourselves. If we look at how countries in Africa got their independence, most of them got it by the gun. If we look at how transatlantic slavery ended, Haitian Revolution, Sam Sharp in Jamaica, and I'm not advocating violence. What I am saying is, I don't consider resistance violence, by the way. I'm not saying we need to be out in the streets burning stuff, but what I am saying is we have to situate ourselves within a realistic sense of this conflict. And I think fooling ourselves into believing we can embarrass the state into being nice. They're not even nice to working class white people. Incidentally, I will close on this point. You were mentioning about free school meals. Our government has just announced here they're going to take free school meals out of the schools in the UK. And that ain't just black kids who's going to be affected by that. As someone who grew up on free school meals, I'm a bit offended by that. So the violence that is happening, as what Baldwin says, as the world struggles to continue to be white, there is going to be more violence. How do people reconcile the idea that you're superior with, oh, my government is bowing to China when they come to England? How are you going to reconcile you're taught you're superior, but India has just sent a rocket to Mars for 10% of the cost that NASA did it while it's still a third world country? The world is no longer white, but it seems we haven't realized that and we haven't organized ourselves accordingly. And certainly our states are going to do the best to hide that from us. So I think we have to take a historical view also.
Interesting, man. You guys in the chat, how many of y'all are into Akala? I'll be curious to hear how many of you are into that, brother. He's a rapper out of the UK. I think he has Jamaican roots. I believe he has Jamaican roots as well. Gas him up. What say you to this, man?
I mean, I didn't hear anything that him, Umar, Claude Anderson, and all these other people, they've been saying this stuff for the last how many years now? It's nothing wrong, but it's nothing new. I mean, it's like we've been, what's that, the same old song, right? This is the song that never ends. We've been saying this stuff. Like, I don't know. I think, black intellectual spaces need to be revamped. There's nothing new there, in my opinion.
I agree with you on that, Gas. We are kind of just rethreading the same old for the last 20 to 30 years, I feel, personally. Forecast, what say you to this?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's obvious, you know what I'm saying? And also, getting something that you can, having a bargaining chip, you know what I'm saying, which is, basically just controlling your own stuff, but is about action, you know what I'm saying? It's about doing things and going out there to control your own neighborhoods, you know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, it's obvious, everything in nature does that, you know what I'm saying? It protects its own and it makes sure, you know what I'm saying, nothing comes to harm its children, you know what I'm saying? And that's just the way the world works, you know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, I just think that a lot of us have like a defeatist kind of mindset, and like, if you can't beat it, kind of join it mindset. So ultimately, like we are really far away from this, you know what I'm saying? And the only way to get to it, I think, is for something real bad that has to happen. But not that, you know what I'm saying, it hasn't happened before, because we do have a history of doing this, just not in the last like 60 years. So, you know what I'm saying, it's just a part of, you know what I'm saying, like, what are you doing out there on your, like, for yourself to build something? Because nobody really gonna listen to you until you actually accomplish something, you know what I'm saying, like actually accomplish goals. So like I would say, like, what are you out there doing, you know what I'm saying, like, as for each individual person who wants to see a change anyway. If you want to integrate, you know what I'm saying, whatever, but if you want to see a change, like, I will have to ask myself, what am I doing? So, I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that, Forecast. I had asked in the chat during the video if the folks listening like Akala and Arthur's musician, street musician. Arthur's said yes. Marcus Garvey is the way he says yes. Akala has a Jamaican dad. I like his speeches, not his rapping skills. I could feel you on that. I think the best flow to come out the UK was Slick Rick, in my opinion. But let me throw it to a hip hop head.
Hey, he's from the Bronx. He's from the Bronx.
Do you like him?
Don't take him away from us. He's from the Bronx. I know the UK. He's a BX baby.
Right, Slick Rick you're talking about, right?
Yeah, because y'all Brooklyn and y'all grab on the Biggie. So can we at least can we keep Slick Rick?
Go ahead. How about? But Bakari, you're a hip hop guy. So let me ask you first. Do you like rap out of the UK? Have you heard any of it?
That guy who was just rapping, the guy who was just talking, he's okay. I like I want to say his name Skrilla. You ever heard of Skrilla? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, y'all you hear Skrilla? I like Skrilla.
Yes.
Yeah, I like Lady LaSure. There's a few rappers from the UK that I like. And he was from the UK. What's Slick Rick was from the UK, Gas.
Originally, yes, he's from the UK.
He's from the UK.
Then Biggie Smalls is Jamaican.
And I didn't like Slick Rick, by the way, but go ahead. I was not a Slick Rick. He was okay to me. Okay. Well, do you want me to? Okay, about this. About the prompt.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a big delay, man. So you was about to ask me a question. I thought that was you was asking.
Go and come back. Go and come back, Brother Bakari. Go and come back in.
Well, okay. Can y'all can hear me now, right? Because I'm out and about, right? But
yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, but I think like when Gas said it's old, it's nothing new. But the truth ain't gonna change, right? And I think sometimes you have to keep telling the truth until people understand it. Because I don't think our people completely understand. See, for Gas, he may not need it, and for Koku, he may not need it. I might not need it, but there's a lot of our people that needs that truth that he was telling. So when he was talking about slavery and everything that happened at the end of the gun, regardless of what people say about the civil rights movement, but got was through guns and violence. Detroit, Chicago, LA, New York, they was busting people side the head. Then when you come down south, you will see where the farmers down south have started fighting back and having their enemies. So that story, the truth, need to be told. And the reason it needs to be told, because we're always told that only thing we ever done, even during the civil rights era, the only thing we ever did was take a butt whooping. And if we don't tell that truth, and if we don't get it out, our kids will think, what kind of men do we have? They never stood up and fought back. But when we can explain how any change that we ever got anywhere, because all around the world the same song, as Digital Underground would say. But any change that ever happened for us throughout the world was us understanding that we need to fight back. And now we got to understand it's not just fighting back. It's we have to understand, or we don't understand how violent all of our enemies are. All of them, I put plural enemies, because it ain't just the European folk, all of them, right? For me, my enemy, right? And if we don't understand how violent our enemies are and what they're willing to do to keep you in check and keep you afraid, we would never get out of it. We like to say our men shouldn't fight a woman, but them gooks didn't have a problem with their man coming out the back of that nail salon beating black women in that nail salon in New York. Didn't have a problem right here in Atlanta and right in front of some black man. That Korean didn't have a problem slapping that teenage black girl in her face. So we got to understand that what they're willing to do to keep you in check, and that truth need to be told. And even when he was now can talk about when he said self-defense. I was a trainer. I trained boxing. I trained people. And when he was talking about and I know he cracked a joke about Ronda Rousey, but there's a lot of black women that's taking boxing. I can say around here anywhere, and I could be in an area, and it could be because I'm in an area where there's a lot of black people, but there's a lot of black women that was taking boxing and MMA, boxing, kickboxing, MMA, learning to protect themselves. Actually, more women doing that than men. It was more women training with weapons than black men. So he is correct about, and you do see a lot of them, but we all need to have that type of training. We all need to be willing to train, because if you're talking about fighting your way out of something, you just might have to fight your way out of it. And if you haven't trained to fight your way out of it, we get our ass kicked. And now you're the mic.
I guess Koku.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Pause right now. So let me go. Okay.
Yeah. So Buana, does Akala's view of the black and white world set realistic ideas of interactions with Europe and ultimately the world? Go ahead.
Ultimately, I think it's gonna then come to that. I think that the world is, well, the black world and a white world has been in a space where it's been a master slave relationship for a long time. That is slowly changing, And eventually, you know, for the black world to come into its own, they're gonna have to approach the white men, and we're gonna have to just get down to business. We're gonna have to fight. But there are several things that's happening. First, let me talk about Akala. Akala is a person that I consider to be the Goodwill Hunting. If anyone watched that movie, he's a Goodwill Hunting character. You know, he come from the bottoms, and it's just that he was a brilliant dude. And it's just that I guess he read a lot, whatever he did. He's educated himself in Saturday schools, and he was able to speak to the so-called white establishment in the UK in a way that not only that he was intellectual, but he was able to beat up a lot of people because of his intellectual prowess. You know, very bright young dude. And I think he's a good rapper too. Him and Low Key. That's another rapper out of the UK. Yeah, but I would say that as far as the fact that it's been heard before, what I say that I think that it has to be repeated. You know why? Because even though some of us know about it, it is not applied to the extent that it should be. You know, the philosophy and opinions of Gabi was written more than 80 years ago, probably more than 100 years ago now, and it's not really being applied. Why? Because, you know, we had integration. Now we get the cultists coming with the either Hebrew Israelite. We going all over the place with our ideologies because we have not sat down and applied the things that these brothers were saying for hundreds of years. It's been little to no application because many of us have in our minds that the white man ice is colder. That is in our mentality. And unless we have these ideas and principles that God we've been talking about from hundreds of years ago, unless we start to quote these things, get it in our mentality, as we do with John 3:16 or John 3:15, whatever it is, until we get it down into our souls and start applying it, it needs to be repeating and repeating until we get it. You know what I mean? And I don't think that the black folks have gotten it yet, or else they would have been acting like they have gotten it. And what we see is they acting in the opposite. They're acting in the opposite. They think the white man ice is cold, and we still playing that out. So it must be repeated. And I also say this too. If the product is not bad, why continue to reinvent it to create something new? You know, McDonald's is a recipe that's created more than 100 years ago. So does Kentucky and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They still reproducing that same recipe. Coca-Cola. Why? Because it's effective. It's doing what, it's doing what it's supposed to do. And I think that, and also even in intelligentsia, they repeat the ideas and philosophies. Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations more than 100 years ago. More than 100 years ago, Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations. And we still being tasked to read these ideas and philosophies. Therefore, I believe that our philosophies from our great thinkers should be repeated in the minds of our people, till to a point to where they have gotten it. Because you know why? Because our intelligentsia, the so-called black intelligentsia, whether it's in Africa or the Caribbean or in the Americas, they could quote great scholars, you know, economic scholars, political scholars, and or social theorists from out of Europe, but they can't quote one line out of the philosophies and opinions of Marcus Garvey. And he was one of the greatest in the 20th century. Why is that? Because we have not think that these things need to be reiterated over and over and over again until we not only have gotten it and could quote it like we do the Bible, but we actively start to apply it. Most of our people even can't quote Amos Wilson. And he just died, what, 89 and 90s? You know what I mean? That's not, his ideas has not been applied yet. So I think that until the theory meets the application, it needs to be continuously applied. Because many of our brothers could quote scholars from Europe, could eat recipes from our Kentucky Fried Chicken, McDonald's, and things like that. These things have been done before, and they continuously do it over and over again. It's almost like a cycle and a loop, because we've applied these ideas and ideologies in our daily lives, but not the ideas and principles that I believe could forward our people. It's almost like we're working against ourselves. So I think that these things need to be repeated until it's applied, like almost like a holy text, almost like the holy scriptures, you know. But that's where I am with it. And I do believe that the ideas are a realistic one. I believe that eventually the black world and the white world will come to a place where we have to sit down and either fight it out like the Civil War back in the day, or we're gonna just part ways and say you go your way and I go my way. And that's what I believe about this particular prompt.
Yeah, untouchable. I think, of course, I think you and Bakari are correct in that the lessons need to be taught. But I think where Gas is, at least this is where I am, is I think we've repeated this shit too much now. I think it's we're talking about the happenstance of when theory becomes practice. I think it's time to end the happenstance talk, and it's time to start putting some of this shit to real practice. And I think that's the problem. Let me speak for myself. I believe Gas is saying the same thing. I think that's really the problem. We keep talking about shit, and there's those of us who are here, and there's those of us who claim that we wanna work on the change, but then and I've noticed this myself personally doing this podcast and stuff, that when you really reach out to folks to actually do some shit, the folks ain't doing it. So you are left to repeat the things over and over. Let's do it. Go ahead.
That's true. Koku, what? Yes, I agree with you. You Gas, y'all don't understand. As intellectual people, y'all are ahead of the curve. Y'all don't understand that. And I think that the intellectual class don't understand that they are way ahead. So it sounds like monotony to you. It sounds like monotony. It sounds like, I heard that before. But most people, up to more than 50%, you ask them who Marcus Garvey is, most of them wouldn't even know who he is, let alone Amos Wilson. They never heard about him before. They don't live in that world or that space.
I agree. Untouchable. I
think that it has to be repeated. It has to be.
Yeah, I think there's a bad delay here, but yeah, Untouchable, I agree. The thing is, though, I think I personally would like to replace repeating the lesson, and I would like to talk about, man, like Bakari has been talking about, man, how do we really get out here and make this shit a reality? Because that's the thing we really need to talk about. What we really need to be talking about and repeating now is, how do we navigate actually getting out in the streets and not getting your head sting off because you tell a black man to be accountable, right? How do we get out here and do that and then get right back to let's get the work done? I think that's the conversation that we need to be having, as opposed to just repeating Marcus Garvey, Narere.
No, I agree. No, I agree. I think that Go ahead. Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. It's a delay. I ain't know you was talking, Bawana. I apologize. But you know what? My brother, I absolutely believe in groups doing us working as a group. But in this case, in order to get the group going, you have to become an individual. You have to be the individual. Are you willing to tire yourself out, wear yourself out for it? I'm gonna be honest. I've been doing this my whole life. Like when people say the speech is old, I've been hearing it my whole life because I ain't have no choice. Ever since I've been old enough to remember stuff, the stuff that we're talking about, I have been hearing my whole life. I've seen a lot of stuff. I've seen a lot of black people. I've seen black people do a lot of good stuff. But today, in this 21st century, you're going to have to become that radical individual for the group. You're going to have to be willing to go out and say, this what I think need to be done, or this is what needs to be done, and you just gonna have to do it. And hopefully along the way, somebody join you. Hopefully along the way, somebody join you. I've been doing my, I call it a Black Business Challenge now, but let's just say hypothetically, I've been doing this basically for the last, a Black Business Challenge, shit. Strictly just trying to find black businesses for the last 5-10 years. But you get out here on your own, then a lot of times you see it might just be you. And during that process, I've picked up maybe 10 people to ride along with me that understand. Some people get away because they truly believe in this wholehearted people of color, everybody the same nonsense. But you just gonna have to get out here. If we see it need to be done, we just gonna have to get out here and do it. I'm tired of people teaching our kids. They don't know, our children don't know nothing about themselves. So I saw a need where we needed books. People donate to me. I started just going out there on my own. Then you look, now people donate to me. I'm not getting a lot of donations right now, but what I get, I'm grateful for. I'm going to pick up some books tomorrow. I went out there and I gave them because our kids need to know. Our children need to know that we're African. Our children need to know your dark skin ain't no curse. Your dark skin is beautiful. What they call naps, I call naturally curly, just tight curls. It's beautiful. Our children need to see we don't need to be looking for Superman. We need to have black superheroes. So I thought you just gonna have to become that radical individual, and hopefully some people come along with you. And I'm gonna tell you what you're gonna find, Coach. See, and the thing about it is we're separated. You in New York, I'm in the Atlanta area, Guyana in the Bahamas, Forecast, Virginia. Gas, he say he traveling around the world trying to make babies. But we're separated.
And finding G spots of women.
Yeah, that's what I say. You making babies. So that's why. Well, we got to find some people close to us that want to do it, and that's what I've been trying to do, and I'm going to continue. So in this instance, it's okay for me anyway. This Isaac to be a radical individual because you're being a radical individual trying to make change for the group, hoping the group get on board. I get it, Mike.
You know, I just want to. There's something in the chat I want to address directly because it's an interesting comment. Bakari, I'll tell you, you do the Mind Your Black Business segments of the Brother Bakari podcast, and you guys, all you guys listening to my voice should be tuning into that too. And you know what? Reach out to Bakari and suggest certain black businesses and stuff in your neck of the woods, and I'm sure he'll talk about it on his show. I'll tell Bakari something he might not know. I used to do the free business shout out weekly when I first started podcasting. In fact, D-Web started to do it after a while too. And I think he still does it where he shouts out Kepra L from Melanated Conscious Society. And I used to do this free business shout out. One of the things I noticed that really put a bad taste in my mouth about that, which is why I don't do it anymore, but not because I hate the idea of it, but I would notice that, you know, I would do this free business shout out and stuff. And then I ask by chance, you know, someone whose business I shouted out, you know, what did you think of the episode? And this was especially true when I was doing the book club stuff with Carl Hezekiah. Shout out to Carl. Carl showed up on a community tab the other day. I commented to it and he hasn't commented back. I don't know what's going on with Carl, but yeah, I would ask them, like, what did you think of the show and stuff? And they'll be like, what? I didn't listen to the show. And I'm like, but I'm shouting out your shit every week and you won't patronize the episode, you know, and listen to a good episode of a book review or something like that. So it kind of put a bad taste in my mouth. I'm not going to lie to you. But I just wanted to share that with you in case you didn't know. The other thing I want to comment to is Marcus McGee. Shout out to Marcus McGee. Marcus McGee has been coming around. He's one of those quiet listeners in the background. He's been coming around a while. And he says in the chat, he says, yeah, you guys are way ahead. He's responding to what Untouchable was saying. He said, because some people that I think are leading me in the right way, you guys trash. And then I have to figure what you guys, I guess the way you guys feel, or why you guys feel that way, LOL. And I want to ask Marcus, who's out there, thanks for being here, by the way. I want to ask Marcus, when we, I guess, quote unquote, trash certain people, and then you look to figure it out, do you find that what was said here on the panel is true or not? I'm very curious about that. I'm very, very curious to see, is the show is this show, this segment of the Bitter Medicine podcast, is this doing the thing that that it's intended to do, right? So just give me a response to that. Any other comments from anyone on the panel?
Yeah, I'm going to say something controversial. I'm not a fan of repeating Garvey or any of those people. I think they were reacting to the times that they were in, and I'm going to double down. Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Gas. I'll quickly interject to something you said there that I wish people would understand about Garvey, for example. Now, Garvey is my hero, but Garvey was in a time where Garvey himself was riding on the back of buses, and he was talking to people who were riding on the back of buses. And so his message, which is still a good one, the reason why he had all that success was because he was dealing with people whose grandmother, great-grandmother at the time, right, were born on a plantation. Well, people who were enslaved, people were still alive, still at that time, who were enslaved. And were riding on the back of buses and dealing with Jim Crow. So Garvey is his success, in my opinion, is based on two things. He was saying the right thing, and he was saying it in the right time. So I just want to say that. You have the floor. Continue.
No, that's those are some of the nuances, right? And his message, of course, I think, again, for all Black people, everyone should have a healthy dose of Marcus Garvey within their bloodstreams and within their psyches, because he's very much needed, because we're at war. However, when we're talking about the economics of nations, if we're going to have a nation state, I'm not going to follow Marcus Garvey, because Marcus Garvey didn't create the nation state. The nation state was built off the backs of European philosophical ideologies. Right? You can trace it back to Machiavelli. You can trace it back to the idea of creating taxation, the idea of their naval expansion. So you can see the nation state. And this is where I'm saying that the Black model just runs into a brick wall, because the very thing that they want to have, which is a strong African nation state, well, the origin of the nation state comes from European underpinnings. So you can't use Marcus Garvey to run a nation state in terms of the nuances. Now, the overall philosophy, yeah, you can say we want a Blackistan, right, or a Black in Nigeria, whatever you want to call it. Yes, you can use that for the overall ideology that is a Black nation, Black. Cool, that works. But when we're talking about, raising bonds, and we're talking about, financing debt or the building of municipalities, Marcus Garvey isn't going into those nuances. If we're going to have a Western nation state and call it with an African face or an African print to it, I can't use Marcus Garvey to run a nation state. So I think those are the problems that we run into. And then I just want to point out, let me just say these two other points. So that's me. So I'm going to double down on that stance. It's not about, quoting European philosophers. It's about studying European philosophers, so you know enough of their system, so either you don't repeat it or you choose to repeat what you feel will not whitewash you. Almost everything that we absorb from them, we're not able to be selective, myself included, to say, hey, I don't want to absorb that because, no, that's not what I want. Quite often, and if you look at it, it either on Black YouTube, you have the Thomas Sowell, disciples, and they quite often they listen to Joe Rogan and what's the other guy's name? I forgot his name. He's the white guy, Jordan Peterson, and they listen to then you have the liberal side, and they have their philosophers that's the height as to what they'll engage with. And so it's like, dang, if you really scratch everybody deep enough, there's a white guy behind all of us. And that's a problem, right? So I'm just saying that, let's not be afraid to engage with European philosophy. That doesn't mean we engage with it to become European. We engage with it to know the ingredients of their soup so we can cook our own soup separately. And so with the example of McDonald's, no, the recipe has changed. The way Ray Kroc built McDonald's and had it running in 1963 is not the same way that McDonald's is run today. It's a whole different machine. The Happy Meal, the children's toy place. Ray Kroc didn't create that. I don't even think he'd want that. These were all created in-house with a whole different brain trust. The Coca-Cola recipe is not the same recipe. They were putting cocaine and cola nuts. It was a medicine.
Well, minus the cocaine.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right? So allegedly they've told us they've minus the cocaine. Who knows? Maybe they've created some synthetic cocaine formula that, numbs us up a certain way. We just don't know the effects. We'll never know. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what's going on here. So they change these things on a daily basis. It's not the same thing. I was just talking to somebody about that. Like, and I haven't eaten, make garbage in years. But I said, it's funny because the last time I had McDonald's, which was about 6-7 years ago, it doesn't taste the same as when I was a kid. I don't know. If people eat McDonald's regularly, does it taste the same? Maybe it does. Maybe my taste buds have changed. But I just wanted to also say something about Akala and move on. He said something in that. He said, Ronda Rousey was talking about women defending themselves, and he said something that was so racist he doesn't even realize. He said, Ronda Rousey, yeah, she could take on Floyd Mayweather. No, she can't. I did judo. I did judo and boxing. Ronda Rousey would get the living brace beat off of her.
I was pissed off with that.
Yeah, she's a small white girl. Yeah, don't get me wrong. If she fights an untrained man, and even with that said, I had the time to work in law enforcement as a correction officer. Them women wasn't running gung ho to hold down no man. No matter how much training they got, they still asked for male backup. I only met out of 25, 2 that was willing to go there with a dude. 2. Most of them wasn't trying to do that. They understood when the thick got thick and that man gave you that man energy, you could do all the moves in the dojo, in the ring. When a man used that grown man strength on you, it's a whole different ball game. Now, if you're not prepared to go there, why would you, and he said it, and he's like, yeah, my female Muay Thai teacher, and that's just that female pandering. I just wanted to point that out there. But that was very racist to me, him saying that, and because they were saying that was a thing at one point a few years back, because they hate Floyd Mayweather. And I'm not the biggest Floyd fan. I don't like everything that he does or he says, but Conor McGregor has done 1,000 times worse than Floyd Mayweather. He's pretty much a Floyd Mayweather ripoff, but the media loves this white boy. He does no wrong. But Floyd Mayweather, he's never taken a beating, never taken a loss, made over $1 billion in his sport. They hate his guts. You understand what I'm saying? So he didn't even realize that nonsense he was saying was part of the racism. But, I'll stop there.
I agree with that.
Can I respond to some of that? Can I respond to some of that?
Give me a second, Bakari, because I got to get the forecast too, because he was next up. But give me a second just to respond to something here. Trigger Happy 262. I'm not tossing away Gavi. In fact, Gas didn't even say toss him away per se. Gas was just talking about the nation state wasn't designed, created by Gavi. I believe Gavi's ideologies are still very sound. What I'm saying is the acceptance of said ideologies. You have to look at the time. You know what I mean? You have to look at the time. When we wonder out loud nowadays, how was Gavi able to get all those millions of people and all those chapters all over the place? He didn't have the internet, this, that, and the other. Well, it was because he was talking to folks who was on the back of a bus too. He was talking to folks as well as himself, who was going around the back to drink water or take a shit or piss or something like that, right? In the Negroes only section. And all I'm saying is we have to be mindful of that environment, of that atmosphere and time. The ideology is still sound, in my opinion. Now, Gas brings up a good point about the nuances of, well, are you going to apply those ideologies in this nation state that these white boys in them carved up in the Berlin Conference? So that's the only thing I was saying about Gavi. I'm not saying to toss him away. In fact, like I said, I don't think Gas is saying toss him either, but it's about the nuance. Do you apply Gavi to the nation state that these white boys designed. With that said, quickly, Marcus McGee answered the question. He said, I just had to come to the realization that I was listening to Pan-Africans versus Black people who just wanted to make it better here in the U.S. I lean more to the Pan-African, though. And I appreciate that response. That right there, that makes me feel good about doing the show. I appreciate that response. Because I was like you, too, where I was kind of listening to and reading, Black nationalists in America, and I realized the limitation there. When you start to expand out to the continent and, to the Caribbean where I'm from, you start to learn about C.L.R. James and Walter Rodney and all this kind of stuff. You will change, or you ought to, kind of tailor your outlook when it comes to the consciousness space. Let me get Forecast and then Bakari.
All right, I'll be real quick, Bakari. Because I kind of want to go back real quick to what Bawana was saying about being ahead or whatever. Because I do think, and I agree with y'all about keeping this message alive and saying it, because a lot of people are like have the mentality of like we got that lynch mob, what I'm saying, we all one race, or like kind of idolize other people, what I'm saying. And more of us would be quick to throw our own under the bus. And to be honest with you, I think this is a white ideology, what I'm saying. But I think that is, the one something, if we've been in this here, especially in America, we've been here for so long, what I'm saying, that if we're going to take anything, we should definitely take the self-defense and the violence part, what I'm saying, to defend ourselves. But when it comes to that, because even the people who we say that are ahead, what I'm saying, we can keep having groups, but it's difficult to have these groups because a lot of people do just talk, even if they know this stuff, what I'm saying, and very few people take action. And at this point, it's been so many people that's been like scamming or something. So when you like say something, like you also have to do something to show that, like, because at this point we actually have to like show and prove, what I'm saying now, like, but I'll stop right there. So Bakari, you go.
Bakari.
Okay. When we say we got to understand the times of who Garvey was talking to, the problem is we don't understand. We're in the same situation. What you think, because you can see, that's the problem. We don't think we're on the back of the bus no more, but we complain how nasty our communities is because they don't come through and pick up the trash. We still talking about how the banks won't give you loans. We're still talking about the exact same. We're going through the same stuff now, with the exception of, I can go drink out of the white people water fountain. I can sit on the front of the bus. But everything else Garvey talked about, you're still going through it now. Because if you wouldn't, we wouldn't be talking about what we're going through. And everything we talk about what we're going through, and if you look at it, it is still going the exact same way. For me, it sound like to me, Gas say, throw Garvey away. He said, I could be wrong. But, right? My thing is when we say Garvey's idea couldn't have an African nation state, everything Garvey was talking about was Africans doing it for themselves. We clean our own streets. You understand? We can have our own tax. Everything he was talking about then, it's the same things that we need to do now. We need to learn to feed ourselves. The difference, the reason he was able to get 2 million then, because those people then knew and they understood, like you said, just coming from slavery. Some of them were born into slavery. Like I would say, my granddad was born at the end of Reconstruction. So they were able to get people because they understood. Due to the illusion of inclusion, Black people today don't understand. I study Europeans too, but I study them because I want to defeat my opponent. I study all them Asians, Arabs, Orientals, East Indians, is because I want to defeat my opponents. If I have to take something from them that they're using that's good, I will. But for me, the best system, and I still think it's a system that can work. It's amazing. The Vietnamese didn't throw it away at the end of the 60s during the Vietnam War. That's what they used Garveyism, and they used Marcus Garvey to motivate themselves. That's what they used so they could fight back. And the point that I'm making, look at our situation now and look at the situation then. Look at the people then who had an understanding of what they were going through, and look at the people now who think they have made it. We are proud to rush out and kill off our own race, marrying other women. That was something that black people wasn't proud of back then. It wasn't accepted like it is today. We're okay to say, let's go spend our money, let's get Uber. But when I look around, damn, we really don't need Uber. If we came together, we could say we have our own cab company and we could take our people where they need to go. The other day on your community tab, you put some up, and I forget what it was about, Koku, but I put in there about us cleaning trash, us taking care of our communities.
Yeah, it was
but
John
if you
Henry
just
Clark.
look at, and I talked about me owning a trash company. So if Dr. John Henry Clark, who said that, I don't know, because I forget, he was born in what, the 20s? He was born in the 20s. He died in the 90s. And the same thing is being said today. The only difference is the situation is not different. It's the people that's in the situation that's different, because the people today don't fully believe that they're in that situation. That's my take on it. I give the mic.
No, Bakari, again, I think, and again, this is why I love Shoot the Breeze. Iron sharpens iron. I realize my comment might have been a little bit too brief. I should have expanded. Yeah, we're in the same situation. We know that. Most of our people are under I think you used the term illusion of inclusion. Most of our people are under that. But we know we're still in Garvey's time. We have the same problems as was in Garvey's time. That's absolutely correct. But we know that. The majority of our people aren't really on that. They think we're beyond the segregated toilets and drinking fountains and all this type of stuff. So that's the issue. Those people, the point I'm making, the only point I was making about Garvey, which I'm realistic about, is that he literally was talking to people who just had to go take a piss around the back. That was still going on when what's the basketball player name? He died this year too. From the
Bill
Celtics.
Russell. Bill Russell.
Bill Russell, yeah. I mean, Bill Russell was a grown man in the 50s, couldn't eat in the same restaurants with the rest of his team, winning championships for Boston, right? They shit in his bed and all kind of shit like that. So I'm just saying that if you and I were to really go out here to the average person walking on the street, and we talk Garvey to them, they would kind of be like, what are you talking about? Unless they're already in the conscious movement. They'll be like, what are you talking about? My head is in the bubble. I'm out there. I could buy Jordans. I could compete, so to speak, at least in their minds, with pop culture, with white pop culture and all that kind of stuff. So those folks wouldn't get it as well as the folks who Garvey was talking to. So this is why we have a different rate of success, I would say, using the same Garveyism, right? I think Bakari wanted to say something, and then
you know what? I agree, Koku, with what you just said, right? And that's where we would become a failure, right? Because we know. See, Gaston already said he ain't got time. He ain't trying to show them. But since we know, right? And I know I always mess with Gas. Gas wasn't saying throw Garvey away. I already know that because he already said everybody needs a healthy dose of it. But if we know and we don't teach our people don't know, and that getting back to, we gonna have to let them know. Maybe we ain't got to use Marcus Garvey. Let's use somebody else who said something similar, who came after Marcus Garvey, right? Let's use somebody they might know. But we have to show our people that this illusion of inclusion is false. You understand what I'm saying? And if we don't show them, because you know, and I know, and in the chat know, and Bawana know, and Forecast know, and Gas know, we know, and we don't let our other people know what we are up against, we are failing because some of them ain't gonna want to know, and when they don't want to know, just keep it pushing. But the ones who want to know, who we can get, we are supposed to let them know. And I've said this 100 times. I think Gas is very smart, and Gas is too smart to know that he's too smart to know that he know he's supposed to be letting his people. He's supposed to let his people know. I'm supposed to let them know. Coco, we all supposed to. And that, for me, sometimes become, and I know it can be time. It can be extremely time. Trust me. It can be time. But it's still, we are supposed to let them know something, whatever it is we know that they don't know and what they don't understand. And that, for me, that's the issue. I get the mic.
I feel you on that. Untouchable, go ahead.
Yeah, so let me try to separate this. So the reason why I say that it's important to continuously reiterate our thinkers, our black thinkers, whether it's in the West or Africa, is because certain things are applicable. When Harriet Tubman said that in her lifetime she freed about 1,000 slaves, and she said, I could have freed 1,000 more, but for they only knew that they were slaves. When we talk about the system of Garvey, or as far as the fact that he was talking about
Harriet Tubman couldn't save 10 people today.
Okay, so
Harriet Tubman was possibly a British government agent and spy. That's not even her real name.
That's all right. Let me rock though. So when we talk about the system of Garvey, you know what I mean? I think that people think because we have left the agricultural plantation that we have actually left the plantation, which ain't true. Ain't true. The plantation provide. The plantation used to feed, clothe, and shelter their slaves. Not only that, they used to go from Kansi until Kansi. What do we do now? They give us, they invent this thing. We gone from the plantation to the corporation now. They switched the names of it. It used to be the big house. Now they call it, now it's the big corporation, where you go and wake up in the morning at 5 o'clock in the morning and you work until in the afternoon or late into the afternoon, even in the evening. It's Kansi until Kansi. What do these things provide you? Food, clothes, and shelter, none of which none of us make. So how is that leaving the plantation system? And if we have not left the plantation, the applicability of the ideas of Garvey still holds true of trying to formulate and creating certain things for yourself. I agree with Gas when he says that you must study the ideology and ideas of your enemies. Absolutely agree with him. But I also would add that you should also take 2 notes. Study the thinkers, the people who experience things, people who see the cracks, people who see the openings, people who see the alternatives. I believe that we should read these things as well. I think that sometimes, Gas, it would seem, say, flush these brothers down the toilet, these African thinkers, they know what they're talking about. You know what I mean? I wouldn't dismiss them. I would read them as well. That's our only space of contention, as far as that goes. You know what I mean? And also lastly, and I want to be quick, lastly, what is the alternative? Is the alternative practicing pan-Europeanism and just eating that for the rest of our lives, or just not speaking to no one about the alternative way that you could possibly exist in this world? You know what I mean? If we shut our mouths and the thinkers, the intellectual geniuses like Gas, like Coco, like the rest of the brothers, decide to say, man, I ain't trying to do that shit no more. What happens? What happens? You know what I mean? The world becomes, I feel like we'll go into darkness. You know what I mean? As if we're in there right now. There must be a few people who are willing or able to break down all the things that they know better to the regular people, to maybe convince them to think and to act in a different way. You know what I mean? And if all of them decide to shut up their mouth one day and say, man, I going for mine, man, the hell with these N words, then what happens? What happens? Like we're in a situation that we have to do it, that we have no alternative. That's the position that fortunately, I would say, some brothers would say unfortunately, that we are put into, and we gotta do it. We gotta break down things for the brother like McGee, where he could maybe tell it to someone else, simplify it, where he could tell it to someone else. We have no other alternative. That's what we are in.
I appreciate it, Untouchable. Yeah, and you're right. I mean, some of us gotta, I guess, repeat the tale. Some of us have to be the griot that repeats the tale. But I think the majority of us need to graduate at some point and definitely actually do some work. And by the way, when I said Harriet Tubman wouldn't save 10 people, Harriet Tubman wouldn't even say, if Harriet Tubman came back and dealt with the descendants of the people she saved, she couldn't get 10 people. If Harriet Tubman walk here in Brooklyn right now, where people can eat Chinese food every day and do this and that and the third, she may get her head sting off here in Brooklyn talking that talk she was talking back in the day. You understand? So that's what I meant. Real quick, guys, I want to get this real quick from you guys before we go on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. What should we do with those European drawn borders and these European constructs of African nation states? What should we do? Let me start with Gas.
I don't think there's anything we can do for now. I think it's like we live with certain fictions. You know, we tell our children there are 7 continents when Europe is not a continent.
Yeah.
Right. You know, it's just
that the other day. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just weird, and so, but we have to live with these we have to live with it. You know, it's weird. Like, race is not real, but racism is very real, right? And people were lynched, people were sterilized. You know, Tuskegee syphilis experiment. You know, Fannie Lou Hammer, this sister was, you know, they removed her womb. You know, this stuff is real. This racism is real. But what they're departing from is a fiction. They invented it. So I think, to the best that we can, I think, you know, looking at like so-called Nigeria, for example, yeah, we know there's a problem with what the white people did and what the Europeans did. But that's no excuse for a Nigerian leader to steal money and hide it over in you know, the Swiss banks, or to hide the money in Europe and, you know, not build the roads and not do the right thing for your country. There's still no excuse. So I think we have to just do the best that we can with what we're given and live in the times that we're in, and, you know, put down the philosophical, you know, or the intellectual thought process as to what those who are coming after us can read and absorb and, you know, make whatever decision with the time that they're living in. Right. So I think that's what we can do. We just have to make the best do with what we have. And so that's why when I say Garvey, I wasn't, you know, saying Garvey or these people are not good, but I'm just saying that, you know, we have to understand and contextualize the time that they were in. Just look at, for example, medicine. You know, there was years ago, if a person had any issue, they would inject mercury in your body, or they'd give you, you know, cocaine as a balm, right, or heroin in a small dose, right? And I think they said Freud was taking doses of heroin, right? That was accepted scientific practice and medical practice, but now that's not the case. So I can't bring a doctor from the 1700s today and put him. He or she would be confused, but most likely he would be probably confused as to how medicine is practiced today. So I think that's what we have to do. We just have to live with the times that we're in as best as we can, to be, like Sankara said, Burkina Faso, upstanding men and women, hold ourselves to good standards with the times that we're in, but put things down on paper and orally in our traditions so that the generation coming after us can, possibly live out the Wakanda that we all want to have.
All right, guys. Thanks for that. Bakari, what say you? Should we, what should we do with those lines drawn in Africa? Bakari, you there? Unmute your mic if you're there. All right. Maybe Bakari has a technical difficulty. Let's go to the forecast. Forecast. What should we do with those lines drawn by Europeans in Africa?
Well, I think the first thing we should do is stop saying, they're so powerful, is nothing that we could do. You know what I'm saying? Well, and also, huh?
They want to allow you, that's a common thing we hear people saying, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's a common kind of weak kind of term that a lot of people use when they think that they can't do anything, But I will say this though, stop expecting everything that's going to change tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like this system that has been built like over like hundreds of years, like throughout whatever trial and error. They have these conversations too. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they woke up one day and was like, oh, we need to do it. They took their time to, like, if you study, Germany and Hitler and them, like help come up with the bombs and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying, and NASA and all of that, you know what I'm saying. So like, I think that it's no border stopping me from talking to, just like I could talk to my brother from from another state. Like, there's no border stopping me from doing business with my brother Bawana, you know what I'm saying, even though we live in another country. And it's really up to us whether we want to do business or whether we want to like kind of think worship other people or think other ways to do it, or if we like, maybe black people is good enough and we could do business with each other and have faith in each other. You know what I'm saying? The border doesn't stop you from doing that, you know what I'm saying, from reaching across and you know what I'm saying, working together. It's just that we have a lot of tribal divisions and internal beefs, and then a lot of self-hatred, you know what I'm saying, in our community. So you know what I'm saying, it seems pretty difficult. But if you build the business that you think should be built, you know what I'm saying, like that's what you as an individual can do, and continue to pass the right mindset and not pass the trauma down, you know what I'm saying. So yeah, you can come across borders and build things for yourself, and then once you build the things that you need to build, you make your own rules and live life how you want to, you know what I'm saying. You don't necessarily have to bow down to everybody all the time. So but yeah, but I gotta get off of here though, you know what I'm saying.
I appreciate you coming through, Forecast. Thanks for your insight.
All right, bro.
All right, you guys make sure to check out and subscribe to the Forecast Radio on YouTube. One of the members of KWAZ Radio. Make sure to check out his platform. Trigger Happy 262 in the chat says that's why Pan-Africanism is important, because a revolutionary supernatural organization can dictate conflict better within the continent. There's other things he said. You guys can check out comments in the chat. Marcus McGee said, I've never even seen a map made by an African that shows how they view it. That's interesting too. Did Bakari ever come back? If not, let's go to...
I'm back.
All right, Bakari, what should we do with those lines drawn by Europeans in Africa?
Erase them. Erase them and draw your own lines the way you want to draw them. But when we draw them, when we redraw our own lines, we have to start seeing ourselves as one. That's how this world has been taken in control. Groups of people see themselves the same, but we tend to hold on to our differences instead of holding on to the similarities. Even though I'm not saying there's not going to be differences, I'd be crazy to say that. But once we erase those lines and redraw them, we're going to have to look past the differences and hold on to the similarities to make sure the lines is never erased by another group of people and redrawn. That's my take. I hear that, Mike.
I appreciate it. Bueno, what say you?
I would possibly like how do you Europeans do it and have a conversation to decide how would Africa would look like. Because if we were to use the so-called might makes right strategy, then what would happen is Nigeria would probably own the majority of the land space in Africa. Then after that, they would probably stop at South Africa because they have the military capability of defending themselves, and then they would stop at North Africa. So that might make right strategy wouldn't necessarily do. I would think that they would probably have to sit down. We would have to sit down and discuss how we would want to go about as far in terms of the leadership. Because in my view, I would want to I would want to brush out all them African leaders, to be honest with you. I would want to brush all of them, and start all over again, and then have inclusive of that, us in the West being a part of that landmass, if I had my way. But I know I'm not gonna have my way. So I would just to do it in a civil way, whatever you want to call it, what civil to mean. I would probably want to sit down at the table and try to discuss how we would want to go about seeing in terms of the ethnic groups that exist, to see how we'd want to structure a new continental Africa, because the might make right strategy is going to lead to a lot of unfairness and inequalities, and unfairness exists in the world. That's just what it is. But I know that if we use the might make right strategy, as they did in the Berlin's conference, the people who would control Africa would probably be the majority would be Nigerians. I know Gas don't like to use that term, but and South Africans and then North Africans, and I don't think that would necessarily be workable. So I would just try to see if I could get some consensus going in terms of what Africa would look like.
All right, last comment is Trigapi saying we need to study the Senegal and Gambia. They combined in the past before, but it failed. Why did it fail? Should be the question before we start combining countries. I mean, Nyerere joined two countries up. That's still going. So it's doable. I appreciate that. Good conversation. Great conversation on that prompt. But let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 4 for time's sake. Shooter Breeze topic number 4 says, is there validity in her words outside the American point of view? What is the solution? So let's see what this link that's attached takes us to. It takes us to YouTube. Let's check out the video and then chat.
It's evolved. And the plantation is still alive and well. And it survives on silence. So we're not allowed to complain about the things which really ail us. Especially us, Black women and children, we don't get to complain about what really ails us. And especially if it's internal, we can't speak, because then we're seen as trying to bring down the Black man.
I want to talk about your song from your new album, Silence. You have a line which says, plantation survives on silence. Please elaborate on the message you were trying to convey with this lyric.
Well, we like to tell ourselves so we're free now, and we celebrate things like emancipation and independence where we don't have. But slavery never ended. It just evolved. And the plantation is still alive and well. And it survives on silence. So we're not allowed to complain about the things which really ail us. Especially us, Black women and children, we don't get to complain about what really ails us. And especially if it's internal, we can't speak, because then we're seen as trying to bring down the Black man. When the Black man hurt us, we can only speak about the white enemy. We're not allowed to speak about the Black abuser. When a Black man does something when he's young, them say, oh, he has his whole future ahead of him. You're really going to put this on him. This is going to blight his future. And then him grow a little bit more, and you want to talk about him. Remember, the victim is there suffering, This person also have a future ahead of them, which has been destroyed. And now them want to talk. No, you can't talk, because he's in college now. And this is still his future you're going to mess with. All right? You try to talk later. Oh my God, the man I get married. You can't believe you're going to really do that to your family. Oh no, you can't speak. Him have kids. No, why you think this are gonna do to him kids? And then him dead. And you try talk and be like, oh my God, have you no respect for the dead? So when can we speak? And this is why the plantation survives. The slavery will never end. We are still being mauled. We're still being sexually assaulted. We're being abused in every shape and form. We're being victimized. They might take away things them from we. You know? Them are we pimp. Them have we are hook out. And we can't talk. We have on muzzle. Every single last one we have on muzzle. Some of we have on some diamonds on it. So we think we're more special, but we're muzzled. And we haven't learned to fight for each other's right to speak. Some of we talk and the rest of we try shut you up. Remember one time some survivors called some names and one of the bossy slave them get up and say, them are some all crosses. Imagine I call the good man name. The good man rapes mad, you know. All crosses. And so the plantation survives because we can't talk. A little boy will get molested, he can't talk. Remember, you know, he might go get ostracized and oh God, film stigma go even bigger than Philly. Little boys, if any day we pull the bung there, you know, Jamaica was showing, you know, that the dab their hold back a lot if the little boys ever start talking. So this human farm keeps going because the culture of silence protects it.
Well, let me hear you say mountain, mountain, mountain.
Sorry about that. I will say this. I'll keep it short. Two things can be true at the same time. I'll leave it at that. I'm curious to hear what you guys have to say. Gasdemup, what did you hear there? Is there validity in her words outside the American point of view? And what is the solution?
Yeah, I think that there are, you know, women who are and children who suffer abuse, but I think that's a failure of the state and a failure of the community. You know, she reminds me of these, you know, new age women. I'd be shocked if she has a husband. You know, I'm not convinced of the black man as the abuser hypothesis or argument, but you know, what do I know? I think that yeah, I'm like I said, I'm just not convinced by that. You know, everybody has the same story. You know, and then yeah, there are women who go through terrible things, and I think, like I said, it's a failure of the community, and it's a failure of the state as a whole. But you know, when we talk about the community failing, we can't have sacred cows, and I think a lot of times we end up with sacred cows that we can't touch. And more importantly, we're not ready to understand that, you know, part of the community having protection means that the community has to have control. And a lot of times people don't like that. So that would mean, you know, if you do something wrong, the community will have a say in your individual behavior, and people aren't prepared for that. So, yeah, no, not to dismiss the legitimate things that she's talked about. There's a lot of abuse that goes on, and I think it should be addressed. But I'm just always very cautious when they present it like it's the evil black man thing. The black women of today are just so good at presenting that narrative.
You guys make sure to check out Kansan African Mind. Gas was on there this week. It was Gasdemup versus the women. And there's a segment where Gasdemup has a similar conversation to how he responded to the prompt just now. That I think folks should really listen to. The idea that the black man had this power to dominate as women. That's something I think that's a talking point we have to discuss fully. By the way, I want to shout out Trigger Happy 262. Since earlier, one of those prompts he put up earlier, the one with Malcolm X, I think he called it like the enemy analysis or something. That's a good example of a subject that we should bring back weekly: beauty standards, enemy analysis, media analysis, etc. So I just want to point that out to Trigger Happy 262. Bakari dropped off. Buana, is there validity in her words outside the American point of view? And if so, what is the solution? Buana, we can't hear you.
Man, come on, sister. Anyways, I would say that I am careful with this. I am very careful with this because I know that I've heard them say that we have a rape culture. That's what I've heard. And I've all heard that too for Jamaica. And I'm wondering to myself, where's the Bahamians who practice this rape culture? I mean, I don't know where they exist. Rapists practice rape culture. I'm not a rapist. You know, I'm not a rapist. So I don't want to be blanketed with that term when there are people, elements that exist within my society who do these kinds of things, not only to women or to children, even to boys as well. You know what I mean? And then they blanket this whole thing, put it on men and say it's a culture of the Bahamian society or the men in the Bahamian society. Whoa, I'm like, hold on. Don't label me with that term if I am not guilty of that. And I'm sure that the Jamaicans would feel the same way. There are scumbags that exist, rapists that exist in different elements of these men that exist in many different societies. But don't just put that blanketed term on all men. So I am leery when women come with these terms, these blanketed terms, and then put it off on black men as if this is how we behave in general. You know what I mean? Don't take the specific, and when I say specific, I'm talking about very small numbers based on the experiences of women, some women, and then put it off on the whole society. I'm very leery of that, and I am very careful with that. So I have a problem with people empowered to create these kinds of arguments and discussions and make it seem monsters. We are monsters. And I'm not trying to dismiss the fact that these things do occur in society, in our society, as well as other societies as well. But I just don't I want the feminine very specific with their arguments in terms of their personal experiences, and don't blanket me or people like me with that term and idea. Don't put that in the minds of the world or people who may be viewing the Caribbean in a particular way. So I am very careful with that. As far as the solution is concerned, I have a zero tolerance policy for it. And I hope that my sisters or people who I even care about don't bring these kinds of issues to me, because like I say in the last discussion about these kinds of matters, there is no law, no man-made law that would stop me from doing what I need to do if someone who I care about was to come to me with in terms of these kinds of issues. And I think that I would not necessarily want to put my sisters or mothers or cousins or whatever in that position, because they know full well that I am not beyond. I would gladly go and receive a 30-year jail sentence if I was to know this was to happen to them. Gladly. You know, so that's my solution. But I know the state doesn't see it that way. The state give a man like 30, 10 years, etc., etc., etc. I don't see it that way. I think that you should void if you was to commit killer act, even especially on girls and boys as well. And boys as well. You know, they shouldn't be breathing. That's my solution. But I know that's not the state's solution. I'm hoping that these kinds of issues never arise in my particular situation. But that's my solution to the issue. There should be a zero tolerance policy on it because there's no reason for it. You shouldn't be messing with little girls, pubescent girls, or little boys, or even grown women. You know what I mean? It's too much women out here for you to have to force yourself on a woman. There's too many women out here who are willing, But I take a zero tolerance approach to it. But I am very careful when you have these blanketed arguments of rape culture in terms of the Caribbean society. But that's my particular perspective on it.
I appreciate that, Untouchable. In the chat, Trigapi262 said, this is why state seizure is important. When you do that, you can simply ban rape and whatnot, full stop. Wouldn't even have a discussion. Earlier, Ketter said, I don't want to relativize her words. There is abuse within our society, but the black man as some form of monster roaming his community isn't true. And that sums up what I meant by, two things can be true. There could be some abuses going on, but please don't equate us with the guy who designed and continues to design the major abuses of the world right now, right? Kenna then says she places black men in the same category as white men. I agree. Trigger Happy 262 says, knowing how feminists argue, they will make the argument that just because you aren't a rapist doesn't mean you are complicit of rape. I think that's a load of horse shit, but that's how they argue. He says, this is why, and I said this before, this is why state seizure is important. When you do that, you can simply ban rape and whatnot, full stop. Wouldn't even have to be a discussion. With all of that said, let's welcome in observing immigrants. Marcus Garvey is away from the chat. How are you this week?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. So, you know the prompt. What say you to all of this in the prompt, as well as what you heard from the panelists?
Okay. Well, Gasdemup said she's not married. That's correct. She's not married. I think that her comments were
How
made
did I know?
because, yeah, but I think her comments were made because I think it was earlier this year that she revealed that she was raped at 17 years old by a famous Jamaican artist, but she never told the name. So I think she's speaking as a victim, and then she wrote a song about it because, again, the interviewer asked her in response to lyrics in her songs, because I don't know if anybody knows, she's Tanya Stevens, a Jamaican singer. I don't know if anybody else knew that. Anyway, in the sense of her point of view, I think that one of the issues I keep hearing is that when issues are brought up in the community, people want to take it personally and then ignore the situations that these things occur. So, like, I've spoken to women in women's shelter. A lot of those women were abused. A lot of the women's shelter had a lot of black women, more so than I saw white women or Hispanics or Asian women. But a lot of them were black women, and some of the stories were horrific. And a lot of them, almost all of them, were at the hands of black men. I met a Latino girl. She was a lesbian. Her horror story, in terms of relationship wise, was at the hands of a black woman who was a lesbian. I mean, she was a lesbian. Family wise, I have a cousin who was molested by her stepfather. And when I spoke to his cousin, he's like, oh, this is something that happens. Their whole family is known for that. Yeah, they're a wealthy family from Beckway, but everybody, all the males in their family are known for molesting kids. And he went on to say, well, oh, some of them like boys and some of them like girls. So the fact is, yes, it may not be a prevalent thing among all men, but it exists. And then, I asked, well, what is the solution? So after everyone's being made it clear that they're offended by not being blanketed by the statement, again, now what is the solution? Because after your offense, what do you say to the ones who do it? What is the solution to the ones who do it? Because again, I'm saying out of away from an American point of view, because it happens in the Caribbean. I don't know if it happens in Africa as much, but for sure it happens in the Caribbean. We know it happens in America for sure, but it happens. Then these little girls and little boys grow up to become dysfunctional adults who then you talk about not being able to function properly in a adult relationship. Yeah, because I can tell you that my cousin who was molested by a stepfather, she's got, I want to say four or five sons, each from a different man. Yeah, she's been promiscuous she was pregnant by 16. Yeah, because her stepfather was smart. He molested her, but he made sure that he got a vasectomy because to him it was more shameful to be to get her pregnant. Yeah. So he found more shame in getting her pregnant than the fact of what he was doing to her from age 8 to 16. So you have women with trauma. As men, you know this happens because I don't even think men trust men around their children. So as men, what would the solution be? Because you have to look to the men for the solutions, right? Because if a
No,
woman, you
wrong.
don't look to men for the solutions. Okay,
Nope.
what do you do?
Independent women solve your own problems. Don't come to me.
But how
Don't
about
come
the
to me
women
now
who are
that the
not
barn is
independent?
burning.
How about the women who are not independent? What if it was your sister or your aunt or something?
See,
Then
they
what?
all independent. Listen, look, listen. At the end of the day, if the barn is burning, you can't come to me when the barn is burning. That means that if you wanted my solution, most of these women would have probably been under male jurisdiction and authority early on.
But what
If
if
you
that
look
male
around,
jurisdiction is abusing them
and that's why I said it's
sexually?
a failure. That's why I said it's a failure of the community. That's why I said it's a failure of the state. And that's why I said earlier in the last prompt that we need to reconsider the nation state because the silence that she's talking about. These are things that um, historically black people we didn't do these types of abuses to each other, right? These are all Muzungu practices for the most part.
And I
Um,
agree with that. But
so
then
so
it exists in our community. Now what?
Okay, so that's why I said it's going to take men and women
Mhm.
having stronger extended families and so-called nuclear families where both everybody is watching the children's safety is a priority, and there are no sacred cows. So if heaven forbid, my brother or me shoot me in the head, there is no sacred cow. If I'm stupid and useless enough to do something that crosses the line of decency and honor, shoot me in the head, get me out of here. There are no sacred cows. There's no, I'm going to make an excuse for this person. No. Problem is, we have sacred cows. And the other problem is, in a lot of these communities, quite often, the person or the people who are doing these things, not always, but quite often, are people who have access to power. So they have money, they have resources, they have things, or they connect somebody. So we all cover up for these people. These things happen in Africa, where you see, house girls might be sexually abused. You hear stories. These things are happening, and people are being taken advantage of because historically, you could go to your community and your local, village associations or group associations and voice your issues as to what happened to you, and people will stand up and fight on your behalf. But you know, we live in a society where for a pair of Jordans and some money, everybody will turn their face and look the other way. But I'm just saying that I'm not a believer of this. Oh, look to the men for solutions. No, if the women want male solutions, that means they have to be prepared to be under male authority and jurisdiction, and they don't want that.
Okay, you just said that the community knows this happens and turns a blind eye. Who runs the communities? And okay, so you're saying that so far the solution is turn a blind eye. Again, my question is, so what is the solution? Because turning a blind eye hasn't stopped it. All you have
I
now
didn't
is a
say turn a
generation
blind
of
eye.
more men in dresses.
I never said that.
You
I never
literally
said
just said
turn a
it.
blind eye. Where did you hear
You
that?
literally just said it. You just said that the
I didn't
community
say
turns
that.
a blind eye. You said the community turns a blind eye. And I'm
No,
saying
I said the person with power, because they are able to throw resources around. I never said that's the solution.
No, I never said you said that solution. I'm saying that that's what the community is using as the solution. I'm saying, well, since that's
But
being
that's
used
not a
as the
solution. That's a
solution,
band-aid.
okay, okay, but I'm saying that that's what they have chosen as the solution. So I'm saying, since that is what they have chosen, then what should the solution be?
Again, okay, I don't know
So I
Jamaica
would
too well.
say
Are the yeah? Go ahead, bro.
the
You're in the matrix
yeah,
there,
I
Buana.
would say the solution in very. Oh shit! I don't know. I don't know. I'm back in.
No, go ahead now. Go ahead now.
I'll go and come back in. How about that? Yeah, I would make the penalty for committing these kinds of acts so heinous that someone who would to be charged and convicted for this particular kind of crime to be so heinous that they would not want to commit these kinds of crimes. And like I say, I take a zero tolerance approach to it, because there have been several people within my community and people who are in power and authoritative position who have taken advantage of young girls. You know, some of them, and it's weird because the prisoners, the people in prison, will exact more so-called what I consider to be more justice than the so-called legal system. And there would be no lens that I would go once it is proven in evidence that these people, these kinds, whether using their authority or using their relationship to harm and molest vulnerable people, that I would go to exact what I believe would to be justice for these kinds of people. Action itself, death, you know, because there is no reason, and I'm talking about women and men, by the way, because there are women within our community who commit these kinds of acts on young boys as well. Because this is not necessarily only a male crime, even though majority of men commit these kinds of crimes. But there will be no lengths that I would not take to ensure that these kinds of things happen again. And what is best, I believe, for a molester or a person who takes advantage of people is death. You can't come back to molest somebody else if you're dead. So I'm an extremist of these kinds of things because there's no reason to do it. And when I say that, that should be applied to male and female, because I see in the results now, you see in a lot of these, what I believe is the consequence of it. What I believe is the consequence of these abuses is a lot of the young women are trading south because within their genders they become confused. You know, nothing like when a man on a boy treating the boy as if he's a woman. Now he goes through life thinking he's a woman, and you see that play out in society. Or a grown man abuses a girl and she doesn't want that to happen to her again. So she takes on the characteristics of a man. And, well, this is the best way for me not to be abused anymore. And now change. And society is twisted and perverted. So I like I say, I take these things very seriously, and I have a zero tolerance approach to it. So maybe you don't want to ask a so-called barbarian like me, because I'm an extremist with that kind of thing. I have sisters and I have nieces and nephews. Like I say, there is no law that exists on the book, and I do nephews as well. There are no laws that exist on the book that would prevent me from exacting my form of justice on an individual like that.
Untouchable stopped unexpectedly. Trigger Happy 262 in the chat says, I want to minimize what Marcus Garvey is the way it's saying, because again, two things can be true, but what area were you in? It could simply be a matter of composition. The area is just black, and because it's black, you aren't seeing other women in there. Afro-Native World, shout out to Afro-Native World. He sent me some nice information earlier today in terms of African-centered curriculum. I'll be exploring that just to respond to Afro-Native World. I'll be exploring that and reaching out to that person as well to have a chat. He says Muta talks about it all the time, community gone. Ketter says most crime is committed through lack of resources. These girls are usually low-hanging fruit for men who haven't been taught that having power is the only way to be a man. Ketter says capitalism, with its artificial scarcity concept, drives people into becoming beasts. We need to change our ground thoughts about our economical system. Observing immigrants, this was your prompt. You want to add a last word?
Yeah, I just want to quickly say this, Koku, because, for example, when I talk about community, I'll never forget, I went to my grandfather's village. This was in 2001. And so when I went with my grandfather and my mom, this is in Nigeria, and there was a friend of his, and he was asking about his friend, and he said, "Oh, where's this man?" And they quickly said, "Oh, yeah, we threw him in the evil forest." He said, "Oh, what happened?" He said, "Yeah, he slept with his daughter." And my grandfather said, "He did? Damn. Well, okay." And that was the end. Never brought him up again, right? So the community, basically, you don't exist anymore. You committed a taboo, so excuse me, egregious. You know, they don't want you anymore. So I think we need to get back to that. But how are we going to do that in the West?
Interesting. Observing immigrants.
Yeah, one of the initial statements that was made after watching the video was that yeah, Europeans are known for this stuff, and yes, I know they are. You know, I've heard stories of white men sleeping with their kids. Yeah, I just watched a video on YouTube where the father, when his daughter was born, got an erection holding her, and I'm like, how does that even logically work out? He knew from the time she was born that he was gonna molest her. And but it was a story on YouTube about Mormons, and they were members of the Mormon church, and the mother came in and caught him molesting the daughter, and it happened for years and all this stuff, and you know the daughter is now grown and traumatized. So yes, we know Europeans have done it. With that said, our people have been exposed to these people for so long that we have, you know, I consider Europeans a virus, and we as a people, a colonized people, are infected by this virus. So even though they are known for doing it, and yes, we imitate almost everything they do, and I kind of feel like every delinquent thing that Europeans do, we try to do it better. um we still have to address the fact that our people are doing it. Kids are being violated. Hell, adults are being violated. And again, you know, my thing is, we
So
can't.
what's your solution?
My solution is that we have to train our sons not to do this. You know, my two sons, my two teenage sons, was watching the video with the that I was telling you about, with the Mormons and the man molesting his daughter and stuff like that. You know, I speak to my sons plainly. I tell them, you know, that behavior is not acceptable. You know, for me, if I found out that my sons was doing that, I would not ask too many questions. I would deal with the situation. Yeah. I also understand, you know, like my husband. I told my husband when our daughter was born, I said to him plainly, I said, if I ever find out that you molested any of our children, and at that time you only had one child, I said, I would kill you. I said, I'm telling you that now, and I'm telling you in plain English, so that when you realize you're dying, you would know what happened. You know, so I made it plain. I made it plain to myself that I was gonna be one of these mothers who heard their children was being molested and be like, "Oh, she's lying. You know, she wants attention, all that stuff." Nah, I'm gonna deal with it then and there. You know, one way or the other, you're gonna, go missing or
But
what.
why do we always put the narrative towards men? Because this is the funniest part, right? Like
Well, I can tell you
when
something. I
when
never
Yeah,
knew
but
that women
Barbados is not
molested.
only a
I
male
never
crime.
knew that.
It's not.
Yeah, I never
wait,
knew
wait, hold
women
on.
molested children until I came to America. I
Okay, wait,
never
let me give you an
heard that women
example.
molested children.
Hold on. Let me give you an example of what I mean.
Hmm.
Like Warner said, if you go to any prison for the most part around the world, if you're a man who is a rapist or a pedophile, you're pretty much gonna die. If they catch you, they'll kill you, right? But a woman who drowns her children, kills her kids, women in prison don't even bother them. They're like, "Oh, sister, you killed the kids on Thursday? Oh, I understand the chicken was cold. I feel pity for you and compassion." So it's just like, no disrespect to you, but it's like, miss me with all this, you know, the man, the yeah, men for the most part. if we find out that this is what you do, no man high fives you. You're gonna probably get killed. There's some guys who will get that angry. But my beef is y'all women don't police yourselves either. There's a lot of women who not just sexually abusing, they're physically abusing their children, doing all kind of things to their kids. I sent Buana Hagaziki a video of a mother who was shouting at her daughters on a talk show. Big old lady. She's been abusing them girls since forever. Buana, if you remember that. And ain't nobody checking that lady. So I'm just saying, like, I'm not talking about your relationship. I don't know, but personally, if a woman told me what you said, I'd be like, oh, that's the end of the marriage because you don't need to tell me that. I should know that off front because I wouldn't look to tell my wife that. But hey, like I said, I'm not talking about you and your husband's situation. I'm not trying to get in your personal life, but I'm just saying, like, I just find it interesting that we always just quick to blame men, and it's like, nah, this is a societal
I
problem.
agree.
I mean, we have Epstein Island,
Women
right?
are abusive.
Look at the lady who was
Yes,
with Epstein.
women are abusive.
Guana, she's in a prison right now. What's the lady's name that was with Epstein? She's in a prison, in a low security prison,
Forget her name.
doing yoga. Yeah, she's doing yoga.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine Maxwell, she's in a low security prison doing yoga. And she was bringing them girls and them little boys to that island doing all. Yeah, come on, man. And they high fiving her. No, none of the female prisoners is stabbing her up, but they broke Epstein's neck in jail.
I agree, and also let me and it's not to but let me just also say, let me just to make this argument fair. Jill Maxwell also participated. She was complicit, as there are many women who know their partners are molesting their children and say nothing about it. What should be done to them as well? See the conversation is because on Mother's Day we bring them flowers and candy and things like that. But there are mothers that exist in our society that are complicit. They know these things are going on and they say or do nothing about it. Why? Because they don't want the relationship to break down.
Yeah, and I agree
these kinds of
because
discussions are not high as well.
I agree because my same cousin, I could never understand how I was in a completely other country and I knew of her abuse. And I was like, how her mother under the same roof didn't know? Like, how did all the other relatives in the family know, but the mother under the roof didn't know? But you see, the husband was abusing her, physically abusing her to the point that she ran away to England. And she left her. Now that was his stepdaughter. She left her daughter at the house with him. So he took the opportunity, So she was being abused one way and then left her daughter to be abused in another way. So she knew. And for all the years she knew. And I can't understand how my cousin still speaks to her mother. And it's all the religion thing. She's like, oh, God has brought her through all this nonsense and blah 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 blah. And she still talks to her stepdad. I told her if it was me, I would learn to drive just to run him over. But she still talks to him on a cordial level. I'm like, so women, yes, are complicit. And what should be the solution to those women? I think the same thing. But I don't agree with Gasdemup in terms of, women are in prison, high-fiving one another, and that men who know of molestation are killing one another. I don't know, because like in my country, Barbados is full of a lot of homosexuals, and I don't think that a man molesting a child or whether male or female is being seen as a negative thing. I don't even think it's addressed because I
You're
think
kind of answering your own question though.
I think homosexuality is part of our culture. What happened?
I think you're kind of answering that question. It's
is?
not. They're not dealing with it, and this is why when black men say, we got to get this LGBTQ shit up out of the community, this is the reason why. These LGBTQ guys, they ain't really going to deal with it because the truth is most of these LGBTQ black men and women too, they were created from molestation by other pedophiles and whatnot. Like people don't talk about the grooming that goes on in that
Exactly.
life.
I agree.
You know? Yeah, Bwana Hakaziki, there's a joke up here in the States that 50% of Bayesian men are gay. And if you see a pair of twins, a set of twins, one of the two had to be gay. So that's a kind of a little joke we had.
Well, I like to say 99.9%, and the 1% are the ones that ain't born yet.
ATNO says if they stopped the men, the women wouldn't have to be quiet. Why is it when men's atrocities are brought up, it's the woman to blame? Women are complicit, but men are mostly the perpetrators. So that's something I'll throw back to the chat in a minute. Trigger happy.
That's because mothers raise sons.
Trigger happy 262 plus says I remember watching a Kaba Kameen video on rites of passage. He explained that African societies did rites of passage so they can remove the mind out of the penis for men and the mind out of the heart for women, all transferred to the brain. I understand why we did that. Women are social creatures. We have to make them a little mean sometimes and men less horny. Anyone else wanted to add a last word here? All right. That was a great discussion again. So if you guys in the chat appreciated that discussion, drop a fire emoji for me. Shoot the breeze topic number 6. By the way, shout out to Real Black Gentleman. I thought I saw him here earlier, and I think I saw Jay Bronze in the chat earlier too. So shout out to all those guys. Shoot the breeze topic number 5. Does he have a point, or is he being a baby? This comes with a link that takes us to Twitter. I hope it's not a long thing here. The video, the comments are expressly disappointing and concerning. I feel like there's a lot to unpack here. So this is a tweet from Mech.23. Let's play the video, then we'll discuss it.
I'm a nigga, all right? So, say I got an acne breakout. My man point that out. Now he pointed out an insecurity, cracked the joke, was actually funny. Now everybody at the table is laughing. Now I'm insecure and I'm embarrassed. But I'm a man. I'm a boy. All right. I'm a nigga. All right. So I'm not just finna let this nigga think that he just bitched me, that I'm in my feelings over a joke. I'm gonna just retaliate with another joke. And you see how the cycle continues. Because you don't want to look like you can't take a joke, all you do is retaliate with another joke. But when you leave that table and you go home, you thinking about what he said, like, is my acne really? Do I really have a pizza face? You really start questioning yourself based off of a joke from your mans. And the only thing that made him crack that joke on you is because he's insecure in himself. The only thing that made you retaliate was because you're insecure in yourself. It takes so much mental fortitude to actually not be a victim of this. Niggas watching this are gonna brush this off and think they're not a victim. No, I promise you, 98% of niggas are victims of this. Like, I literally watched my mans, bruh. In high school, sophomore year, point out a girl, he'll go up and go smack, and he'll bag her too. Now, he done put on a little weight, but the men he always with his 2 men. They always cracking jokes on the weight he put on. Now he has zero confidence to go up and talk to him. This nigga look the exact same in the face. He's more mature. A girl is gonna fuck with him more now than who he used to be. But because he is always getting torn down and joked on, and he knows that, all right, it's actually kind of true, I have put on weight, now you're insecure, all because of your men. These niggas that you love are tearing down your mental fortitude, but they don't even know that's what they're doing. It's not just words, it's not just jokes. All right, every every joke got a little bit of truth to it. The best jokes got a little bit of truth. So when they say that, it's coming from a real place. That's why they are laughing, because they know it's actually true a little bit. And that shit just pierces the ego. All right, it's beating down your mental fortitude.
Again, I'll say two things can be true. I want to play it again, just so everyone gets the the full gist of it. There's only a 2-minute 20-second video. I'll play it one more time and then we'll discuss it.
Say I got a acne break. My man point that out. Now he pointed out an insecurity, cracked a joke. It was actually funny. Now everybody at the table is laughing. Now I'm insecure and I'm embarrassed. But I'm a man. I'm a boy. All right. I'm a nigga. All right. So I'm not just finna let this nigga think that he just bitched me, that I'm in my feelings over a joke. I'm gonna just retaliate with another joke. And you see how the cycle continues. Because you don't want to look like you can't take a joke, all you do is retaliate with another joke. But when you leave that table and you go home, you thinking about what he said, like, is my acne really? Do I really have a piece of face? You really start questioning yourself based off of a joke from your mans. And the only thing that made him crack that joke on you is because he's insecure in himself. The only thing that made you retaliate was because you're insecure in yourself. It takes so much mental fortitude to actually not be a victim of this. Niggas watching this are gonna brush this off and think they're not a victim. No, I promise you, 98% of niggas are victims of this. Like, I literally watched my mans, bruh. In high school, sophomore year, point out a girl, he'll go up and go smack, and he'll bag her too. Now, he done put on a little weight, but the men he always with his two men. They always cracking jokes on the weight he put on. Now he has zero confidence to go up and talk to him. This nigga look the exact same in the face. He's more mature. A girl is gonna fuck with him more now than who he used to be. But because he is always getting torn down and joked on, and he knows that, all right, it's actually kind of true, I have put on weight. Now you're insecure, all because of your men. These niggas that you love are tearing down your mental fortitude, but they don't even know that's what they're doing. It's not just words, it's not just jokes. All right, every every joke got a little bit of truth to it. The best jokes got a little bit of truth. So when they say that, it's coming from a real place. That's why they are laughing, because they know it's actually true a little bit. And that shit just pierces the ego. All right, it's beating down your mental fortitude.
Okay, like I said before, I think two things can be true. I think there's a healthy amount of ribbon you should take in your youth, but I do believe that this goes back to what we talked about. I think it was a week or maybe 2 weeks, but I think it was last week, that decorum thing. There's a point where you gotta also raise people up who have some decorum. Okay, you threw your 2 jabs in, now let's leave it alone. Let's not beat a dead horse type thing. Let's not overdo it. So I think it's two things can be true. Let me go to Gasdemup. Gasdemup, does he have a point, or is he being a baby?
I think this is, shout out to Jose. Me and Jose, we talk about this all the time. These are the men, you could tell, these young boys who they're mama's boys. Their mothers raised them. I always say all the time, none of us are our father's sons. Most of us are our mother's boys. These guys don't know how to be men. Personally, I personally don't understand the excessive joking, because ain't shit that funny, just personally, right? And typically, I really don't like to joke at another man's expense when there's women around. I'm just being honest. Typically, I may have done it a couple of times, but typically, I don't like to do that. And
yeah, we've seen your handiwork, man. Go ahead.
No, yeah, listen, look, but in my defense, I've also, stopped some women from saying certain things about some men on certain platforms, because I knew where they were going, because I'm not here to watch any man get teared down or torn down. And I think these are just feminine behaviors. They learn this from their mamas. They watch how their mamas and their aunties are fake and phony around each other. And so, they grew up doing the same thing. That's why they go to clubs and kill themselves and shoot each other dead, because they don't know how to conduct themselves like men. And it's just this endless peacocking and stunning on each other. That's why they're doing it. And again, they quite often they do this in front of. It's one thing if you have a group of men and we're all ribbing each other amongst ourselves, We're cracking jokes amongst ourselves, like you said, to build, that ability to build that mental psyche when things are tough. You can laugh in the face, um, have a little bit of self deprecation or self depreciating humor. That's one thing amongst fellas, but a lot of times you see it. You see it in with the way celebrities treat themselves. There's one where Jamie Foxx was at a roast, and there was another comedian at the roast, and Jamie Foxx just obliterates this guy, right? And his career was never the same ever since.
Yeah, real
And
bad. Yeah.
yeah, and they're laughing, ha, ha, ha. These are women, and that's why I don't like that industry. I don't want none of their fame. I don't want their success because, like, these people are sick people, man. Like, they'll take delight in just tearing you down and tell you, yeah, man, it's the industry, baby, it's life, ha. I just can't see it, Especially, like I said, when women come around, I hate any. Let me not say that I hate, but whenever I see a man start trying to insult other men, and I've been on platforms where they do it all the time. When the women come around, they're like, "Oh, gosh, let's hear the women talk. Go ahead, sister." It's like, yeah, you sound like a freaking, it. You sound like a tampon. You just kill yourself. It's disgusting. But I don't know. I'm just tired of men. Just it's sick. Stop insulting other men in front, especially in front of women. Especially in front of women, because these are the same guys that curse you out and say you a bum and you this. They don't help no other man. And when they do help another man, you better watch your bottom because they want to take you out.
Acne breakout, my man.
When they want to help you out, you better watch your bottom because then they want to take you to lunch or they want you to go party with them so you can drink cocktails and things like that. You got to be careful. No disrespect to anybody, right? But I'm just saying. But this is a problem, and I see it all the time as an educator. You see these single mother young men. This how they treat each other. So I'll stop. I don't want to ramble, but yeah.
It's funny. I was also thinking that too. Something you said, I think I connected a little differently. But funny enough, those responses tend to come from both of the responses tend to come from too much femininity around these fellas. You get a couple of jokes cracked on you, and I ran in front of a girl. In fact, when I was in college, we kind of had to create a rule of like, yo, man, when a man, woman around, don't be cracking those jokes because we know, because all of us were Caribbean, we know that could be a killing streak, right? But at the same time, the men who don't even get the real hard licks, but they all upset and whiny and all this type of shit. They also get that from, I believe, and for what I've seen, often from the women that they're around too. Like there's a group of men who tend to respond like their mama and them do, or like the women around them do. Kanye West is a big one of these kind of guys. So I like I said, I think he has a point, and I think Gas kind of does a good job of kind of illustrating when it's acceptable, when it goes too far, when your response is bitch made, etc. like that. So I appreciate what Gas had to say about it. Juana, what say you?
I think it's interesting that how this man introduced. First, let me say this: I see two different things going on here. The first thing I saw is how this man introduced himself, and we talked about wearing different hats as far as Malcolm X was concerned, and I found it interesting how he introduced himself. He said, "I'm a man." He said, "I'm a boy," and then he said, "I'm an N-word." And then he settled with that and talked in terms of being an N-word, not in terms of being a boy, not in terms of being a man. I found that interesting. It's just interesting the psychological evaluations we make in our mind as Black men. That's interesting. Needless to say, I think that this whole idea of roasting, for me, it was a rites of passage going on, because for me, it's a way that young men, Black men in particular, develop a sense of thick skin You know what I mean? Because either you won't get in every fight in the world because a man say something crazy or something that you don't like, or you gonna develop a thick skin because you want to get your own opinion about the world. Say, well, you think I have a big nose or you think I have big teeth, man, but I think I have lovely teeth. You know what I mean? It's a way of getting your own opinion about the world and dealing with your own insecurities, because the world is gonna treat you worse. In particular, I feel like it's like almost like a defensive mechanism based on the system that we live within, and it teaches us on a psychological level. Hello,
Can I
can you
interject
hear
real
me?
quickly? Yeah, I can
Can
hear
you hear
you.
me?
I
Oh,
just want to
sure,
interject
sure.
real
Go ahead,
quick.
brother. Yes, go ahead.
No, wait right there. It's just quick. I just want to say that, people say that, right? That roasting and stuff prepares you for the world. There's no part of the, especially professional or adult world, where a gaggle of fellas is just starting up roasting me. Like, that's never the case. That hasn't been the case since I was probably a high school student in CI. Like, that's never
I'm
the
glad
case.
you mentioned.
Go ahead.
I'm glad you mentioned that. It's not gonna happen in that way. You as a professional person, when you go into these professional arenas, just as everyone else, they're not gonna roast you in groups like that, right? Directly. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna question your level of professionalism as if you don't have the same capabilities as these white guys out here. As if you ain't going to the same schools, as if you ain't develop the skill set that you are under right now. So they're gonna try to question and undermine it. But you haven't been to this foray. You understand that you have the abilities. You have a sense of self and you have your own opinions about the world. So it's almost like developing a thick skin because they are gonna question your level of professionalism.
But
Even the students will do it. You know what I mean? They can say, "Well, is he really a professor?" You know what I mean? It's like, what are you talking about? I've earned these kinds of titles, and I've earned the ability to do these kinds. They're gonna always question these things.
But Buana,
Yes, sir.
Buana,
Yes.
what I'm trying to get at is, why then not, instead of dealing in the low vibrational roasting, why don't we create a culture that then, if you're going to roast someone, how about roast them on the understanding of Pythagoras' theorem and the application of that theorem? How about roast them on? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Like I say, you and Gas, y'all are running ahead, because yes, in a right world, in a world that is built on a foundation of justice and merit and all these other things, yes, we should roast each other on these kinds of terms. But we talking about the level we are right now. These street dudes, they don't read books like we do. You know what I mean? So
Wanna just say the truth. Pythagoras ain't gonna get you no pussy.
they only gonna,
and that's the only reason why they're roasting, because they do it 90% of the time in front of women. It's a way of putting down.
They probably never heard of Pythagoras, but we are dealing with on the level of brothers who ain't schooled like how we would like them to be, to question them on these kinds of matters. So they only gonna use.
Shouldn't our discussions be on the level of what we are and what we're trying to see?
Our discussions, because we talk at a very academic level. A very academic level. Your brothers do. I don't talk at academic level. Your brothers talk at a very academic level, but to the level of the regular person on the street, they're gonna talk on the level of what, in terms of the things that they understand. And I feel like it's a defensive mechanism, because the world gonna tell them they're a bunch of shit and they're worth nothing. And I think that this is a mechanism to develop, I believe, to develop thick skin. You know what I mean? Thick skin, because you have to.
But why do they have to always do it in front of women? That's the one thing, like I said, I noticed that even on other panels and platforms, as soon as the women come around, That's when the jokes come out, and that's when everybody starts. And I personally, I don't like doing that. I'm like, I don't think we should. We can joke if it's all men, that's fine. We can crack at each other. That's cool. But once we see a woman come around, it got to stop. That should be a standard. But no, it's even more
Come on, man.
pronounced. It's even more piled on, and everybody does it in front of women. And it's just like I've never seen women shit on each other in terms of insults when a man is around. They'll shit on each other like they'll wear the tighter dress, they'll stick their butt out, who has the bigger breast, blah blah blah, to insult each other. But women don't tear each other down for male entertainment. But men will tear each other down in hopes that yes, my money's good, I look better than him. I told you he's ugly. I told you this. I told you this, just so she can feel like, yeah, I'm the man. And it's like, why are you tearing down other men in front of women? It's stupid. And men have to stop that.
I think it does happen, like you say, in front of women, and that's weak brothers. But I get roasted continuously. I get roasted for liking big girls. And I don't
African roasted though.
Oh, I get roasted. If Razuli was on the show, you'll attest to it. I get roasted.
Well, who's typically there's only one person who starts it, right?
Oh man,
because you and him. No, but who's the person who starts your roasting? Is typically Razuli. Razuli will call you whatever he calls you. Then you say something about him. Exactly. So you two have your relationship where y'all go back and forth. But generally speaking, Koku doesn't just bring out a roast. I don't bring out a roast. So I'm just saying that's because what you guys typically do. So I'm just saying though that historically, or I'm just saying as men, I think we need to aspire, and when we see another man roasting another man, especially in front of women for laughs, we need to call that man out and say, yo, that's corny.
No, I agree with that. I think that if you are doing it because another sister is in a room and you're trying to get brownie points, I think that's weak. But like I say, I think the brothers, we roast each other all the time on the panel, and I think that all of us have a sense of security within ourselves to know, well, regardless of what this person thinks or says, but I guess we are men, so I think that with the younger guys, I think it's a little bit different. So I would understand from that perspective that it's all about the P, and they trying to gain brownie points to get closer to the P. So I would understand. Even older men do it, so I would understand that.
I'll also say that respectfully, I think we gotta stop kicking the can down the road. I think we gotta stop saying well, our people ain't ready right now. So if we keep saying our people ain't ready right now, we'll be in the year 3200, 5500. I'm still saying the people, there's a point where you just got to change it up. You just got to make up your mind, you know what? Now's the time to change this shit up. I'll just repeat one last time before I go to Marcus Garvey's The Way. I'm just saying, I don't mind a good roasting. I used to roast and get roasted, even up through college and stuff. We used to do it. Razuli is one of the better roasters out there, right? But at the same time, I think that roasting stuff needs to stop being so low vibrational. Your mama bust up crabby or something like. I mean, come on, man. Like, there's a point, and that's a 32-year-old man saying some shit like that. Like come on, man.
The brothers only could speak things that is because whether we know it or not, or whether we like to admit it or not, the brothers are limited as in terms of their vocabulary and the things that they could discuss because they're not necessarily the biggest readers or thinkers. So they're limited to the world that exists, that they understand and they know. I think that you would see them develop. The roasting will be developed or evolved where they develop some skill or do a little bit more reading, where the content will be a little bit different. But they are who they are, and they are where they are, and we must approach them where they are. I understand they all don't want to do that because like I say, you're ahead of the curve. You know what I mean? And I think that sometimes that's the discussion that's missing. And I think that's missing from the discussion. The regular man on the street, he is limited to what he knows and understands. And unfortunately, that may not necessarily be where you all are or where you all are positioned. And I think that the onus is on us to help them or help them develop them in a way or point them to something that would be able to develop them more and evolve them more in their thinking.
I'm going to just push back just a touch. Just a touch. I think there's something called maturity too, man. That there's certain things supposed to kick in. When I was a child, I spoke as a child, blah, blah, blah. I think certain things supposed to kick in. I think, like I used the example just now, a big 32-year-old man, telling me about my mother bust up crabby or something. Like, dude, like, you still hanging around high schoolers or something? Like, by the time you hit 32, man, some things supposed to be kicking in by now.
That's based off of your belief and thinking. I know many grown old men who still have earring in their ears and wear tennis.
Remember, I always say we are not our father's sons. We are our mother's boys.
Oh, goodness.
How many of us can beat our chest and say we're our father's sons?
I'm one of them. I could say I'm my father's son, but I understand where you're coming from with that. A lot of men raised by their moms, but I do know that there are many of us that suffer from infantilism. A lot of us are grown people in grown bodies, but mentally we are still children, and I think that that's the unfortunate part to our reality.
Yeah, and that's what like the Amos Wilsons, the John Henry Clarks, whoever else, I can't think of the other names right now, but Francis Cress Welsing and Neely Fuller and all these kind of guys, they talk about, we're like children, right? Look at the entertainers and stuff. Lil this, baby that, right? To the point where there's like 2 or 3 babies out right now, and I can't tell who's who, right? Like hats backward, pants sagging. You can't pull up your pants like you're a child. In fact, some of these dudes actually buying child-sized pants that are not long enough yet so that they could sag them. Like, like the matron said in the chat, we can't get past hazing as a society. And you want them to process Pythagoras or Imhotep, right? The masses of
But Koku, let's be, even the ones who went to college, right? And no disrespect to anybody, but if you were in a fraternity, that's some infantile stuff to me. Yeah. I gotta call another grown man big brother. He gotta paddle me. I mean, some of the stuff I've read, these guys, you gotta let people put peanut butter in your butt cheeks, and you gotta eat a semen sandwich. I'm not saying. I'm just saying that this is what I've read that's happened to them. Part of the hazing. This is some infant stuff. Like, wait, so just so I can be cool and step and march and shout, I gotta call another man big brother and let him do whatever he wants to me? So on one hand, the college educated ones will look down on the baby and little baby, but they'll gladly let big brother Essentia water bottle smack them upside the head. What's going on here?
Absolutely. Even areas that I would consider like a serious place to have to go to, prison. I'm watching some interview on Vlad, and these 2 dudes is talking about how dudes go and eat spicy, what's it called again? Spicy, flaming hot Cheetos, and spit in someone's ass or some shit like that. Like, what are we doing? Like, you went you big men went to prison, and that's still like there's a point, like the matron says, absolutely we gotta change that. We just can't keep saying that's just how it is, or that's just where our people are right now. What are we doing to get our people to be bigger than that? To sit at the adult table now? Observing immigrants, Marcus Garvey is the way. What say you to all of this?
Well, I didn't think I would agree so much with Gasdemup tonight, but I do think that women play a factor in this because, especially as Caribbean people, we know that our mothers are the ones that tell us, "Oh, you're too black, your lips too big, you look like your daddy," all that stuff. So I kind of feel that is the birthing place of a bit of the dehumanization of the children by the mothers first and foremost, because I don't think so much the dads are walking around saying, "Oh, you know, you look like your daddy, or you know, you look like your mommy or whatever. So I kind of feel that the mothers are responsible for that part of it. So you get the derogatory comments coming from someone else about you. So I kind of feel that some of these kids then take this into the world. In high school, I remember these two boys, Raymond and what was his name? Danny. Raymond and Danny. Danny would every day get roasted by Raymond, and Raymond was loud about it. And you know what he was roasting Danny about every single day? How black Danny was. And I'm like, you know, we're in a black country. So Danny is black. And so what? But Raymond would roast Danny every day in front of the class or any public place. And Raymond was bigger and more aggressive. And Danny was his friend. And I don't know if Danny was his friend because he was his friend or if he didn't know how to get away from Raymond. But Raymond would publicly and loudly roast Danny. And we had a class where we had two Indians, one white male and one female, white female in our class, in a predominantly black class. But Raymond felt that he had to point out every day how black Danny was. And I'm like, you know, but other than that, I think it's sad that people have to roast each other to communicate. But I also understand that as part of human behavior. I can understand it with kids and teenagers to a point. But as y'all mentioned, grown men shouldn't be doing that shit. You should have, at some point you need to grow out of it. So that's all I have to say.
I appreciate that, Marcus Gaviz. I thought I heard someone's mic open. In the chat, Trigapi262 says there are definitely some anti-black things that gets passed off as roasting or a joke. This is literally the foundation of diaspora wars. We excuse calling each other primitive because it's quote-unquote jokes. That's why I say, even though I have slight disagreements, there's also a line. Things you can't change is the line. No, I feel you on that, Trigger Happy. Yeah, I just think we gotta start to evolve, man. Like you gotta grow up. You just gotta grow your dumb ass up sometimes, man. Like you still roasting people about being black. Just saying, like there's some dudes who, and I get what Untouchable saying, they didn't expose themselves, but that whose fault is that too? Like you never decided that there's something more to know, there's something more to learn, there's something more to experience. You ain't realize you telling the same type of jokes you was telling at 35 that you was telling at 15. Like, nah, man, we got to absolutely we got to start building ourselves up better than that, man. I want to drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. I'm going to drop it now. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is going to be finding your Africaness. But I want to do a station ID real quick. So you guys sit back for a minute. We'll be back on the other side. All right, stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Absolutely. Make sure you guys are tuning in to Tanzan African Mind, the Brother Bakari podcast, the Forecast Radio, and Considerate Cheeks show on KWAZ Radio. And also remember, man, go to the website, www.kwazradio.com. Join the newsletter now. Things are going to start percolating in this new year. Make sure you're there, man. It's free. Doesn't cost you a thing, and I'm not going to spam your inbox anytime soon, if ever, anyway, right? And that previous conversation, I just wanted to add to, we have to aspire higher, I think. I think we, and I mean that on an individual level also, individual and group. We got to start to aspire. We shouldn't realize we're the same place mentally that we were at 15, at 25, or 35, or something like that. Like, we got to aspire a little bit higher. Trigger Happy 262 says, and it shows how we changed too. He's referring to his previous comments about things you can't change is the line. He says, and it shows how we changed too. That's why I love the beauty standards convos that we have here in Shoot the Breeze. When we were in the right state of mind, being very dark was an honor. And so, yeah, like, that's one of, like, get rid of that shit, man. You know, get rid of it. But Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is finding your Africaness. This came with a link. Let me see if I was told to start at a certain place for this one. No. Okay. So it came with a link. Let's check it out, then we'll discuss.
From what I understand, you were exposed to Black consciousness while living in America. Please tell us about the experiences and literature that helped heighten your awareness of self and your African heritage.
It was the first time that I saw Miriam Makeba on TV, and her hair was just cut so short. But I said, what a beautiful Black woman. And I wanted to look like that. And, you know, I went and cut off my hair. My family didn't understand it. I went to work on the Monday morning, and everybody said, what a way you look ugly. I said, what a way you look ugly? What you do with your hair? You know? But that didn't deter me. And it was at the time with the Black Panthers. There was Slick with, you know, Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture. It was Malcolm X time. You know, I wasn't too much into Martin Luther King. I have to admit that. Because that didn't really appeal to me. There was a sort of Black militancy inside of me that needed more than this turn the other cheek business. Well, it really wasn't onto that. That's where it started. And then I had done some volunteer work. I was within the Garment Industry Union. I did some volunteer work for they asked for union people to do for the yellow cab people in New York. They didn't have a union, and they were forming a union, and they need people to work volunteer. And for that, they gave me a scholarship to Cornell University Extension to do Black studies. And that was it. I went into the class, the only Jamaican and the only person that did not know about Marcus Garvey, other than just hearing the name. Mm-hmm. Other than just hearing the name. Even though I knew of Bag of Wire, and the only thing I knew was that, yeah, Bag of Wire catch a fire. And Bag of Wire sell out Marcus Garvey for, you know, 30 shilling or whatever, rice and peas, whatever. That was it. When I came back to Jamaica, when I had to return to the United States, I ended up in Brooklyn, among the most Afrocentric people that I had ever met in my life. Now that took me to a whole different level. A friend of mine said to me, you know, I want to take you to the African American Ballet. I said, ballet? You're not going to know ballet. And he said, no, man, it's a different kind of something, this. And when I went, and I heard the drumming and the dancing and all these people dressed up in African clothes, and everybody's so beautiful. It did something to me. And the first time I put on a piece of African fabric with all the colors, it was like my spirit just wake up, you know? And it was like, wow, this is what I've been missing, you know? Yeah. But that did a lot for me. And it also made me realize that in Jamaica, nothing really African was happening, in my opinion. You know, Rastafari was talking certain things, but that Africaness was only limited to a few people. Yes. So that's where I got that. I should also mention that my father was a seaman, and he used to go to, as he got, well, in his elder years, he had a choice of where he wanted to go on, which ships he wanted to go on. And he always chose to go to Africa. And if you go inside the house, you will see there is. He started bringing me back these artifacts. And he said to me, don't ever sell them because you can never get the value for them. And I've never sold them, no matter how I get broke. And I sell them. You know, it's just figure that generation to generation, yeah, you have to pass these things down. So there is a lot of little contributing factors. I remember when I was maybe about 8, 9 years old, and there was this woman who came to visit my grandmother. And somewhere in the conversation, I heard that she lived in Africa and she was married to a chief. And I never forgot that. But of course, at that age, you can't ask the person's name. You can't ask nothing. But I never forgot that. Never forgot that. Mm-hmm.
Most Jamaicans who find success in America stay at least until they retire. Yet you came back at home when you would have made more money staying in the US. Why did you come back?
I went to America when I was like 17 years old. And I first was in Brooklyn, and then I was in Los Angeles, California. And there was something that was unfulfilled, like I wanted to do. And I really wanted to leave America. There was something that was not there for me. And I was fortunate enough to get a job with a multinational corporation that brought me to Jamaica. Jamaica was not my first choice, but they said, well, that's where you're from, and we need somebody there, so we'll send you there. When I got here now, you can imagine ending up in the tourism industry. Coming from all of this blackness and the people at the front desk, the people couldn't braid their hair. They couldn't, an afro, forget it. It was like shock. I think I really went into culture shock. At this time, our music was like, wow. And no, you have to host cocktail parties. Who, me? Host a cocktail party? No way. When you want to go and dance? Oh, and dance. I was a misfit. I was a total misfit in that setting, because working in the hotel industry in America, it's a job. You go there, in my position, you go there at 9 and you get off at 5 and you go about your business. In Jamaica, in certain positions in the tourism industry, and we call it the tourism industry, you are expected to be, part of that industry. So you have to talk a certain way and behave a certain way because you're representative of that industry. And you're not supposed to keep company with the line staff, like the gardeners and they used to call them housemaids at that time. You weren't supposed to really keep company, but those are the people that needed love. Because they used to talk my language and they like the music what me like. So that was it. But as I say, I was fortunate enough. And when I came on a 2-year contract, and after a year and a half, I realized that if I was to go through with that, I was going to be physically sick. I couldn't manage it. It was just so painful to me to see Black people who never catch a plane and twanging just because I'm in a one situation. And I said, I'm going back to America, but I'm not going back to live. I'm going back to get myself together to come back to Jamaica. Because there is work here to be done. I never at any time felt that I was going to live in America, give America all of my youth, and when I reach 65 and I can barely walk anymore, I come home and talk about my retire. I don't see how that benefit the country. And since me did find fault with the situation, I felt that I should do something about it. And that's how I ended up here.
Well, let me hear you say mountain, mountain.
Yeah, I really appreciated her talk. I'll say two things. I think that perspective needs to be put on what she's saying also. She's older than I am. So she's talking those times probably pre-independence in Jamaica and the Caribbean. One of the things I'll say about Caribbean folks is we understand that we're African, but we don't really do much with it. And I think that's one of the shortcomings we have. We have certain cultural retentions that we are aware of, but I think we kind of know that we're supposed to be doing a little bit more with that stuff. And I think that's where we kind of fail. And that's where the Africans in America get this talking point that they're pushing these days, that Pan-Africanism really worked in America and it was a one-sided thing, and they're the ones who fight against white supremacy and this, that, and the other more than the rest of us. But the thing about it is that the design was different. In the Caribbean, even when you still had British rule, you saw those Brits and stuff, but in your everyday life, ain't no white man was right there on you. And especially after independence. Like, for example, I'm born just a few years after independence, and I grew up knowing a black prime minister all my life. I grew up knowing black priests and stuff like that. My grandparents had experiences with those white priests from England and all that kind of stuff, but I didn't know that stuff, right? But in America, the design is different. I'm sorry to say it, and I mean no offense, but in America, the Africans in America are completely subdued. From elementary school, they've seen a white woman teaching them, right? White dude teaching them PE or something like that. White dude is the principal. Their doctors are white. They're everything with them in those formative years, they really deal with a white face, a pale face. And so, yeah, they have some more resistance because, yeah, they faced it face to face, and they're still facing it now, right? Whereas in the Caribbean, and I would assume Africa, by the time you really got to deal with one of these other people, our enemies, these pale faces, you're in like the government or something, or in the gated communities, or east or west or something like that. Like, you are a distance from them. And so the one thing I want to get across is just to put what she's saying into a perspective. And that goes for the Africans in America who claim that they fight white supremacy harder than everyone else, and this, that, and the other, that they say it's really because of the design. But I'll leave that there. I'll go to Marcus Garvey is the way. What are your thoughts?
I agree with what you said in terms of our Caribbean experience versus the American experience with Europeans, because white people are not part of our daily existence. We have tourist season, so basically that's when you see more white people around, but they don't really have interactions with you directly unless you really in a particular field of work, or unless they're lost. But in terms of her finding her Africanness, I she has a very interesting story, and I enjoyed what I heard. Sadly, she said she cut her hair, and she was looked down on and all that stuff. And I think even today you still get, unfortunately, that same response from Black people. That's why you see so much donkey hair, fake hair, weaves, all that stuff. But She did make a point, and she said that the music in Jamaica was really, the music was very, I guess Bob Marley and stuff was around that time. However, the concept of Africanness was not there, because even if you think of Rastafarianism is really, in my opinion, more Christianity than Black
Judeo
consciousness. Huh?
Judeo-Christian blackface. Yeah.
Yeah. You could. It's more that than, to me, Black consciousness. But I have to give Rastafarians the props where they understood that there should be a Black God, whether or not whether they say it's Selassie or not. I am happy that they understood that concept, that instead of a white God, you should have a Black God, and the sustainable living, and the eating healthier, being more nature based eating, so I can respect that parts of their, and people can only do what they can do to do better. So I think that was their step to do it better. It wasn't perfect, but it is what it is. But I think in the last 2 or 3 years, I came to understand a lot of Jamaican history through Muta Baruch and listening to his stuff. I didn't know that Rastafarians in that time were what do you call it, criminalized for having locks. Like they would be arrested for having locks and be forced in prison and have their locks cut off. All this time Bob Marley was around and being promoted, but Rastafarians were basically persecuted as a people for wanting to embrace their Africanness. So you know it's interesting. Caribbean history is very interesting, versus American history. Our Black experience in the diaspora is a very interesting thing, and the level of self-hate that still existed in it, even to this day, because you know we can see some things that she said is still valid to our existence, or our reality today. So that's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for that. Trigger Happy 262 in the chat said, that's why I like that first prompt. When you have a centralized party, you can simply institutionalize cultural nationalism and African culture. None of that, quote unquote, out of many, one people, all African stuff. You hear Jamaicans say that a lot. Trigger Happy 262 says, yeah, this is essentially the dynamic of internal colonialism versus exploitative colonialism. Internal colonialism is more regional. When they say, quote, immigrants are running, and of course the Great Migration was running, yeah, that's a good point. Also, I think when it comes to Africans in America, I say the South, at the very least, some areas don't see white people until a certain point in their life when they have to pursue higher learning. Yeah, I've heard Southerners describe the South as having kind of a Caribbean culture, actually. Afro-Native world still here. He says the first Rastas were Gaviites. That's often forgotten. He says Burning Spear has definitely put out a lot of Black African consciousness. Yeah, I want to shout out what's my man's name again? Damn it. There's a great reggae Rastafarian. I can't remember his name right now. Who's supposedly in the hospital, very sick right now. Why can't I remember his name? Freddie McGregor.
It's a song. What song?
Is who? Who?
Name a song. Name a song. I'll get you the name. What's the name of the artist?
It's on YouTube right now. If you have
a song, the artist.
Yeah, he's on YouTube. I saw a clip of it tonight, but I can't remember his name.
Yeah, it's I'll figure it out.
Spear, but just
yeah, not Burning Spear. It's
an older reggae singer. Yeah, it's an older reggae singer. Actually, no, I thought it was Pele. No, the person I saw was Pele. I'm sorry, I think it was Pele.
Pele apparently is on like life support or something.
Life support, yeah. I think it's that one that I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a reggae artist. I'll remember in just a second. I can see his face. He's kind of a ball rasta now. I can see his face. Anyway, Mr. Sorry, did I get Gasdemup on this one yet?
Yeah, I'm just gonna let not to be like anything, but I think because I don't think I'd be qualified to make a contribution. So I love what she said, and I like what because it's not with the topic, but what Trigger Happy said about Black people, the Great Migration being a tether movement from the South to the inner cities. That was an excellent point. I've been saying that before. So shout out to him. But yeah, I don't think I'm qualified to contribute to the topic, but I love what she said.
All right. Bwana Hagaziki, what say you?
I personally think that vote that is missing with the continent of Africa, and I think that we are the children, and I repeat this in many different forums. We are the children of Africa, and I think that that is not. There are people who would say that we are English or British or whatever you want to call it, and there are African Americans who would say that they are the children of Uncle Sam. But in truth, we are the children of Africa. And Africa, I understand that they are disjointed, but I think that more should have been done to reach out to her children, to bring back a connection. Children need to to their mother. You know what I mean? Children need to make a connection with their mother, and this is why you see all over the Western world, in particular these black enclaves, that feel as if that they exist within a space that they don't necessarily belong. Why? Because we are the children of Africa. We exist in these climates, but we are the children of Africa, and I think that there are Africans, well, people who have not the powerless, people who have power should have made more of an effort to reach out to her, back to her children. That's not necessarily has been done, even though we in the Caribbean have sing songs about Mother Africa, talking about Africa, that's Africa, that whatever. And I find that there's not been that same kind of energy for her children to come back. Whether it's in entertainment, whether it's in the political arena, whether it's even in the social arena. They like reggae music. They like whatever. You know what I mean? But they don't necessarily. There should be more of a reaching out that should be done. And Haile Selassie, I did give line, and that is true, as African world has said. And there has been people who have went back to benefit from that, but not in terms of the masses of the people. I think that there's more that should be done to make a connection and a link back with her children, and I think that that's not happened as yet. But I think that it shouldn't be one way. Like Mia Motley is making attempts, and there are other Caribbean countries as well been making attempts. And you see the little African leaders come over, but I think that there should be more of an embrace of the children of Africa, in particular in the West, whether it's Brazil or the Caribbean or even in Africa. And it's at this point where I would agree with the so-called militant integrationists of FBA and ADOS, where there should be more of an approach of African countries trying to reclaim or make a connection with her children in the Western Hemisphere. So on that front, I would understand what this woman believes and thinks, because you feel disjointed in the West. I mean, in particular, in white countries, whether it's you in Canada, England, or the Americas, you feel disjointed. You don't feel as a part of that society or community, and that's for a reason. That is for a reason. You know what I mean? And I think that reason is clear, and I think that there should be more of an effort to make that reestablishment or a reconnection with our mother country. That is our mother continent, not country, continent. I'll stop there. I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Buana. Yeah, it was Freddie McGregor that's been hospitalized for a little minute now. Is there any other last words for this prompt? All right, let's go to brief prompt number 7 tonight. Shoot the breeze. Prompt number 7 is what being on code really looks like. What being on code looks like. This takes us to a YouTube video. Let's take a watch.
The World Cup's happening, and people around the world not fans of Israel's oppression of the Palestinians. So there is a bunch of people refusing to see television at the World Cup. You want to see it?
Channel is this?
Israel channel. You don't.
Channel is this?
Israel channel. You don't like us?
That's it.
Palestine, no Israel. Sorry, please. You are not welcome here. Even if this is Qatar, this is our country. You are not welcome here. There is only Palestine. There is no Israel.
You are not welcome here. This is our country. You are not welcome here. That's the Israeli reporter. Boy, he's
yes. For Israel.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Why? Arabic.
They're not talking to them. They're not talking to them. Because Israel's an apartheid state and they oppress the Palestinians. They kill them in broad daylight. Let's see what's that.
We are from Israel. Israel. Yeah. Hey, new friend. What? We have peace.
Israel, no Palestinian. Israel, no Palestinian.
But we have peace, Peace. You sign peace.
So it sounds like the Israeli journalists show, no, peace, we're friends. No, they're like, no, F you, we're with the Palestinians.
You sign peace? You sign peace? You signed on the peace agreement.
So this guy, the reporter says, hi, I'm from Israel. The fan says, there is no such thing as Israel, only Palestine. Reporter, yes, there is. Hey, how's it going? You from Lebanon? Yes, I'm from Israel. You're from Israel? What are you doing here? Free Palestine. Reporter, you say Palestine, I say Israel. Fan, no, Israel doesn't exist. Iran fans draped this guy with a hat and a scarf. Even the Israelis found it funny. So I guess this is the Israeli reporter, and then let's watch.
כן, כאילו שמו עליי פה משקפיים, זה פחות או יותר לבל הטירוף שהיה, אבל כאילו, אין דרך להסביר בכלל את מה שהלך באצטדיון, והקהל מהמקרה דפוק.
In case you think Israeli reporters are victims, I can gladly make a threat of Israelis, not just ignoring Arab journalists, but actively harassing them on air. This week, Israelis chanted death to Arabs at this person while on air for France. Let's watch.
نعلم بأن هذه سليخة نحن بالشدور يشير أنت معبر لي زوز مكو
كله عربي يروح لرشا
زوز مكو
لا רוצה
والله אני בעבודה
לא מעניין אותי
אתה מפריע אותי
לא מעניין אותי
يلا زوز مكو بلغتنا العربية بلغتنا
سنعود إليك هني شكرا جزيلا لك سنكتفي بهذا القدر ونعتذر عن سوء الأخلاق.
Israeli forces deliberately killed Palestinian American journalists. Report shows. It's from The Intercept. A new forensic analysis proves that an Israeli sniper could see that Shireen Abdul Akela was a journalist before firing the bullet that killed her. Of course, they shoot children on purpose. They shoot reporters and journalists all the time, and then we pretend to care about free speech and journalism when Trump is mean to Jim Acosta. So there you go. That was kind of fun to watch those people not talk to the Israeli journalists in favor of Palestine. Hope you enjoyed it. Hey, everybody, we're doing live stand-up shows Los Angeles at the Two Roads Theater, December 9th, 6th.
Jimmy must have the worst stand-up appearances, the worst shows. In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 Plus says, yeah, I saw this, LOL. Arabs are very staunch on their position when it comes to Palestine, and there is a strong kinship with that. Trigger Happy 262 says, also this World Cup, sad my country got eliminated, but it is what it is. Where's Trigger Happy 262 from? Costa Rica or something? Ghana? It's probably the first time I've seen black people support North Africa. Those same North Africans say they are quote-unquote Arab. Lastly, he says the imbalance is very funny. Like, you are trying to be inclusive of them, but they are saying they are Arab. And it's weird because some of these North Africans try to say African and Arab, which is weird. With that said, Marcus Garvey is the way. What did you see there?
Yeah, I think it was good that the Palestinians were, as you said, on code, and the people that were not Palestinians, because we already know the situation with Israel and Palestine is not a fair one. I wish that our people would do that, but we're busy, at least from the American point of view, inviting people to cookouts. We'll curse and demean each other for the slightest things, but very, very quick to invite a pale face to a cookout and celebrate their Thanksgiving holidays and all this stuff, and try to rationalize these things. If we were on code, a lot of things should happen, but I don't think it would happen. I think we're more likely to want to find the good white person more so than anything else and give them grace more so than we even give each other. So the Palestinians and the people that support Palestine at least are there. I wish we would support Libya, but it always bothers me that ADOS and FBA talk about, the Africans didn't come save us and all this stuff, but these are modern times. Why ain't nobody going to go save Libya? Yeah, why with knowledge and information we're not going to be on code and save our other people, or at least openly defend them? Even the Haitians, I mean, we may have disagreed with what FBA said, but as a collective, I don't think we voiced our opinions loud enough on Haiti and supporting Haiti. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for that. Gasdemup, what being on code looks like. What say you?
I don't know what this has to do with being on code. Personally, I don't have a dog in the fight. That's whatever goes on in the Middle East. Who cares? That's their business. I'm not interested in their books and their anything. There's just too much stuff going on in Africa that that I can be interested in. So, I mean, are they saying that because all the Muslims are, in support of Palestine, that's a code? Perhaps. But yeah, like I said, I don't have a dog in that fight, so I'm not really too worried about whatever goes on in the Middle East. That's their problem. They got to figure that out. They got nothing to do with us as Africans. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that has to do with being on code, but yeah, I'm just not a fan of anything from the Middle East.
Yeah, well, I think the prompt, I think the prompt is just basically saying, look at the actions of these people, how they protect their nationalities, etc. And I guess the idea is that, well, are we even doing that?
But that's the problem. But that's what I'm saying. The problem is that there's no such thing as an Arab. right? These are colonized buffoons themselves. I'm not dissing anybody, right? But there's, somebody in a particular region, they had a revelation allegedly, and then they just went all around the world by force, and you gave up your language, you gave up your culture to be a part of this stuff. It's universalism. It's problematic, and at least the Africans in the diaspora can still remember their Africanness and certain African markers. These people, I feel bad for them. They don't have a clue who they are before the Abrahamics or one of the Abrahamics came and touched them and forced them to speak this language and adapt this custom. So if they're on code because of that, that's great. But there's no ethnic or genetic concept of being an Arab unless you're Qurayshi, right? So it's shameful and it's sad that somebody from Morocco would, I'm Arab. No, you're not. Go find out who you were before those people came there. But they're so thoroughly screwed and finished that they won't even look into that. So I'm not impressed by that as a code because I know it's problematic in of itself. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
Sorry, Mike was muted. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I still believe that there is a response that can be given, based on what we saw and paralleling it to, whether or not that's a real thing, Arabism is real or not. I just think it's about the parallel. They're doing this. And as a matter of fact, it actually strengthens the argument because if Arab is not really a real thing, but yet they still adhere to something in that's what we can call a code. I mean, that's something to even look at even a little bit stronger in a sense, versus are we doing the same? Brittany Griner goes to jail, and I'm guilty of it too. Brittany Griner goes to jail. I'm like, yeah, she was a dumbass. You know what I mean? Whereas
but you don't have. But remember, you don't share anything with her. Remember, these people are brainwashed, so they share religion. What I don't want to offend anyone's religion. I try not to do that, but they share religion and they share language. I don't share anything with Brittany Griner other than skin color. Brittany Griner doesn't have anything in common with me other than the white man would equally put us on a tree and hang us. I have nothing in common with Brittany Griner, as far as I know, right? So it's different, and that's what I'm saying. That's where it's like, okay, we need a code, sure, but then how are we going to create the code? The departure point for the code of the unity or that cultural unity, and there has to be a similarity. There has to be similitude. If that's the word I'm looking for. There has to be mirroring. There has to be behavior. There has to be all these things. So being Arab is a universalist doctrine, right? So everyone prays at the same time. You all face Mecca. The women have to be covered up. The men conduct themselves. They all must speak Arabic. They do business a certain way. So just like with the clock, like I talk about with Pavlov, they too are under a hypnosis, a mass hypnosis that they follow. So I get what you're saying, like, oh yeah, with Brittany Griner stuff, but I don't have anything. What do I share with Brittany Griner other than skin color? And so that's what I'm saying. So blackness, if it's just skin color, then it's a very weak form of identification. It has to be something stronger than that. And we haven't defined it, in my opinion.
All right. In the chat, Trick262 says, we need find the characteristics strong enough to rally amongst each other too. They seem, I guess the Arabs seem to have those factors, and that's why they have a stronger collective. He says, I've been trying to get into Pan-Arabist discourses to investigate. They say Arab isn't really a genealogical thing. They say that Arab is merely a language and culture thing, and not a race thing. He goes on to say, I feel personally that it gets wishy-washy because I know these fools won't consider a Sudanese to be Arab, and they predominantly speak just Arab. Afro-Native World says it affects Africa, though. Think of all the Islamized Africans who think they're Arab, like those in the Sudan. He says, which caused South Sudan to become its own country. Bwana Hagaziki, what say you about this video, what being on code looks like?
For me, I see a lot of code in this video because I don't think that they are coming together in terms of pan-Arabism. I think that they are coming together in terms of pan-Islamism, if that's a word. But I think that they are coming together based on a basis of being so-called one ummah, one body. And I think that these people from their respective countries, they see themselves in sharing a so-called brotherhood with the people of Palestine. So I think that for me, on the face of it, it seems apparent to me that they have a particular ideology. Whether we could debate about whether the ideology is correct or not, or the religious nature of it is correct or not. But I think that they have a particular view that is unified, and even Black Africans, whether they're on the continent and even in the West, would share the same views as many of these people who have this pan-Islamic view of the world. And I think that there is something within that, because if you put a microphone in the face of the regular Black person on the street in the West or in Africa, they have a varying different views on different particular subjects, even if it's in the interest or against the interest. And I find it funny that these people who are coming from different parts of the world, Islamic world, have a shared view that is not necessarily among us, because we see ourselves all manner of different things, and that's what makes us weak in the world. And whether you want to agree with it or not, their position is much stronger than ours is, unfortunately, because we see ourselves as so separate and distinct. So I think that this is the code that I see with this particular video.
Untouchable, what do you say to Trigger Happy 262 comment up on the screen?
No, not all Arabic people are Muslims. There are many. There becomes a difficulty because the start of the religion is not where the religion is right now. There are many Arabs that exist in the world who are Christians, in fact, and there are many, but the religion doesn't stop at just being Arabic. The religion spreads across the entire globe. So, like I said, you would have people who would have views that are consistent with the Muslim world. And there are many Palestinians, they may not be Islamists, but they don't want to be oppressed. And the world see, even though they're not, the Palestinians may not be Muslims, not all Palestinians are Muslims, the world see the Palestinian nation as predominantly Muslims. So they have a shared view with them, even though within Palestine itself, not all Palestinians are Muslims. We tend to take the people who are in the minority and consider, okay, well, these groups of people are not Muslims, so why do they have a shared view? No, people look at the world based on the basis of numbers, and the majority of people in Palestine are Muslims. You know what I mean? And the world looks at them on the basis of that. And that's how they judge and assess things. So I don't consider it to be Arabism. I consider it to be an Islamic issue, a religious issue. Just like the majority of people in the Americas are Christian, even though they are.
But Untouchable, don't you see the problem in what you just said? In my opinion, you said the majority of the world, and really, so this is where we can get intellectual, right? We have to do that because basically you're saying other people's gaze, the gaze that other people use to look upon us, is what determines who we are. And that's the problem of the world. The Western gaze has determined and controlled the world. So the West looks at us and says, you're niggers, you're Africans, you're this. And we never reject it. We say, yes, whatever you tell me I am, I am. At a certain point, we got to say, wait a minute. You say that's who I am. I know who I am. Now, again, I'm not saying that you know, I can go in the middle of Mississippi or some parts of upstate New York and say, well, I'm not black, I'm a Moor, I'm Nawabi, and I'm this, and they still won't hang me from the tree. No one's saying that. But what I am saying is that just because they can hang me from the tree doesn't mean I need to accept their definition of me. And I think that's the problem. So yeah, because the outside world looks at all of them and says they're all, you know, Arabic, they must all be Muslim, not understanding that Egypt has a large Christian population, Lebanon has a large Christian population. There are parts of the Arabic world where the people are not Muslim. And so they don't engage with Islam in that way. Right? So, you know, and then even within Islam, are you Sunni? Are you Shia? Right? Even amongst Hebrews, are you Sephardic? Are you Ashkenazi? Are you from the, you know, whatever regions that exist there, the Arab Hebrews that were there? So these are things that we have to contend with, right? Because Ashkenazi Jewish culture, which is what we assume is Hebrew culture, because that's all we see in America. If you dropped an Ashkenazi in Sephardic Judea, they'd be like a fish out of water.
Yeah, but
you know, they speak Yiddish.
I'm saying,
They speak,
what I'm
you get what I'm
saying
saying?
is if the yes, but what I'm saying is if the world approaches the government of Palestine, they are going to approach the Hamas government. The Hamas government is elected by the majority, well, the people who vote in Palestine, the majority of the people who voted these people into power. That government is a Muslim one. I mean, even though within that government, within that particular area, there exist people who are Christian. There exist people from all walks of life who may not necessarily adhere to the Islamic faith. You know, but the reason why the world is going to approach them as that is collectively, you know, on a political level, they have decided that we want a Muslim government in place, Hamas. So we're gonna approach these guys in an Islamic fashion because the majority of the people who would have voted would have elected a Muslim government in office. This is the reason why the world looks at them in that way. Now we could break these groups down into to different enclaves and say, well, these people are Christian Palestinians, these people are Muslim Palestinians, but the world isn't looking. I mean, we don't operate on that basis. I mean, I wish we could, but we don't operate on that basis. We operate on the basis as far as the so-called democracy goes, which the Palestinians as a group of people have decided to take that avenue to say, well, we're going to practice democracy, and in a democracy, the largest amount of people get to dictate what happens within a constituency. So they have decided among themselves that we want an Islamic state. Therefore, they should be approached as Muslims, even though Christians exist in that space. You know what I mean? And it's not to dismiss the minorities that exist there, but I'm just saying, as a government, this is who they say who they are, collectively. You understand what I'm saying or no? Hello?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I'm telling you that, you know, there's two types of you know, we're trapped, right? So on one hand, we have to deal with what people who have power think about us, and then we also have to define who we are. And that's what I'm saying. So if the code is shared oppression, then yeah, we need to be all shouting free Brittany Griner. But you see the difference is that that's a weak, okay, blackness compared to what they have, if what you're saying, right, being pan-Arab, pan-Islamic, is a much stronger unifier than just oppressed blackness. And that's why I'm saying the code is weak, because what people are saying the code should be is just shared oppression. Nothing more, nothing less. But these people have prayer, they have food, they have everything that comes with it. So they can afford to have a code.
But my position is not shared oppression at all. I see myself at one with my brothers in in Nigeria. You might disagree with this. For people who are billionaires, I see myself with this on the same position with the leadership inside in terms of the people in the Caribbean who run in countries. I see myself in terms of power, not powerlessness. Now I do.
No, I'm not saying how you see yourself. No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's nothing cultural that you share that you can identify that you're doing right now. Again, right? We have music and things like that, and there's food, right? I can point to those things, but I'm saying that there's nothing that is tying you in terms of your day-to-day behavior that you can look and say instant connection. They can look and speak Arabic amongst themselves, even if they're not, for example, Muslim or Christian, but being Arab and that shared language helps them out, so they can have that as an identification. Or they can look at the religion that they share as a shared identification. And if they have both, now they have the double whammy. They have the whopper, right? They have the double whopper, and so they're good. If all you have, or if all we have is the white man will hang us from the tree, and that's it, then Brittany Griner is not my people. She's just somebody who I'm also going to be at the end of the tree swinging from the rope with. That's it. So it has to be more. There has to be. Does that make sense?
Yes, and what I would say to that is the only reason
after Untouchable, let's get Bakari in, all right?
Okay, so the only reason I would say that what you say has some truth or validity to it is because my culture has not been defined. And let me explain that. If me or most West Indian people would go to any part of West Africa, there would be so many similarities. It would almost be something that is indistinguishable. I could bet you that. The difference is where you all have defined these things, because we have been taken away, we have not. So what y'all would call a particular thing, we may practice something, but we have not yet to define it. That's what takes our cut. That's why we have been. We are practicing a nameless culture, whereas in the West Africa, y'all are practicing a culture that y'all could name, and it would be distinct, where it's not necessarily distinct for West Indians and in the Caribbean. That's the only thing. But even though we practice West African culture every day in the Caribbean, I bet you.
Bakari.
Yeah, he just stopped talking. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First off, I'll say I don't know what getting on code is. I'm just being honest. And second off, I absolutely disagree with what Gasdemup said. Why do we have to look and say, well, this is what they have to keep them tied together? So what? We have something different to tie us together. So what? If our oppression around the world and the way we have been treated by the rest of the world, if that's what ties us together, that's what ties us together. We don't have to be like other people where they have a religion and they have their language. It doesn't make a difference. That's what tied them together. We talking about what tied us together. It seems like some people don't want to be together because we look for a reason why we shouldn't be together, right? Our blackness, us being African, that's what tie us together. Yep, what we've been through, what we've been fighting, the oppression, everybody coming together to try to get out of this nonsense that we have been through. That's what tie us together, right? So that's why when I say I don't know what being on code is, I absolutely live by a code. So if it's the oppression that tied me, a brother from Mississippi, with people from Long Island, New York, black folks from Long Island, New York, who've been through oppression, who white folks burned his house down when he moved in the neighborhood in about 2015, 2016. If that's what ties us together, that's what ties us together. It doesn't make a difference. People will look for reasons why we shouldn't be together, because if you come together, that means once you come together, now you got to fight together, and they're going to have to fight everybody that they look up to. And you can't fight nobody that they look up to who they think is stronger. Well, because they have a religion, or they may have a language, or maybe, okay, we lost our language, but we didn't lose who we were. Our ancestors knew where we came from. They didn't tell us we were African. Our ancestors said we were African. That's why they had so much stuff here named they called African. And you can go back, I can just name one rebellion where people created a free African society here during slavery in New Africa, Mississippi in the late 1700s. They couldn't find their ships to get back to Africa. So when they settled in an area where they were, they named it themselves New Africa. So that's what tied us together. So to say, oh, we can't be tied together off oppression, that's absolutely wrong. What we are looking for is something perfect to say it's going to tie us together. What tie Orientals together? Since we use another, what tied them together to make them want to build together? Just who they are, what they've been through, and them wanting to see their people do better. What tied white people together? They wanted power. They got different religions, they got different languages, but they had something in common. They wanted power. And even though through all their fighting and bickering with one another, they still fight us. What tied them Arabs together? Regardless if they're Christian or they're Muslim, they're Arab, and they're tired of certain people coming, trying to take their stuff. They're still over there fighting over they're still over there fighting over land that they claim was theirs from the Bible and the Quran. Because one is a Christian and one is a Muslim, they still gonna be tied together by Islam and Christianity. It's because it's the same shit. And all the Muslims got to know the Bible because it come before the Quran. So they still have their religion that's tying them together. We don't have a religion. We have what we have been through in this world. And that what's tied us together. But we would rather break off and say, well, this is me. I'm from this tribe, or I'm from that tribe. And when it comes, that's why I tell people all the time, Black people claiming an ethnicity. This is my ethnicity. It is not good for Black people because of the position that we're in. Because once you break it down to ethnicity in our cultures, it's going to be different. I'm going to be different than people from New York. I'm going to be different. We don't talk the same. Probably don't eat the same foods. If we do, we cook it a little different. We do different shit. I like the country. They like to see our culture, our music. The blues ain't like that in New York because the blues come from down south, come from Mississippi. So they didn't have the juke joints up there. We got juke joints down here. So the stuff we do is going to be different. Our culture going to be different. So because our culture is different and we speak a little different, and I know that people from New York wanted to say they spoke good English. Shit, we down south, we just speak how we speak. We ain't give a damn what people called it. We knew who the enemy was. You understand? From time. See, because people like to say the civil rights movement created integration. They've been so-called somewhat integrated up north. So they thought they were better than us because they could go to school. Some of them was going to school with white folk. We wasn't going to school with white folk. So our culture is going to be different. So now when it comes down to it, with me being from Mississippi and somebody being from New York, we ain't going to be the same. So then we're going to start breaking ourselves down into more and more smaller groups, because the people that telling you we don't have nothing to tie us together is the people that don't want to fight the people that have divided us. So I stick with whatever it is that ties together. So what if it's oppression, if it's suppression, if it's what we go through economically around the world, if we go because of our being at the bottom of society in every way, whatever it is that ties together, that's what ties together. And that's what we need to work on, build on our similarities. Now you get the mic.
There's a lot of comments in the chat from Trigger Happy in particular. You guys listen to the playback, and you guys who are in the chat could read his comments. I'll put them up on the screen. But I'd like to hear you guys respond to Brother Bakari. So whoever wants to respond to Bakari, go ahead.
I personally claim it all. I all of it. I claim the oppression. But I also claim the music. I claim the ability to survive. I claim the ability to thrive. I claim the food. I claim all of it. There is a YouTube video right now on internet if you're all interested. Which Corey Harris. He is a blues player from the Mississippi, I think. You know, in terms of what he was talking about. He met with a guy from Mali, Ali Fakatoure. They said, and he went to Mali and sitting under a tree. Ali Fakatoure comes from a culture of musicians. I can't remember the term that they use for it, but he is playing blues music, his form of blues music in Mali, Africa, with Corey Harris, and they playing the same friggin' music. He said, "Y'all take my." He's like, "Y'all brought our music with y'all from Mali to the Mississippi." He's like, "Well," and they sing in French, and it's crazy because they're having a conversation in French. It's like, this is the same music. We practice the Africanisms, but we don't necessarily know how to define it. But I'll claim all of West Africa because I am the culmination, or whatever you want to call it, of the majority of West Africans who was in a bad situation and who came together to problem solve and thrive. Because really and truly, we wasn't supposed to be around here, but we proved the fact that we had a sense of resilience, you know, just like our mothers and fathers on the continent, because they had to fight off tigers, lions, and whatever, and to exist in that particular space. So we prove our resilience and our Africanness in being able to do that. We may not have the ability to define it as the West Africans do, but the fact that we have been able to practice our Africanisms in the West and thrive and do the things that we do, I couple myself with all of it. The oppression, but the resilience and the willingness of being African in the West as well. So I couple myself to all of it because the Africans on the continent are tied with oppression there as well. So there is some similarities that exist, and I wouldn't try to make a disconnection. All I would say is the fact that we may not necessarily have the ability to name it, it doesn't necessarily mean that we don't have the ability to practice and do it, because we've been doing it. So I will leave it there.
Yeah, I think this is what I'm saying. Like, I think we have to go much deeper. You see, what you guys are calling whiteness is something that was invented by their elites. Whiteness didn't come from the people on the ground. Whiteness comes from their elites. They invented whiteness as a way to, as they ironically, you can see the origination of whiteness with the origination of the nation state. So as their elites are planning expansionary movement outside of Europe to bypass the Silk Road and to bypass the blockade that the Moors had on them, you can start to see, for example, Henry, Prince Henry, so-called Prince Henry from Portugal, they let his brother die in North Africa. You know, he was captured and his brother died in prison. And the whole premise of that effectively was that the elites had made plans that they are looking to expand and take over. So as they're building so-called citizens and inventing citizenship, they have to come up with philosophies, ideologies, machineries of state, machinations of state to forge this European identity based on the nation state. So one of the best books you can read is by Benedict Anderson, Imagined Communities, or you can read From Peasants to Frenchmen. These are great books that show you that the idea of one unified France is not true. Like with Spain, people think, oh, Spanish. No, what we're talking when we say Spanish, what we really mean is Castilian, because the Castilian language was not the only form or that was spoken. You had Catalan, and they're distinct from each other to the point that if you speak the Catalonian dialect or the Catalonian language, a person from España won't understand you. So and to this day, the people in Catalan are still trying to break away from Isabella and Ferdinand's unification. So we have to understand that this was something that was created by their elites to take over the world and to dominate. What you're now saying is, well, Black people should just somehow unify. That would mean our elites, again, if we're going to copy the West, let's copy them properly. So our elites, like the Dubois and the Booker T's and all these other people, should have been trying to find a way to do like Isabella and Ferdinand. But the problem is, who gave us the nation states that we have to begin with? They gave us the nation states. So we weren't even allowed to unify and create our own nation states to begin with. They gave us the nation states that we have. I think the only exception is Ethiopia, right? And even they are having problems right now. You have the Tigray, the Oromo, and all these other people, and all these other things that are occurring. So I'm just saying what you guys are saying. I'm not disputing it. I'm just trying to tell you that it's not a tool. If you're talking about unifying people, it has to be more than just oppression and what people go through. When you see how peasants were turned into Frenchmen, then you understand, oh, okay, they had to invent mass schooling. There's a whole psychological brainwashing that comes with that. If you don't have the resources and the ability to control people to create that unification of what we call whiteness today, how are you going to get that? And that's the problem that Black unification has always had. Because it's never been, Blackness is not something that we defined on ourselves. It's something that they look at us and tell us we're Black, and we just accept it. I hope that makes sense to you guys.
No, I hear you.
The only okay.
No, go ahead.
No, maybe it's me, right? I might be wrong about this, but yeah, can you hear me? There's a delay.
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Unfortunately,
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, so yeah, as far as Castellano Spanish and the Spanish that I learned, the only difference that I see in Castellano Spanish, is if I say puedo hablar español, and they say puedo, th, puedo hablar español. So that's for me. I don't know. Like I say, there may be more. There may be cultural distinctions. You know what I mean? Cultural distinctions. But that's the only kind of thing that I see in terms of the variances of the language. I might be completely wrong and off on this, but that's what I see. There may be something different, but I don't know. Maybe I might be completely wrong and off on this, but I'll leave it alone.
Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. We're gonna end at 2 a.m. So let's try to get through it. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 is, where has all the smoke gone for this guy? Have we become so desensitized to mass murder of Black people that it doesn't matter anymore? Let's see what the link takes us to. Seems like it's a YouTube video.
This noon, the white gunman who targeted a Buffalo supermarket in a predominantly black neighborhood faced a judge this morning pleading guilty.
CBS News' Jenna DeAngelis joins us live in the newsroom with the breaking details out of court. Jenna.
Prison Mary 19-year-old Peyton Gendron pleaded guilty to murder and hate-motivated terrorism charges in the horrific shooting. That's an automatic sentence of life in prison. This comes more than 6 months after he killed 10 people and hurt 3 others at the Buffalo supermarket. Gendron drove about 3 hours from his home in Conklin near Binghamton on May 14th and used a legally purchased semi-automatic rifle to gun down victims at the Tops Friendly Market. Authorities called the attack a racially motivated hate crime. Investigators say he wanted to kill as many Black people as possible and chose the store because of its location in a predominantly Black neighborhood. He was found to have ties to white supremacy and extremist ideologies. His defense attorney spoke at court this morning.
Our client pled guilty to every count of the indictment, with the full knowledge that he will spend the rest of his life in prison with no chance of parole. Though the federal case continues, his actions today ensure that there will be no state court trial and he will not appeal. This critical step represents a condemnation of the racist ideology that fueled his horrific actions on May 14th.
Reverend Al Sharpton released a statement saying, in part, his decision to plead guilty will deliver the family some justice, but it will not end the racism that drove him to kill in the first place. That horrific day was the byproduct of a white supremacy so blatant that its followers don't hide under a hood. They live stream their hate for everyone to see. Gendron also faces separate federal hate crime charges that could carry the death penalty. He has pleaded not guilty to those charges. Chris?
Jenna, thank you.
All right. Yeah, I did kind of forget about this situation. I fear I might be somewhat desensitized to the brutality that Africans in America experience because you're in America, right? With that said, Bakari, what say you? Where has all the smoke gone for this guy?
Hey, I'm gonna be honest. I ain't here because my son came here talking to me because Deion Sanders just then decided to leave Jackson State and he go to Jackson State, so he came in here talking.
Oh, and I
don't see. He still.
I wanted to bet $100 with.
All right, I heard Deion. Well, everyone kind of figured Deion wasn't going to stay there. He was going to go to a bigger PWI, but yeah, I gotta look up that story after I'm done here to see where it looks like he's going, et cetera, et cetera. With that said, observing immigrants, where has all the smoke gone for this guy? Have we become so desensitized to mass murder of Black people that it doesn't matter anymore? What say you?
Yeah, I think we've become desensitized to a lot of things. I mean, every time I hear responses in society about anything moral, I'm like, aren't these the same people that just the other day was saying that Jeffrey Dahmer was cute? I mean, to me, in American society is so questionable overall, and we as a people here, we are short-sighted, short memory. I mean, a lot of it don't make sense. Yeah, the amount of smoke FBA had for immigrants, I didn't even see them put that kind of effort in this guy, and the others that followed. Because remember, he wasn't even the only one. Yeah, there was another white guy that came after that shot Black people too. So it's so much so often that you start to lose, forget names like Dylan Roof and all those other people. Yeah, you can remember sometimes situations and can't even remember names. And those names, I think, should be remembered. You should remember these killers' names. But, it's America. At this point, it is America. And I sadly have to say that I've seen more energy and passion put into trivial topics like who started hip hop, or why Black men have to comment about Black women's wearing donkey hair and all this nonsense, than I see in self-preservation or even preservation of children and thinking about the future from the point of view of children. So yeah, we're desensitized, and I think at this point we don't care.
Marcus Garvey's, let me ask you a quick follow-up question. When it comes to things like the Buffalo shooter who killed a bunch of Black folks, or Dylan Roof who killed 9 in a church, if the Africans in America aren't seeking retribution. Should Africans from the continent, the Caribbean, the UK, etc., should those Africans step in and seek retribution?
That's a hard one because seeking retribution should be, I guess, in the sense of um, for a black person, like, you know, you're standing up for a black person, whether or not you are American or not. But the fact that Black Americans, I think, have become so unfazed by it all. You know, I mean, think about it. Like, you know, for me, I can't wrap my mind around how you could be living in the Jim Crow and the segregation and all that, and be inviting people, these same people, to your cookout less than a generation. I mean, like, you know, I don't know. It just seems like Black Americans just want peace with Europeans, and they're willing to take it by any means necessary. Like, you know, they're willing to overlook a lot of crimes and obvious things to invite these little suckers to their little cookout. So, me no. You know, it's a hard one. It's a hard one.
Yeah, because that follow-up question basically touches on that. Like, should we be the avenger because we're all African, we're Black first, right? If we're Black first, then should we be the ones who, you know, when I say we, I mean Africans of the diaspora minus Africans from America. Should any one of us really step up, you know, and step out and take care of this business? Because that's also one of the complaints from them as well. They say, well, we, you know, you Caribbeans, you continentals, y'all ain't gonna do shit. You know what I mean? So I've wondered about that. Is it Black first, where we don't care about these borders and these places of origin? It's just you harm the Black person, we're supposed to all ante up and step to you. You know, which one is it? So I was just curious to see what you would have to say. I'm curious to hear what others have to say about it, like Gasdemup. What do you say about it?
Well, I mean, you know, all one has to do is take the time to Google the Dred Scott case. The two legal decisions I think people should look at are the Dred Scott case, and then look at the what was the other case? It's coming to my mind. It was the one with the dang, what was the name of it? The civil, no, when he applied to affirmative action. Regents versus dang, what's the name? Yes, Bach or Bake versus Regents. So just look at the Dred Scott case, and then look at the Bach, Bakke versus Regents. It just tells you, you know, and then read what so-called Justice Tawney said about Black people, the decision, right? And that's the de facto law of the land. So, you know, there's no rules or rights that a white man has to respect or recognize for Black people in America. And that's just is what it is. And they know that Black people in America and worldwide, but typically in the United States, have energy to kill themselves because, you know, we're our ops, but we don't have the energy to fight the real gangsters, you know, the congressmen and the heads of different, you know, municipalities and positions of power in the United States. So, you know, you know, they gave the guy McDonald's. I mean, they got the guy Burger King after he killed these people in church. I mean, but this is the Moravian Indians all over again, the Moravian massacre all over again. You know, so I don't know. It's how do you tell people? You know, it's like, how do you tell a lion he or she is not free? And the lion says, "No, I'm free." It's like, yeah, you know, you think you're free. You're on this so-called space, but they didn't put any bars, but they got these mirrors. They got this glass that you can't get out of. You know, so yeah, I think black people need to just look at those two laws, look at those two cases, look at Bach versus Regents. That was in California, where they stopped the affirmative action. They basically said it's illegal, and then look at the Dred Scott case, and that basically tells you everything you need to know about being an African in America.
Thank you for that, Gas. Bueno, you've heard everything everyone has to say, and I asked that kind of follow-up question. What say you to all of it?
I think that if we take lead from the people in position, instance, a person is married to a woman, or a woman is married to a man. You know, based on how that person is treated publicly, their friends are gonna take notice of what's happening, and they're gonna take on the same characteristics of the person who is either the aggressor or treating the person kindly. For instance, what I mean by that is, if a woman, let me put it a little bit clearer, if a woman is talking crazy to her man, and all her friends see that, they're gonna talk crazy to that man as well. You know what I mean? So, you know, but if a woman is respectful of her mate, and all her friends see it, they're gonna be respectful towards that particular gentleman as well. You know, we look from the outside looking in, and we see what's going on, and we see the reactions of the people that exist within that space. So we take the lead of the people who is being applied, who the harm is being applied to. If the people in that situation is acting in a way that is nonchalant or indifferent, or they don't give a shit, why should the rest of the black world? But if the people in that situation put themselves in a state where they are at arms with what's going on in America, and they are doing something physically about it, then they will find not only support, but I feel like they will find sanctuary among the black world, because it's happened before historically. You know, when the Black Panthers was doing what they was doing in America, there are many Black Panthers who went to African countries and found sanctuary. You know what I mean? Because they was actively doing something to thwart off the what was happening to them in America. But now I feel like the stance is indifference, not to everyone, but for many people. So the rest of the world is indifferent. You know what I mean? Like in the Palestinian situation where we just discussed, the Palestinians are fighting tooth and nail against what's happening to them by the Jews. So the rest of the world respond in kind. The people who are fair, you know what I mean? The people who see what's going on, see that the area is an apartheid state. They take a position, and they say, well, I don't want to talk to you. You know what I mean? You doing things I really don't respect. And put it on another level, you know what I mean? Yeah, I personally think that if a person is harmed in the United States, you know what I mean, a white person should not be safe on a continent or any place where a black man is in a powered position. You take a position, you take a stance, push the button, you say, well, if they are harmed here, they're gonna be harmed there as well. But that may not happen. If you can't do that, I say that they should find sanctuary. If you were to do something that is against the person who's doing something to you, well, come to my country. We're gonna protect you. No extradition laws for this individual. You know what I mean? But that's how I look at this, man. I think that we're gonna treat you like how you treat yourself. The world is gonna treat you all like how y'all treat yourselves. If y'all are indifferent, we're gonna be indifferent. If y'all are vociferous, if y'all have some energy about it, we can have some energy about it too. You know, when George Floyd was murdered by that police officer, I remember seeing very clearly Nigerians protesting against that murder from the embassy. There are many Nigerians who was out in the street protesting against based on the death of George Floyd. They had energy. I don't know, man. I think that when this happened, we should have kept that same energy all throughout the case, even to his sentencing. And I feel like that energy has had kind of like subsided almost to a point to where people forgot about it. I got this particular clip from Forecast, I think, because Forecast remembered it. And he remembered to tell his audience about it, reminding his audience what was going on. And I think that these are things that we should never become desensitized to. Never. You know why? If we do, then you will see a complete genocide. Even though we committing genocide amongst ourselves, you would see the complete genocide with these people participating in our genocide as well. And I don't think that should go unnoticed or untalked about. And I think that it should be in our discourse and dialogue. We can't forget these kinds of things. But I'll stop there.
Hey, can I say something now, Coco? Let's see what you're talking about.
Go ahead.
No, you know what? So stuff like that Buffalo shooting, I don't think it's desensitized. The black people has become, you know the word, it can come out. I think it's more cowardice, right? And let me explain. Do y'all remember when that white boy, I can't even think of his name, shot the other white boys in the streets in Wisconsin? During after the
Rittenhouse.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah. See, I'm one of the few people that saw the goodness in that. Black people all on YouTube complaining about white supremacy. I'm like, what the hell did that have to do with black folk? But when I seen it and they complaining about white supremacy, you know what I saw? Because I'm a gun owner. And shit, I got AR-15s, and me and my sons, we train. Got AR-15s. I got 9mm. I'm a gun owner, and I love to shoot, right? And we'll use it, right? Only don't want to use it on my people, but I will if I got it. But anyway, I said, why they complaining about this dude? Talking about the white supremacist is helping him, but which I thought was absolutely crazy. But anyway, we need to know this rule. For anybody that want to fight back, should have been hoping Kyle Rittenhouse got off. And the reason they should have been hoping Kyle Rittenhouse got off, if you're truly interested in fighting back, you're going to have some type of weapon on you when you go and march and say you have to defend yourself, right? When I went down there in Atlanta, me and my son, shit, I didn't have my ARs, but I had my 9s right there on my side. And just in case I have to use them, right? So it's not, they're desensitized, they're afraid. There are too many black men is afraid, and that's the problem. If I ignore it, it might not happen to me and my family. If I ignore it, if I can just ignore it, act like I've forgotten about it in 2 weeks, it might not happen to me and my family. Let's just say it's an isolated incident. That's the problem. They're not desensitized. They're afraid. They're absolutely afraid. The same reason they went out of, y'all remember during the election when Donald Trump was going against Jim Crow Joe. All on CNN, they had white militias everywhere talking about supporting Donald Trump. Black people never said one thing about the white militias marching and supporting Donald Trump. You know who they got on YouTube? You know what they got on social media and disrespected? They got on YouTube, on social media, and disrespected the NFAC. Thought of every reason to disrespect 5,000 black people marching, suited and booted, bulletproof vest up, guns and bullets. Thought of it, but they never once said anything negative about the white militias. They said something negative about the black militias because of cowardice. It's not, they're not desensitized. That fear is still there. Fear is a hell of a way to have control. In black people who talk about how much they hate white people, and I'm not mad that they do if they do. They're never around white people, so they take their hate out on one another. So they're so afraid of the other people, anybody except black people. Who do we end up fighting? We end up fighting one another because of the fear of other people. That's my take. I get it, Mike.
I appreciate that, Bakari. For time's sake, let me go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9. This is one for Gasdemup as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 is, why is Hamza Al Mustapha the best hope for Nigeria? Gasdemup's candidate. This came with a link to YouTube. Let's check it out.
Why do you want to be the president of Nigeria?
We can deliver. We have much more to do, not showing personal interest compared to my brothers and sisters in the race. But I believe we have what it takes to change the country and to change the narratives.
All right. So if you're asked what's wrong with Nigeria, how do you give a small summary of what is wrong with Nigeria and why you are the right person?
Very good. A small summary goes this way. First is the dignifying your women. Second is empowering your youth. Third is taking care or managing the elders. And 4 is securing your country. And number 5 is joining the international community's mainstream destination in terms of the following 4 issues, as in respect of your own country and in relation with the entire world, so that your country will now be recognized. What are these 4 issues in this 5th point? They are your own internal security and global security. Second is relevance. Relevance in all ramifications, from international understanding, memorandum, and then from also international correspondences with your own country has been relevant. Third is the issue of diplomacy. And 4 is bringing your country to the fore, to know that your security, your economy, and social justice are restored. And number 6 point is restoring Nigeria's lost heritage. And then from that perspective, bringing the core value of Nigeria to the fore and managing it. Correct.
When you look at the top 4 candidates, what do they lack that you have?
With all sense of humility, I don't think there is comparison, and I will explain. But within the 4 that the media has occupied and bringing them to the fore, they are doing it because of the high patronage with the media. What we are doing is in phases. This particular phase I'm in is called personal secret consultation with all the organs of the country from the point of view of the general public. And I think we have concluded it. So by next week, we are going into the second phase. So we have faced it and culminating up to the election day. And that is the way we have faced out our own. We are not copying anybody. We are looking at the country from our own written and mental appreciation as to what to do with the time available. On the other hand, comparing us with the 4 who the media are actually bringing to the fore as the best in their eyes. When we kickstart, I'm sure the difference will set in. You will begin to see the yardstick with which they have identified the 4 coming more to us. In terms of capacity, ability, dependability, reliability, in terms of exemplariness, in terms of conduct, in terms of promises, in terms of prowess in leadership, in terms of genuineness, in terms of capacity to display, and then the guts, the capacity and the bravery with which to take tough decisions for and on behalf of 200 million people plus. I don't think there's any comparison, my dear brother. I know what we have done yesterday when Nigeria was facing the worst threats ever. I know with our resources, the much we have done in restoring Nigeria so that Nigerian populace had nothing to feel other than few people who attacked the system, calling it bad name us at that time. So I know what we did out of no resources that was inherited. And then with the new innovative policies that came and helped the masses. In fact, it helped numerous other African countries from those simple policies we have. Yeah, we shall be seen to be coming back home to invest and take from what we are or what we have in our package that will restore Nigeria's respect, dignity at home and abroad, and then will now be seen to, with the innovations we have that is waiting for Nigerians to take, should we be voted in to come 2023, Nigerians will be very, very proud of us and will be very proud of their country.
So you will be okay if you are president and some military officers decided to overthrow the government. It's okay for you because they are following orders. Is that right?
No, I think you are getting it wrong. If a group of military officers come together and remove a government, then any other person that comes to take them, they are already a constituted authority of that country. That's all I'm talking about. If I were to be part of the coup from conception to its own stages of execution, then I'm part and parcel of that. I remember, as at that time, what was Mustapha's strength? Had I even a battalion under me? No.
Okay. Now you've defended Abacha several places in several interviews. You said you had no regrets working for Sani Abacha.
Correct.
What do you think about this? All the accusations against him that his government was brutal, killed a lot of people. Do you think they are all made up?
Well, I cannot say that. Reason being that I was a CSO, the definition of my primary and secondary responsibilities were well defined, and this I'm sure are known to Nigerians. Protecting the president, his family, and the seat of government, this was under my care. And I protected that, and nothing happened during the tenure of my own office. So to say that I am the one to account for the police, for other security agencies in the country, for the army, for the Navy, for Air Force, I think it's wrong. That we have had service chiefs, we have had IG of police, we have had Joint Intelligence Bureau of Nigeria, we have had National Security Advisor, we have had heads of paramilitary, each and every one of them. We have had the Minister of Defense, the staff of Minister of Defense, and the Minister of Defense of that time. So all these are different from my primary schedules. And that's why we said, even when General Abacha came to power, I did one thing that wasn't there. I restructured the security department that I headed. And as a result of that, to display honesty and transparency, all other security agencies, including paramilitary, for the first time in the history of Nigeria, I worked it out in such a way that they all had representation in the seat of government, meaning in the presidency. So whatever was happening in the presidency, all other security agencies in Nigeria were aware of. It never happened before. I introduced it to this country. I don't know if they are still practicing it now, but that is the way it is supposed to be.
Every now and then money comes into the country. They return money from other foreign countries. And they said that this money was Abacha loot. I know that you've gone out there defending Abacha, saying that Abacha was never in most of these countries where they said this money, they got this money from. And how could they now say that this was his money? Do you stand by that?
Yes, my brother. See, I spoke on what I knew. So the question of if you say you are defending Abacha, it shows I'm defending him rightly or wrongly, whichever way. I spoke on what I knew and what I saw. What I talked about was on the issue of sanctions imposed on Nigeria. And it was Nigerians who invited sanctions against Nigeria, particularly one particular former president of this country sneaked into one bigger country. And I still have a document that he tendered, pretending Nigeria to be in a certain gloomy situation and seeking for enforcement of sanctions so that when Nigerians feel the pains, they will support him to uproot Abacha out of our quote and unquote. It's in that document.
What happened to Abacha? How did he die?
The two were killed, and Nigerians are aware I said so.
Killed by governments or by external people? Who killed them?
Well, if you can tolerate me to get there, let that be. But I will not enjoy the court. I explained carefully at that material time. I said the pattern of death for the two political actors in Nigeria or political giants were similar and the same. They died gasping for air. They died with their hearts swollen, and so their chest was heavily swollen, and that is how both of them were buried.
High Court sacked you as a candidate of the party. What happened?
Well, there was a small friction within the leadership of the party even before I joined. But I joined and met a chairman of the party, and then the other faction actually were the ones that took the matter to court. And then there is a game that I thank God has been uncovered with connivance of people from INEC. And then that has come to the fore because we have already written the court, and then the other faction of the party that took the matter to the court. So processes or procedure were not followed, but there are games in it that is there in trying to kill my candidature. But I understand what they have done in the court on Friday is beyond the party puzzle. That is a minor issue for us to, for the party to sort itself. There are some interested parties in Nigeria who believe that our candidature is a threat to them. And the way we are, believing that Nigeria ought not to be where it is. Nigeria and Nigerians have been cheated. I cannot waver on that. I cannot waver on Nigeria's welfare and well-being. We are dogmatic when it comes to Nigeria's safety and well-being and Nigerians wherever they are. That standing and these speeches I have given time and time again informed the games that came to the court on Friday. But hold on and see. From Monday, letters were already written to the chairman of INEC, to the chief judge in Abuja, and then parties were also written to regarding the game that came up. And I thank God already there is a press conference by the party. There are numerous reactions to our supporters across and outside Nigeria to know that it's a game and it has nothing to do with law.
Yes, indeed. Let me mix it up a little bit here for obvious reasons. Bwana Hagaziki, tell us a little bit about this Hamza Al Mustapha in your eyesight.
I have some concerns about this brother, and because I have some concerns about who his company is. I mean, sometimes you are tasked with the company that you keep, and Sani Abacha stole he is said to have stole like 2.2 billion. You know what I mean? And Nigeria just was able to get 23 million back from the US. So I have a little bit of concerns about him, and the fact that obviously he's an Islamic dude. That made it. I don't know, man. I have some, because he's talking good like all the presidents have in the past, but I have some concerns, some big time concerns. And I don't know if he would be the best person. And I can't, like I say, I am not an authority on Nigerian politics. I think that Gas could speak to this particular gentleman much better than I could, but I have some concerns, from an Islamic point of view and from the point of view of the company this brother kept, in the past. So, and I feel like sometimes a leopard don't really change his spots. Maybe Gas may have some bring us some enlightenment on this particular gentleman, but for me, I kind of have some concerns. But I'll stop there and listen to what Gas has to say.
Untouchable, before you go, if Hamza was Christian, would you have the same concerns?
I have a problem with all fundamentalists. The other day, if you, I think he was there, I had a conversation with a Rastafarian fundamentalist. When you're dealing with when you're dealing with fundamentalists, they only see things in terms of black and white. I mean, they take a whole lot of reason out of the picture, and they believe in faith and these high-minded things, and they don't really bring it down to the earth. So I have problems with any fundamentalist, whether you are a Christian fundamentalist like George Bush, or what's the other guy name? A lot of U.S. presidents, or a Muslim fundamentalist, or like this brother here. Any guy, you know, I have an issue with them, but I'll stop there, man. Even if he was a Christian fundamentalist, I would have issues with him.
Okay. By the way, are you interested in having that debate with I Can Find?
I can't because he takes an emotive approach to things like religion. His religion is Rastafarianism. So listen to his conversation, everything he says. So even if I was to show him factual things historically in terms of Haile Selassie, he cussed me out. You know what I mean? He can't handle that kind of conversation. The brothers he can't level the discussion down to reason and down to facts. He see it completely from a fundamentalist view, which is a faith-based one, and the conversation wouldn't be a fruitful one, I don't think. You know, I try not to get in conversation with like no fundamental, none.
Yeah, I've heard him on several platforms, and I like his passion, but I'm not a fan of his kind of inappropriateness sometimes. But if you guys were serious about having that conversation, like I said that day in the chat, I would host it. Go
reason
ahead.
what a fun.
I agree.
Oh, I would if he have a conversation where he ain't taking it to where it's an emotional based and passionate discussion where he cussing me out for dissing his king. You know what I mean? We could have that kind of discussion, but if it go towards where we having this faith-based fundamentalist, would you believe? I can't have that kind of conversation. I just charge it to the game. He's my brother. It's all love, and I'll leave it there.
By the way, Bakari had to drop off earlier, but remember to check out his Black Business Challenge on Sunday around 3 p.m. on Sundays. He does the Mind My Black Business segment of the Brother Bakari podcast. You guys should tune into that. It's usually a good time. Observing Immigrants. Were you familiar with Al Mustapha?
No, I've never heard of them.
From what you saw in that video with Al Mustapha, what are your thoughts?
Very short. I will say that politicians will always be politicians, and proof of the pudding is in the eating. So, you know, politicians make lots of promises before they get in there, but once they get in there, then you see, you know, who they are. So no matter who it is, you know, politicians have to prove themselves. So
I appreciate that. So last but not least, man, is an Isoko man who doesn't claim this nation per se. Gasdemup, what are your thoughts on Hamza Al Mustapha? Tell us a little bit about your familiarity with him and your thoughts on him as the best hope for Nigeria.
Yeah, I just want to put it out for the record. He's not my candidate. I don't have a candidate. So the title putting Gasdemup's candidate is not.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you know. But no, look, listen. They're all criminals, right? Unfortunately, you have to choose the person who's not gonna stab you the deepest. Unfortunately, and from compared to what's on the playing field. So you got Peter Obi, you got Tinubu, and you got Atiku. So those are the people running, and you have Shora. So the whole point is that out of all of them, the one person who's going to, for the most part, maintain Nigeria's security, that will maintain a certain level of operational standards, will be, in my opinion, Mustapha. But the truth of the matter is this: Africa has a lot of internal sellouts. If I was in Nigeria right now trying to fix the country, they'd have me on the news in a heartbeat, the way they're the media destroys, black male images. They do the same to me, because I'd kick out all the white girls. I'd kick out all the NGOs, especially the white girls. They're CIA devils. I'd kick out a lot of people. The oil companies wouldn't even be in there unless they're, using clean oil practices. So I'd make it very difficult for them. You're not going to just, the police are not just going to beat up and attack citizens. You got to do your job. So it'd be a very different country, and I'm telling you, the people there would be the first ones to sell me out. They'd be angry because they're used to running around with impunity. So, and if I'm strong enough to stop them, then they're going to start partnering with their white boy friends in America, putting me on CNN and say, "Oh, Gasdemup is a dictator." They'll get some Nigerian girl who's friends with Marcus Garvey. She'll be on TV. Marcus Garvey will be next to her with the box of Kleenex. And Gasdemup, he touched me in the bedroom. And they'll cry, and then they'll send the Marines. Then they'll send their white boy Marines to come get me. But this is what they'll do, because they're not going to allow, unless you play ball, they're not going to allow you to run your country as you see fit. I think it's Maurice Bishop, Sankara. These are examples of this. When you don't play ball, they get rid of you. Either they just come through guns blazing, or, like I say, they find a way. When they were Hillary, we came, we bombed, and he conquered, or something. You heard what she said. She said it clear as day. She didn't care. There was no feminine touch, like, "Oh, I'm a woman." She didn't care. And then remember what they were saying? They said they were giving Gaddafi. They lied. They were like, "Oh, Gaddafi is giving his soldiers Viagra so he could rape the women." What the hell? What?
Yeah.
And that turned out to be a lie. So they do this, but again, they cannot do this without internal sellouts and coups. And Nigeria has a whole bunch of them. Because like I said, if you want an African state or a strong Caribbean state, that means your wife and your side chick ain't gonna get luxury. Not many African and Caribbean men are ready for that, because their wife and their side chick got to get luxury. She got to have the La Perla underwear on. He needs the Mercedes Benz and his little Swede hideaway where he can put some money and sleep with a little Swedish girl with a booty. This is the reality of what we're dealing with here. If we want to fix Africa, we got to be prepared that we got to be ready to throw away any type of luxurious consumption and just build from the ground up. Build. Be strong and eat what we grow. That means I don't want your wheat. I don't want your corn. We have our own grains in Africa that we can eat. But if you tell an African to eat the ground, now you can, I want jollof rice. Well, jollof rice isn't our traditional food. Throw that in the trash can, man. Let's eat what we got. Oh, no. Get him out of here. I can't have jollof rice. Can't have a side chick. The side chicks complain, I can't have Brazilian hair down to my ankles. It's a problem. They're going to get rid of Gasdemup. So, I'm being silly, but I'm just saying these are the real trade-offs that nobody really pays attention to. So,
Gas, this guy seems like he want to take us back to the caliphate, though. You know what I mean? There's a lot of Christians in the country. I don't want to.
Yeah, but Nigeria. The truth of the matter is, Nigeria is going to become a Muslim country in the next 20 years, because all the people from the south, where the Christians stay, they're all trying to leave the country. They've been trying to leave the country since the IMF structural adjustment programs in the 80s. Nigerians weren't leaving the country en masse back then. It was after the IMF structural adjustment programs. And it was mostly the southern Nigerians. The northern Nigerians aren't leaving. So the more that the southern Nigerians continue to run away and escape, the country is becoming predominantly Muslim. It's going to happen unless the Christians come back. And, I don't think he's going to take anybody to a caliphate. No, that's not going to, he's not going to do that for the most part. But I'm not a I'm not a fan of him or any. They're all, they're all playing the game. But what I'm saying is, at least he's been vocal and exposed the game. For example, about Boko Haram, about the herdsmen, and the destabilizing of the Nigerian state. I mean, since the 2000s, the CIA has been producing report after report that Nigeria is going to break up by 2020, 2030, 2050. They've been producing report after report about this breakup, this Nigerian breakup. And he exposed it. He said, look, it's all about minerals. So northern Nigeria has a lot of lithium. Tesla, French companies, by the way, right? So the NGOs are in northern Nigeria, all these white girls, CIA agents. They're there, oh, feed the African child. I love them. That's a lie. So he's at least saying what's going on. He talks about the dirty oil politics. So again, I'm not saying he's perfect or he's going to be, but I can respect the person who exposes it, because none of the other candidates are exposing anything, because they're all bought and paid for. So their whole game is, look, I'm just get there, steal money, hide it in my foreign account. My wife, my side chick are good. My friends are good. The rest of you can die. Now, I'm not saying he's not going to do the same, but at least he's exposed where the real criminals are. So look at the minerals. So now anybody you can Google minerals that Nigeria has, natural minerals. Forget about oil. Start seeing the minerals that are in northern Nigeria. There were 2 or 3 Chinese nationals that were kicked out of the country for illegally mining gold in northern Nigeria. So of course they want to destabilize Nigeria, because once that happens, now anybody, literally it can turn into the second DRC. That's what it can turn into, and they want that. That's exactly what they want. And so look, listen, that's why I'm hard on the Nigerians, because all they know how to do is eat jollof rice and dance to crackhead music called Afro beats. That's all they want to do. They're not facing the reality of what it is. So
I just, for me, I just have the issue I have is, and I don't know what your thoughts is on Obasanjo or Sani Abacha, but these with Peter Obi, that's Obasanjo's guy. Okay, you probably would know better than I do. And Mustafa is Abacha's guy, right? So I just have a problem with the company these guys keep, because for me,
well, Abacha didn't steal anything. Like, I really want you to take your time and Google it. Remember, Abacha came in after IBB destroyed Nigeria with the structural adjustment programs. Abacha said, we're not taking any IMF loans, right? He was trying his best. Just look at this. He was trying his best to fix Nigeria. He never left the country. He only traveled outside of Nigeria once. So in order for me to steal money and put it in an account, right, the banks have biometrics. They have to take my fingerprints. They have to take scans. They have to do like the eye thing. He never left the country. So how was he able to transfer the money and put it in those banks? Now, they say his sons. Now, I won't say that his son stole. I'm sure his son stole money. But the amount that they're saying that was stolen doesn't make sense. 1 minute is 2 billion. 1 minute is 5 billion. 1 minute is 7 billion. Right. These people are all making up stories because Abacha refused to take the IMF loan package. He stopped that.
Okay.
And you had Ken Saro-Wiwa, may he rest in peace. But dude, what was he doing? Who was he working for?
Well, I don't care.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't give a damn. I can't Saro-Wiwa, to be honest with you. But I would say.
Well, I wouldn't say that. The guy got killed. But what I'm saying is, Wally Soyinka, he was out there, planning a coup. You're a Nobel laureate prize winner. How the hell? What Illuminati are you a part of that you got the juice to start planning a coup? And all of a sudden, they didn't plan a coup during the time of Babangida, who actually implemented the structural adjustment programs that decimated the Nigerian middle class. No one planned a coup then, but the one guy who said, "Nah, we're going to put a stop to it," he was the one who stopped the Sierra Leone civil war. He kept Sierra Leone alive. Sierra Leoneans need to thank heavens for Abacha. And guess who was training the soldiers for the Sierra Leone and Liberia Civil War? Gaddafi's regime. Gaddafi, Google it. That's where they were getting trained. That's where Charles Taylor went to get trained, in Gaddafi's Libya. So I'm just saying that, you know, this stuff gets deep. It gets into dirty oil politics. You know, it's handshakes and different signs with the eye in the middle and woo stuff going on. It gets real deep. So all of them have their hands dirty. Sure. But I can respect the man who exposes some of the dirt. That's what I'm saying.
It's interesting. What is interesting to me is people on the ground like yourself, you know, because depending on who you're speaking to, because I have Nigerian brothers and sisters just like you too. I include you in that. But based on who you talk to, Sani Abacha is not a bad. He wasn't a bad president. And based on who you talking to, Obasanjo wasn't a bad president either. That's interesting. And like it's the same when I talk to people from Haiti, because based on who you talk to, Papa Dr. Valier was not a bad prime minister. So when you are on the ground in terms of what you experience and the difference from what the world media says, it is a contrast. So like I say, I'd accept whatever your candidate that your perspective is, because you are politically astute. So whatever your vision is or whatever your ideas is, even though you really want to break away from even modernization, I would have to accept what your idea for a good Nigeria is supposed to be based on this particular individual. And I'll watch him and watch what he does. But I have to go to people on the ground. You all know better than so-called global media and what they say, because I know Western media is always going to have a particular bend or view on African leaders and leadership. But when you speak to people who are actually from these places, they have there's a big contrast in how they see these men, because I've always been told, in particular, and even if you read Wikipedia or even look at YouTube, that Sani Abacha was a criminal and he stole a lot from the Nigerian government. But if you talk to people from Nigeria, the conversation is very different. So like I say, I'll have to accept what the people who are from there, what they would say about.
No, not at all. Don't accept it. No, do your research. Don't do that. No, I want you to do your research. I'm just saying that, you know, for me, I'm not deceived to think that there's one person that's good or bad. They're all criminals. But I'm not a believer. And like I said, the narrative plays out, because the minute you stand up and say, I'm not taking these loans, think about it like this. He stole all this money. It's pretty much the equivalent when they told us Dave Chappelle was in South Africa taking cocaine and crack, smoking coke and crack, right? You know? So it's like, really? So he left America, where the best crack is, to go to South Africa?
It's ridiculous. So
but we all believed it. Why? Because he made so much money with his show, they didn't want to pay him the 50% of I think Cat Williams was saying that of the $500 million they owed him. So they said, you made too much money, we're going to give you 10%. And he said, hell no, I'm going to tell my fans. They said, oh, by the time we're done with you, your fans, they said, by the time you get home, your fans will believe that you are, you know, a crackhead. Yeah, and as soon as he got home, everybody said he was a drug addict. It's the power of the media. So I'm very careful whenever white people tell me who to celebrate and who to not celebrate.
Understood.
When they tell me to celebrate Obama, I'm very careful.
Understood. I understand that. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. So, like I say, it based on the conversations that you have with people who are actually from these places, the conversation becomes very different. Because even with Idi Amin, the Western world considers Idi Amin as a brute. But when you hear from people from Uganda, the conversation becomes very, very different. So, and I've experienced that with even in my own prime minister, because our prime minister, one of the founding fathers of my country, they consider him to be a drug baron. You know, it's not to say that some of it ain't true. It's just to say that he has done some good things for his people and some bad things for his people. But it's very difficult to sort that out when you're dealing with the international media, because they have their own personal interests. So they're gonna skew the picture of the leadership in the whatever direction that they would want it to be. So I understand where you're coming from with that. I do.
Funny enough, a couple of weeks ago, I was in this cab driver's car, a guy from Burkina, and I was telling him how I look up to, I admire Thomas Sankara, and that guy went off on Sankara, man. So it was a sobering experience.
What did he say?
The typical type stuff. He stole land. He didn't feed his people, etc. Of course.
But you see, Koku, this is the problem, right? And he probably is right from that perspective, because Sankara had to structure things in a way, but the elite on the ground are not happy. So quite often, these are the people who their uncles, their mothers, their fathers, they're thieves. I'm not saying him personally, but they're in power. They get access. They got privileges. And when a person like Gas comes down on the ground and says, "Yo, we're not doing that no more. We're gonna make this thing work for the people. That land that you was using to just do nonsense, no, we're gonna have it as a farm." They become, what is it? Dang, I forgot the word. It's late, but they're upset with you. Disgruntled. Yeah, they're like disgruntled, and so now it's like the people who moved out of Castro's Cuba, right? So I was watching a video with this guy, the economist Claude Anderson. He's like, "And socialism doesn't work. I went to Cuba." Blah blah blah. It's like, old man, I respect you, but just shut up. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You forget that Cuba has been living under all these sanctions. You can't even do business with Cuba if America likes you. America will tell you flat out, if you do business with Cuba, all them contracts is over. You get what I'm saying? So Cuba's been isolated purposely. Imagine if you take away the sanctions, Cuba would be the best place to live in this whole entire region. But they don't want that. So, those people who ran to Miami, I don't like Castro. Castro was a dictator, blah, blah, blah. No, because your mother and dad were freaking thieves stealing the stuff, and just stop being a thief. Share some wealth. No, but you guys are criminals. When John F. Kennedy was exploiting the land and they were running there sleeping with the Cuban women, blowing their backs out and treating Cuba like a piss stop, it was all fine because your parents were a part of the clique, handshake, Illuminati. But when somebody comes and says, "Yo, I don't want that no more," now it's a problem. And so, of course, that cab driver most likely is amongst those people. And this is what you got to deal with on the continent.
Yep. Gas, you want to shout out anything? You guys have a show this week?
Yeah, I because Tan traveled and Jose traveled, so it's kind of not fair to do the show with them, and they got to stay up late. So yeah, we're doing a show this week. We'll be looking at human sacrifice again. We'll be looking at sacrifice, but comparing it with some interesting things. More on the occult side this week. So they'll be back. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I saw Trigger Happy over there in the chat. I think the last time you guys had a show, I saw KW Dawn 7, Bobby Wright. So it's cool to see the connectivity, With that said, observing immigrants, you want to shout anything out?
Just continue doing a good job on the show and your whole podcast programs.
Thank you for that. Yeah, looking for 2023 to be a ramp up. Yeah, we got to add a 0 to these views to all the people who are around here. Let's add a 0 to the end of their typical numbers. Views on their videos, or add a 0 to the live stream numbers. We got to get it up much higher than it is or has been. Bwana Zeke, you want to shout anything out?
No, just shout out to my good sister from Barbados, is urban immigrant, and bringing a different nuance to the discussion in terms of that female aspect. She's the only one for tonight. Usually it's time. And shout out to Gas, he is what I consider, he is the Morpheus. He's the matrix breaker in terms of the black pentagrammers and trying to not trying to, but really convincing us to look at the world from different lenses. So I appreciate that kind of information. And for us as well, who trying to our best to inform the people as much as we can. So I think that shout out to us and shout out to what we're doing and going forward to 2023. You know, let's keep the fire burning. That's what he say.
Yes, sir. Shout out to everyone who was here tonight in the chat. You know who you are. Shout out to all the KWAZ radio fam who was here tonight. Shout out to you guys who couldn't make it, or Zuliism wasn't here tonight. I thought I saw Real Black Gentleman in the chat early on. Jose from the Black Pentagrammers. I think I saw him early in the chat as well. Shout out to Tanzan who's traveling, Oni, Consider Cheek, and all of you. I appreciate everyone. I'm gonna try this week Wednesday to have that Black Panther 2 discussion, Wakanda Forever discussion with Uzuli.
I ain't watched that yet, you know. It was good.
Oh, you don't watch that? It's on the sites now, by the way.
Okay.
I have problems with it. I have major problems with it.
Koku, we never did the roundup with the men and the women.
Yeah, I one night on Shoot the Breeze, I put it out there. You know how many of you want to do this roundup, and it seemed like no one responded to that question. You two guys were involved. Are you guys still interested, excited about doing the roundup with the men and the women?
Yeah, I wanted to hear what the women have to say.
Yeah, we taking their lead, man. Whenever you organize it, we could be there. You know what I mean? So we gotta organize it. We'll be there. We'll be there.
All right,
so I guess when the people come back, come back, you know.
Yeah, Tana's not in town, etc. So I'll reach out to everyone. The matron was involved. She was in the chat early tonight. I'll reach out to everyone this week. Like I said, I'm going to try to do the review of Wakanda Forever this week. So if you guys have the chance, it's on the Fire Stick. Let's keep it real. It's on the
I go watch it on the internet.
yeah, it's on the internet, you know. So just take a watch and come through. Yeah, it'd be nice to have a woman's perspective on the Black Panther film. So if any ladies are out there, take a watch. And like I said, it's on the internet. Take a watch and come join us. We're going to do a live stream on it. And in the new year, I'm going to start doing another show again in the week sometime. It might be pre-recorded. I'm not sure yet. Afro Native World put me on to an African woman who has an African-centered curriculum, and she's doing an exchange. If you teach, then your kids can go to the program for free, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to reach out to her tomorrow and try to do an interview. I think I want to do more interviews during the week and whatnot. So
yes, and one last thing. Trigger Happy 242+ for the new year, brother or sister. I don't know if you're a brother or sister.
Brother.
You gotta come on, bro. Yeah, I mean, we ain't gonna read no more of your stuff unless you come on for the new year, bro. So you gotta make up your mind and come on so we could have a discussion.
Yeah, I second. I think a lot of you folks in the chat, you know, there's the link, man. Especially in the second half of the show, more, you know, could hop on and give your thoughts. Bobby Wright, Afro Native World, and others, you know what I mean? So with that said, man, we'll be back here next week for Shoot the Breeze. Thanks again for being here. You guys be good. Make sure to check out KWAZ Radio, YouTube channel, website, subscribe to the newsletter. Check out, I want to promote it more in the new year, but check out the Shoot the Breeze clips site. I want to start clipping up more of these longer Shoot the Breeze episodes into their component parts, into their prompts, and just put them up there as a free fall. So check that out as well. All right, guys, you guys be good. I'll see you during the week on all the other shows. I'll see you next week for Shoot the Breeze. Peace.
All right, peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, We hope you pass along our web address, bitamedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Beta Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Beta Medicine Show, Twitter, Beta Meds, Tumblr, Beta Meds, Instagram, Beta Medicine.